around that time, his direct general in the rebellion in 70 was the Pharisee who ordered the stoning of James. So I feel like the stoning of James is probably a historical event that happens. That doesn't necessarily mean that Jesus was a historical
Why
figure.
is it that when the Christians first mention James and his martyrdom, they say he's thrown off of a building?
Yeah, I don't know that. I can't. That's not something
Why
that
is
can
it
be.
that when the Gospels come out after this apparently happens in early 60s, like Josephus says, why is it that they say that James never believed Jesus?
Yeah, I have no idea. That's I
The Gospel of John explicitly says that even his brothers did not believe him. And the Gospel of John
yeah,
actually gives
yes.
away the ending for the disciple whom Jesus loved, as well as Peter. And the first two times that it mentions Judas Iscariot, it says this is the guy who's going to betray him. That author definitely knew that you were aware of Christianity, aware of the Gospels, aware of the story. He gives it away multiple times. But when he addresses the brothers of Jesus, he says that they don't believe in him.
Yeah, and it could just be that James is a political execution that Christians wanted to attach themselves to because he was a particularly righteous um you know uh, Jewish figure at the time of his killing. It doesn't necessarily mean that he even was Christian. It's just that is at least one thing that we know. And then, of
So,
course,
if the
going.
Christians were at odds with the Jews, why did the Jews come to his defense and have the high priest removed whenever James was unalived?
Um, well, if I remember correctly, the high priest wasn't removed. He was still
He
a
was. Ananus ben Ananus was removed from office because he unalived James, according to that exact paragraph. And he was replaced by Jesus,
okay.
the son of Damnius, who is the Jesus that it's talking about there.
Yeah. Okay. Then yeah, I could just be incorrect. I don't know. They could
Basically,
be.
what's going on is people back then, in the third century, you have writings from Origen, which discussed that passage,
Right.
and he found that there was a Jesus and a James who were related to each other, and so he said that that was the one who's called Christ. But later on, people picked up on that, and a marginal note that who is called Christ gets added into the text over time.
Right.
It's unlike Josephus to say something like that and not go into
No.
detail. So the
No, I
fact
know.
that
That's
he
why I
says
didn't
who is
bring that
called
up.
Christ, but he never says why they're called Christ, who calls them Christ, and like what
Yeah,
that
I know.
even means.
That's
It's
why I didn't bring
yeah.
that up. I know that is probably an added passage
Well,
from
that's the
manipulations.
passage you're talking about. That's the one about James.
Oh, the whole passage. I thought that
No,
the who was
no.
called
There's the
Christ.
Testimonium Flavianum, which it says he was the
Yeah.
Christ. But then there's another one that, which is what you're talking about. This is in Antiquities of the Jews, Book 20, Chapter 9, Section 1. That particular section or paragraph talks about Jesus, and it says who is called Christ, whose brother is
Right.
James. But
Right.
Josephus doesn't go into detail as to what that even means or why they call him Christ or who calls him Christ or
Right.
anything like that, which is really odd for Josephus. And then again, what ends up happening is the Jewish elites come to his defense and go, hey, no, you can't do that. And then they have the high priest removed, and the high priesthood is given then by the people over him to Jesus, the son of Damnius, who becomes high priest there in the early
Right.
60s. So it's actually most likely that that's the Jesus that they're talking about. That's the twist of the story, is that the man whose brother, the brother of the man who was unalived, becomes the high priest.
Right. Okay. Um. Yeah. Well. So then also again the just some I guess some supporting stuff around James, um, who again might not even be the brother of the Jesus that we refer to as like capital J Jesus.
Right.
Um.
Capital J Jesus. Yeah, yeah.
um. Uh. First Galatians mentions James um in Jerusalem, which you'd have to, or yeah, it's First Galatians.
What?
Mentions James in Jerusalem, which you'd have to believe that Paul was a person who was writing these texts, but that's one of the undisputeds. So there was at least one body of authors writing around 60 who does mention James there.
Oh
So
no,
it seems
Paul's
like
not writing in 60. Those letters were not written in 60. Not to mention the first iteration of them, that which is what you're talking about there in like Galatians and stuff, the first iteration of them shows up in 144. The first time they're published, it's published by a man named Marcion.
Yeah, so
Who's yeah,
I was gonna
but
bring up
Marcion's
Marcion.
version does not say anything about James, the brother of Jesus.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I
like
was
we
gonna.
can see that is added in later on around the time that they start saying that James was a martyred person. They first say that he was thrown off a building, then they end up saying he's thrown off a building, doesn't die, just they hit him with a
And then
stick,
stoned.
and
Yeah.
then they say that he was stoned. Once they finally get it down pat, and they go, "Oh, hey, let's utilize this Josephus passage where there's a Jesus and a James that are connected," and so they work that back into it. Literally every mention of James, the brother of Jesus, that is within the Pauline epistles is added later, and we can tell that it's added later because it's not in the version in 144, which is the first time it's published.
Well, as
There's
the version as far as we know in 144, we don't have any of Marcion's actual texts. We
no,
have
so we have
assumptions.
reconstructions because of
Yeah,
Irenaeus, Tertullian, and Origen, who all said that Marcion did not even claim that Jesus had a brother.
yeah,
So
yeah,
they all attest to this because
yeah. Well,
Marcion's theology was that Jesus wasn't even a human being.
no, I know. I'm holding right now. I'm holding the First New Testament, Marcion scriptural canon, Jason
Yeah,
Badun,
yeah,
reconstruction. So
yeah.
the thing
That's what
about
I got
that
right
is,
here. No,
yeah,
right here.
and it's an excellent book.
Mm-hmm.
It's incredible. Um, the thing about that is we know that that he believed that he was in line in believing Marcion was in line with the church, but with what was going on in the church in believing that Jesus didn't have any blood relatives. So that's kind of like some of the things. Oh God, I've got my Greek New Testament around here somewhere. The word used for brother, I can't remember. Whenever they refer to James as the brother of Jesus, it's the most broad version of the word brother in Greek.
Like
Um,
Adelphoi?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
So it doesn't mean that that he's a blood brother. It could mean that they're from the same town or spiritually in communion with each other. So Marcion not believing that Jesus didn't have any brothers doesn't necessarily mean he didn't believe that James was like an apostle of Jesus.
I don't even know where you're going with this. James, the brother of Jesus, is not even mentioned in the Apostolicon. So, I mean,
As
what
as
exactly are you
as
getting at here?
as far as we know,
Okay.
James isn't mentioned.
Okay. Well, I mean, it
Um,
wouldn't really make a lot of sense if he was.
so I think that I kind of ascribe to the like if it's not directly mentioned that it wasn't, I kind of assume that it is. Because I think there are a lot of because Marcion's texts for a very long time, we had a lot of assumptions about what they said that seem less likely than they are now because we kept assuming that, well, he must have not had these things in the text. Um, but I feel like it's a much more productive reading of Marcion to
Assume
uh,
that things that we don't know are in there were in there.
yeah, as long as it doesn't conflict with what we have as a current New Testament.
Oh, that's
Unless we
dumb
have
as
direct.
shit. Because what you're doing is you're saying, hey, the New Testament somehow trumps Marcion's version. So if
No,
it's not in Marcion's version, but it's in the New Testament, then it's in there.
no. I'm saying that if we don't know if it's in the if we don't have any evidence to the contrary that it isn't, this is the same perspective that that Jason B. Dunn takes with his reconstruction, is that if we don't have any knowledge that if we don't have anything saying directly that this is not in the book, then we should assume it is.
That doesn't make any sense. And
That's
also, he explicitly will label when things are attested to and how great of knowledge that we have that it's
yeah,
actually attested to.
which yeah, he does.
So
But he
no,
still,
I
but
mean
most
that's
of
a
the,
very why on earth would somebody want to do something exactly like that? Like if he, I have not pulled that from what Badin says, but if that's what he says, then that's stupid as shit. We shouldn't just look at a text and be like, hey, if it doesn't say anything in there, we should just assume. If it doesn't say that something's not in there, then we should assume that it's in there. That's a horrible way of looking at things. It never says that Marcion believed that Jesus was actually it never says that Marcion didn't think that Jesus was a horse. So
Right.
I guess he was a horse.
No, but we're comparing it to the other texts that we have. The surviving earliest versions of the New Testament that we had. Are we
The
saying okay?
assumption there is that the New Testament was somehow prior to Marcion. The only
No,
way
he
that
created it. He's the first person to compile it, as far as we know.
well, okay, by New Testament I mean like the Paul's epistles in this particular case, like
Right,
or any book is what I'm saying. Not necessarily the canon called it, but the
right.
text in it. If you assume that the text of like the Paul's epistles or the Gospels were prior to Marcion, then I guess sure you might be sort of kind of justified in that unscientific way of thinking where you're like, oh well, it doesn't say it's not in there, so we'll assume it is. Like that's not a good way of thinking, even if there is a New Testament or New Testament books prior to Marcion. But the fact that we don't have any evidence of any New Testament books prior to Marcion shows us exactly why that's a god awful idea to
So
just
do we?
assume that something that is in the New Testament as we have it today, it's not said that that's not in there, so I guess it must be in there. Like that's a
So
terrible way to look at things.
So do you believe that the New Testament was created like by Marcion or around Marcion's
Well, the New
time?
Testament canon, yes, but if
Yeah,
you're using the New
the
Testament books,
text.
like yeah, so yes, the first time that we get Paul's letters and any gospel is with Marcion. Marcion and his students are the first people to publish things in 144. We do not have any mention of literally anything inside the New Testament prior to 144 or prior to Marcion.
Right. So I that yes, that's true. The reason that I tend to believe the reason I tend to believe that some of these books had to have been floating around at that time was because Marcion was rejected by the church in Rome, and they still agreed that these letters were written by Paul. And Marcion would have, of according to Christian like doctrine or mythology, Paul was writing in the mid 60s AD, and he would have been, Marcion was born in Sinope. He would have been around where Paul would have been evangelizing.
No, it
And
explicitly says in Acts that he couldn't go there.
oh, then
That's
yeah,
because again, the text of the New Testament is either adding to what Marcion had when it comes to the Pauline epistles, or the Gospels and Acts are actively trying to work against him and refute him. Acts explicitly says that Paul was told by the Spirit of Jesus that he could not enter the home province of Marcion. Like, I'm telling you, the entire New Testament, as we have it today, Marcion is either indirectly or directly responsible for everything in it, with the exception of some of Revelation or most of Revelation. But that we're not going to get into that. The point is, when it comes to Paul, he is directly responsible for the core of like a core of what we have today, with additions being made to make him sound bad or to go against his theology. And as far as the Gospels go, he is indirectly responsible for them because most of them are refutations to his beliefs or things that come after him and are really only spurred on because he's the first to start this text-based portion of the religion.
but I tend to ascribe to the idea of Markian priority, right? That Mark was written before Luke or
Now,
Matthew.
that's fine.
Um, but
I would say that
Mark,
Mark is probably just a play version of Marcion's gospel, especially since a lot of what Marcion's gospel had in it is actually in Mark, and Marcion's name was pronounced Markion and literally means little Mark.
well, so Marcion. Okay, sorry. Mark. The theory of Markian priority exists because Matthew and Luke contain huge
Portions of it.
amounts of
Yeah.
of
But it also includes huge portions of Evangeline because Mark includes huge portions of Evangeline.
yeah. I mean, I would.
The only reason that
I,
people say that Matthew and Luke had primarily used Mark is because of the fact that they don't assume that they come out in the 2nd century. If it's in the 2nd century, which we know Luke is and we know Matthew is because the Q document is Evangelion, because its material is
Right.
exactly what Q needs, then what we end up with, what we end up with here is moving it to the 2nd century, and then therefore Matthew and Luke could have just used primarily Marcion's Gospel, Evangelion. They could have also used Mark. I don't have a problem with that. I still believe that Mark came out prior to Matthew and Luke. It's just it doesn't have to come out before Evangelion.
Well, it does because Luke is the only gospel that Marcion puts in his writings, or in his compilation that becomes his New Testament. Luke's the only one of the
No,
gospels.
Luke is not used by Marcion.
Yes,
Luke
it is.
uses no, it's not. Luke uses Marcion. Luke is absolutely post 144. This is the anchor for our information in our book. I know that Luke and Acts are written in the middle of the 2nd century just as much as I know I'm talking to you on TikTok. It is absolutely in the middle of the 2nd century. There is no doubt in my mind.
Okay.
Without a shadow of a doubt,
do
is in the middle of the 2nd century.
So why do you believe it is?
So first of all, we know that chapters 4 through 22 always come up separately whenever we take a look at the different chapters. Even if we take a look at the chapter by itself, like the single chapter level, the duo chapter level, the trio chapter level, or the tri-chapter level, or the chapter level, we end up with, even when we put 4 chapters together in the Gospel of Luke, we see, and using stylometric analysis, that chapters 4 through 22 roughly are a completely different author. We see this not only in the Greek, we see it in the Latin Vulgate, we even see it in the goddamn King James Version, because it is incredibly obvious to stylometric analysis that the style between chapters 4 through 22 roughly is a completely different author than the beginning of Luke and the end of Luke. And whoever wrote the beginning of Luke and the end of Luke, or edited a lot of the end of Luke, is the same person who wrote all of Acts. It always comes up separately. On top of this, Luke 4:23 has a line where Jesus is talking in Nazareth, and people are really amazed by the fact that he is talking on reading from a scroll. And so he says, "I bet you want me to do miracles like I did back in Capernaum." Only problem is he hasn't been to Capernaum yet. He doesn't do that until verse 31. He says that in verse 23, but he doesn't go to Capernaum or do miracles until verse 31. In Marcion's Evangelion, Jesus descends out of heaven as a fully grown man into Capernaum in verse fucking 1.
Right,
Then he
yeah.
gives his, then he does a miracle, and then he goes to Nazareth, and he goes to the synagogue, and he says all this shit, and he says that line. It is in order in Marcion's Evangelion. It is not in order in Luke. We also see that Luke explicitly says at the beginning that he's going to put things in order, which he shits all over. Then he says that there's multiple gospels that had come out prior. On top of all of this, we can tell that Luke is after this because of the fact that Irenaeus said, he pretty much gives it away. Irenaeus says that the Marcionites believed or claimed that their gospel came first and Luke just added to it. The only reason people think that Luke came first is because Irenaeus said, well, the truth is our gospel came first and Marcion removed parts to make it.
Right, yeah. The
So
Marcionite.
it just kind of says, oh, we say this, they say this. And people today, even unfortunately some scholars, most scholars, unfortunately fell for what Irenaeus said, and that's it. But we can very clearly see that that is not the way that it works. We can see that it's the other way around.
Right. So yeah, again, obviously there was a lot added to the beginning and to the end, and it pretty much in agreement that those parts were different authors, but that still is like the book
material
of Luke.
in the other author is the material that's in Evangelion. Like in order for Evangelion to come after Luke, you'd have to somehow explain how the Gospel of Luke doesn't have one author, it has 2 distinctly different authors, and the material for one of those authors is the same material that Evangelion has.
Well, because Luke could be the gospel in the Evangelion that then is edited and added on to later, because that's what happens to a lot of these books. A lot of the letters of Paul are added
really fast.
on.
You're saying Luke is the gospel that is in Evangelion.
Yes,
But no, because
but
the material.
Yeah,
What?
not everything that is in Luke is in the Evangelion. It is the base gospel of Luke exists, and then there were people who added stuff on after.
Okay, so All right, I don't think you understand what I'm saying here necessarily, because like Luke 1, for instance, would be an added chapter in what
Right.
you're saying.
Right.
But if Marcion just took a Luke that was before it, are you saying that the Luke that was before Marcion didn't have chapter 1?
Yeah, that would be what I'm saying.
So you're saying he took something that wasn't Luke and then they added to it later to make what we call Luke?
Yeah.
No, because what ends up happening is the what we have today is mentioned right after Marcion's Evangelion. Like when they call that Luke. They're
Right.
explicitly calling that Luke. Like the Diatessaron calls it Luke.
So from your perspective, you believe that Marcion.
So what you're creating is another version of Luke that Marcion had solely for the ability to say that Marcion took from someone. And then the version that everyone is calling Luke is the version we have today. The canonical Luke comes after Marcion. You're inventing another Luke just to say that Marcion stole it.
No, I'm not saying. I'm not even saying he stole it. I'm just saying that he compiled it.
No, he doesn't call it Luke. He calls it Evangelion. He calls it the Gospel of the Lord.
Right.
In
Yeah,
fact,
we
that's
don't have.
exactly the only reason you even think that Marcion took anything or used anything that was out prior was because Irenaeus said he stole it and actually says that he took from Luke.
Yeah, I just I tend to believe that if that there were some versions of these books floating around at this time because Marcion was denounced by the Church of Rome and called a heretic. So I don't feel like his writings
The
would
only
have
reason they say
been.
that is in later. It's later on in like Irenaeus. The,
Yeah,
like the people who are alive at the same time of him don't like him, but they don't say that he's excommunicated.
yeah, and that's true. But that's
Like Justin Martyr was alive at the same time. He says that Marcion is still active there in the 150s when he's writing, but he doesn't say he's excommunicated. That's just kind of a random later bullshit claim by the time that they start establishing Rome as the headquarters of Christianity in the mid to late 2nd century. Then you have Irenaeus starting to talk shit about Marcion and say that he's because that's when like proto-Catholicism is the sect of Christianity that brings us the Gospels as we have them today, brings us the
right.
canonical versions that we have today. And what we have today in our canon is the favorite Gospels, the favorite letters, everything like that, and their favorite versions of said letters and their favorite edits of these Gospels that we have today or that they had at the time. So the point is, once the Proto Catholics become strong enough and establish Rome as their headquarters, they are now officially able to start denouncing other people and saying, "You are excommunicated. You are excommunicated." Prior to that, they didn't have that ability. They were either non-existent or they weren't strong enough to be able to do that. Their strength, their power starts rising in like the mid to late, around the 155 to 160 something is when it starts to really start to take off. So by the time Irenaeus comes around, Irenaeus is able to say that Marcion was excommunicated because he's talking shit about the Marcionites so that people could maybe stop going over to them and start focusing more on the Proto-Catholic branch. That's the idea. That's why Irenaeus talks shit about him, Tertullian talks shit about him, Origen talks shit about him, because they're part of a different sect of Christianity. Like they're attacking the original. They're attacking their competition. They see him as competition.
Right.
They're the new guys in town, and they got to go after the bull.
Yeah,
That
that's that's fair. That's giving me some interesting things to think about. I think I'll have to like read more on Marcion. But so I just wanted to ask. I want to know. So is your position that like the figure of Jesus as like a political rebel who gets executed by the state that then forms a religion that there's then a religion formed around? Do you believe that that person didn't ever exist?
correct. Correct. As far as the Jesus character goes, there in the Gospels, the New Testament, it doesn't even stand up on its own because it contradicts itself within the New Testament. There's anachronisms within the New Testament that show that it's not a historical story. If you
Right.
want to say that Jesus existed, what you'd have to do is you'd have to carve out a Jesus from the New Testament, avoiding any contradictions, avoiding any anachronisms, avoiding things that are lifted from prior sources, avoiding any miracles. You'd have to avoid all of this stuff and carve out a Jesus that doesn't even really look like the rest of the New Testament. You've just kind of carved out your own Jesus. And at that point, like, okay, like even if you think that that guy exists, which I don't think we have any evidence for, because I don't know of any evidence for him, then I mean, at a certain point, he's just a Jesus in name only, or a Gino, as I like to call him. It has nothing to do with the Jesus of the New Testament at that point. Like, it's so incredibly vague. Like, and you could do that with any fictional character. You could make James Bond super vague to the point to where you're like, oh, there's James and he's in Her Majesty's Secret Service, so he's real. And it's like,
Right.
okay, well that's not James Bond then. But I mean, you could do it with Harry Potter, a kid named Harry, born in London in 1980. Okay. But if you're doing it with Jesus, what I would say, and that's why we explicitly say, like in our book, and I'll go into detail on it, even the natural Jesus and Paul, as presented by the New Testament, did not exist. That's what mythicism is. It's not saying that someone named Jesus can't exist, like just a guy. But I'm saying that even if there was a guy named Jesus who existed in the first century, he's still not the guy that the New Testament is trying to say existed, even in the natural way.
Okay. So, and that's fair, because there isn't really very strong or compelling at all evidence that he necessarily existed. I generally tend to ascribe to the idea that he did exist for the reason that I feel like it's more plausible that there was a political rebel who existed at this time who was making these claims, because like Messiah is a political claim, it's not a spiritual claim. As
to
it
be
gets
fair,
co-opted.
we don't have anybody around that time who says they're the Messiah.
Yeah, we don't have any direct proof, and so maybe he's
I'm not just saying Jesus. I'm literally saying there is no example in the first century of anybody claiming to be the Messiah.
Right. It's
like people try to say, "Oh, that was a common claim," and it's like,
yeah, no. There were a lot of
anti-Roman, if you will.
Anti-Roman political movements.
Yeah, but Jesus isn't really anti-Roman. I mean, the way that Jesus is described, he seems to be perfectly fine with them. Like, a centurion comes up to him and asks for him to heal his sex slave. Jesus says to pay your taxes. Like, it's pretty obvious that, like, this Jesus isn't really depicted as this, like, anti-Roman person. And Pilate in all the Gospels talks to him and says he's innocent. Anybody who could potentially be an enemy of the Roman state would not be, or the Roman Empire would not be someone who Pilate is like, I find no fault with this guy.
Yeah, if Jesus was to exist as a historical figure, I would probably reckon him to have been anti-Roman, and those things to have been added in to help Christians cover their asses, I guess, about and protect themselves from the Roman authority by making their religion seem more pro-Roman. But I tend to agree, but I also I also generally believe that Socrates is a real person, even though that we don't have any direct writings from Socrates, and he could totally be
contemporaries of Socrates. We don't have.
We have his students. Jesus. We have his students, which we don't have
for a contemporary.
Well. Right, but also I feel like
we don't have that for Jesus.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying I feel like
have Ptolemy and Xenophon, as well as Plato. Like, there's 3 different contemporaries of Socrates who talk about him. We don't have one contemporary of Jesus who talks about him.
That's fair. Then I guess I would say that I generally believe that Siddhartha Buddha was a real person, even though we don't have any contemporary evidence that he was for, 500 years.
I mean, fair enough. I mean, I haven't looked into Buddha enough to be able to say that Siddhartha actually existed. I have no clue.
Yeah, that's fair. I just generally believe that it's a larger claim to say that there was no person that this religion built itself around than it is to just assume there probably was a historical figure.
Was there a historical person that built themselves around the Greek mythology? No.
I mean, a lot of it
happens.
There's a lot of it was Jason and the Argonauts, Heracles, the Golden Fleece, some of those things are real, things like the Golden Fleece, we know that the people there in God, I can't remember the name of the city. They pull gold out of rivers with sheep's fleeces. And we have this context, things like Odysseus and the Odyssey.
We have things that are similar, but we don't have golden fleece. We can find how it comes together, but it's not a real thing that it's based off of. We can find where Jesus comes together. It's a syncretic thing, but it's not a real person. That's what I'm saying. That you're proving my point. You can see the pieces that come together, that mold together over time with the evolution of thought that brings about this syncretic demigod. But that doesn't mean that there was a person who actually existed. You can
Yeah,
see what
and that's
comes
fair.
together, and we see the puzzle pieces in Evangelion, first gospel that's published. We have 6-word phrase in a row, 6 words in a row that match the wisdom of Sirach, the book of Sirach, that is found in some Catholic Bibles. It is written in Hebrew in the early 2nd century BCE, translated by the author's grandson into Greek in the late 2nd century BCE. It is deemed by Rabbi Akiva to be banned in the 2nd century CE, around the time of the Bar Kokhba revolt, because he says heretics were starting to use it, which is around the same time that we end up with, just about 8 years later, we end up with the first gospel. And I'd like to point out that the first author, this book is just a bunch of teachings and stuff. That's all that it is. It's not really any narrative at all. It's just teachings. Jesus echoes them. We can see that it's using this book very clearly. And the author of that book was named Jesus. His name is Jesus ben Sirach. So, like, it's pretty clear that, like, the name Jesus and teachings was not necessarily, like, crazy. Right? Like, coming up with this character who preaches about the same thing when you're using this book as your source, and we can tell you are. Like, people know that you were using it as a source. We can tell that it's a syncretic belief. We can tell that it's a syncretic story. That doesn't mean it's based off of a real guy, unless you want to say Jesus ben Sirach is the real guy, but he wasn't anywhere close to the time of Pilate. He wasn't even during the Roman Empire.
Right.
So, I mean, it's just kind of, at a certain point, if you want to say Jesus existed, you would have to whittle him down and make him so incredibly vague that it has nothing to do with the New Testament Jesus.
Yeah, which I agree with. I mean, that's generally the stance that I take, other than being like a political rebel.
Then I guess you're a mythicist, really. If you think that even the natural version that is presented by the New Testament of this Jesus character did not exist, and he'd have to be someone completely different from the New Testament, or the way that this New Testament says this all happened to one person, you're a mythicist. That's what that is. It's not that hard. It's not some crazy conspiracy theory. It's like
Yeah, no,
atheism. Like, people go, oh, does that mean you have to say there's no... No, you just have to say, I'm not convinced. That's what atheism is. All you have to do to be a mythicist is say, the Jesus that's presented in the New Testament as all this shit happened, the natural stuff happening to one guy, didn't happen.
yeah, no, and I don't believe that that's a crazy conspiracy. I think that's a completely valid, fair place to stand on. Uh, you know, a theological character from 2,000 years ago or more. But yeah, all right. Well, thank you. You've given me a lot to think about. I'll allow you to continue on with someone new. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you very much for coming up. That was the Big Bazinga Theory. Over there on YouTube, welcome in. I'm very sorry for the late start because I don't know what was going on. Something weird there with OBS. It was saying that I wasn't logged in correctly, or I don't know, some dumb shit. But the point is, welcome in everybody. Hello on TikTok. Hello on YouTube. If you're on YouTube and you want to request up, don't worry. We have the availability to request up. The link is in the chat. I'll go ahead and put it in there just in case. You might have to scroll up for it. But I take guests on TikTok. So if you don't have a TikTok or don't want to come over to TikTok, that's not a problem. You can send a super chat and I will read it out loud, I promise, and I will respond to it. Even if it's calling me, the word of the day here, or the word of the week, I guess, is ignorant. Even if you call me ignorant, that is fine. Try to find a fun way to say ignorant, though. Like a fun way. Don't just call me ignorant. Where's the creativity? Where's the gravitas? Anyways, there is a super chat that I want to get to. Thank you very much. $20. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. That is from Vlad Kingston. He said, picked up your audiobook yesterday. I like that you're narrating it too. Yes, me and my co-author, we read our book, which is Christ Before Jesus. You can get an ebook for the ebook is just $3. There is a print version, obviously, like I just held up, and an audiobook, like Vlad is talking about. They're on Audible, and it is read by my co-author and I. The link is in my bio here on TikTok or on the YouTube profile. So if you want to check it out, definitely you can. Now we've got someone who's been waiting very patiently. This is Ruby. Is it Ruby? Is that how you pronounce your name? Just Ruby?
Yes.
Oh, okay. How's it going, Ruby? What you got?
Good. And you?
It's going. You know, I'm gonna try. My good friend Adam. He has a stream here on TikTok. He's pretty good. You should definitely check him out if you see him in the chat. But people say, "How you doing?" And he says, "If I was doing any better, I'd be a twin." I don't know what that means. Might be a sex joke. I don't like sex jokes. But anyways, that being said, what's going on, Ruby? What you got?
I don't know. I'm just curious about your statement. And I was wondering, where do you get that from?
Oh, yeah. I get it from reading the Bible and seeing that the natural Jesus and Paul do not line up with what we know about the first century.
Okay. So you read the Bible,
Yeah.
which talks about God and His Son, and you don't believe in that He sent His Son to Earth.
I mean, yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Jesus.
I read the Bible and it says that, yeah.
And you don't believe in Jesus.
Right.
Well, I guess we're reading a different Bible then.
What?
Have you read the book
I'm
of
saying
John?
that okay. What? What'd you ask?
Have you read the book of John?
Yes.
Have you read 3:16?
Yep.
How do you understand that?
I understand it to be a fictional story because how would anybody know what he was saying when he was meeting in secret with Nicodemus?
And the book of the Bible is inspired by?
The Greeks?
No, it says inspired by God.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, John doesn't say that, so I don't know what you're talking about. That being said, in John 3, Jesus is meeting with Nicodemus, and how did anybody know what he said?
I mean, I don't know. It's just what we're based on the Bible.
Okay, whenever Jesus is praying in the Garden of Gethsemane, what were his disciples doing?
Run that again?
When Jesus was praying before he gets arrested and crucified, there in the Garden of Gethsemane, what are his disciples doing?
I remember this part.
They're sleeping. So how do they know what he said?
I mean, they never really were behind him. They were just following him around.
No, it says that they were asleep. He literally gets onto him and says, "You couldn't even stay awake for an hour." That's what he says.
Okay.
So how do they know what he says? It's a fake story. It's incredibly fake. It's just no one ever really reads it that way. They read it like it's real and they just move on because it's really cool. I mean, you're like, oh my God.
Okay, well, I was doing some research on this guy, Martian.
Okay.
And it says he believed in Paul was the true apostle of Jesus Christ. So how could he believe that someone was an apostle of someone who doesn't exist?
Because Paul is probably a placeholder for himself. Paul means the small one, and Marcion means little Mark. So Paul is probably just a placeholder for Marcion. We don't even have any evidence of anybody using that.
So he was talking about himself in the third person?
Yeah. But to be fair, the Pauline epistles do not seem to be coming from him per se, like him. It's more his students. He has students called the Marcionites. And so they publish in 144 these letters of Paul and stuff like that. And there's different authors within it. So it's more likely that Paul is just a placeholder for Marcion. Like, it's talking about him being the greatest apostle because it says he got the gospel through revelation.
So his placeholder was an apostle of Jesus Christ who apparently doesn't exist?
Right, because the mythology, this gospel, he says, I got through revelation, not because he learned it from anybody.
It doesn't make sense to me, to be honest.
What, the gospel?
No, that guy Martian.
Okay, you can't wrap your head around the idea that people write about fictional people?
He's talking about himself in the third person and talk about the guy that don't exist and the apostle of the guy that don't exist and make a whole freaking religion out of it. Like, what the hell?
Okay.
Makes no sense.
You
To
can't
be honest,
think about how like Joseph Smith
I
would
can.
talk about himself in the third person and also make up a whole religion called Mormonism. That's bullshit. Yeah.
I mean,
People do that all the time.
religion is really you will really have to speak Hebrew, which is the First Testament,
Well, that
and
doesn't
then
make any
Greek,
sense because the New
and then
Testament is
Greek,
Greek.
which
Okay.
is the Second Testament. So
It's
you will,
called the
I
New
have to
Testament.
go back to the rules,
Sweet.
speak
Yeah. So
Hebrew,
whenever we
read
analyze the
Hebrew,
text, we're analyzing the
speak
Greek.
Greek,
Yes.
read Greek, yeah, and
Yep.
actually put it together and come up with
That's what
a
we do.
true religion. Okay, so do you speak Hebrew and Greek and
Do you?
the other
Do
part?
you
No,
speak Hebrew and Greek?
no. So I guess
So I guess you don't
it's
understand it
on
either.
now. He say, she say for now because apparently
Sweet.
if we cannot speak the language, we cannot go back to the rules. We
Cool.
cannot
We don't have to
actually know
speak
what
the
the
language.
truth
We have to be able to
is.
analyze the text itself. And considering the fact that we don't have anything prior to Marcion, I don't know what to tell you. Like it starts with
That's what I'm
Marcion.
saying. I cannot tell you. I only believe in Jesus. So you believe in that guy Marcion, and I believe in Jesus. So I
Yeah,
guess
because Marcion
to
has
each
a
their own.
contemporary who's talking about him. Justin Martyr says that he was alive at the same time as Marcion. There's not anybody who writes and says, I'm alive at the same time as Jesus. Can you
Yeah.
name anybody who was writing at the same time as Jesus who mentioned him?
No, they were
Okay,
all
yeah. So
writing
it sounds
after
like
him.
Marcion's a lot more believable than Jesus. Do you have anything else?
I believe in Moses, Abraham, and all of them. They were before Jesus.
Cool, awesome. Do you also believe in Harry
Adam
Potter,
and
Clifford the Big Red
Eve,
Dog, Bob the Builder, and
Adam and
Spider-Man?
Eve, and all of them.
Do you believe in Harry Potter?
No.
There's just as much evidence for Harry Potter as there is for Jesus and Moses.
So I guess we're both right. We're both wrong and we're both right.
No, you're
There would have
wrong,
to come a
and
person to
those
prove
are
us
fake people.
wrong to like really understand, to really, until you told me, freaking point me out here was, see, that Jesus don't exist. See, that one does. I guess I will believe y'all, but there's no, so far you're
I'm gonna
just
keep it
quoting a
real with you, Chief. I
man
don't know what the fuck
that
you're talking about at this
believes,
point.
that was talking to a guy, that was following a guy that was supposedly of the guy that don't exist. That's all I know about. That's what it says right here on
You are
Google
aware that it's
about him.
11:30, at least in Central Time. You're not supposed to be drunk at this time of day. You know that, right?
I'm not drunk. I'm just telling you, it doesn't make no damn sense.
What? That you've
It's
been
just
drinking this early?
pathetic. No, like you over here trying to like dismantle a whole freaking belief
And
that
you're out
Jesus
here
and Paul
talking
don't
in
exist.
cursive about Jesus and Paul and Moses and stuff like that, just dribbling on. So I have no idea what's going on, but do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul? Like legitimate evidence, or you want to continue just drunk history?
Well, what's your evidence on this guy that you're quoting?
Who am I quoting?
Marcion.
When did I quote him?
Well, you seem to be very interested in that guy. So I
Okay.
like
Being interested in
that's the only
somebody is
name I
different from
keep
quoting
hearing
him.
about you. Like you're talking about Ham and Ham and Ham in the New Testament. So was your like your evidence that he
Ribby,
existed?
it is very apparent to me and to the 300 people here on TikTok and to however many are on there they're on YouTube that you have a brain filled with dead moths and batteries. So I have no idea what's going on here. We're going to go ahead and just
Likewise.
move on.
Likewise. Bye.
Sounds good. All right. Do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul? Request up. 356 viewers on YouTube, 316 viewers on TikTok. Come on up if you've got evidence for Jesus or Paul. I am begging you for it. After somebody like that, you gotta be able to back it up with something. Like, come on. Come on now. Come on now, you hear? come on up. Let's see here. No proof he existed or not. Yeah, cool. Awesome. So that's why you believe in something that you don't have any evidence for? Ryan said, Ruby, sober up and come back. Yeah, Ash. Yeah, she asked me if I've read John 3:16. As if reading it, I'm just be like, you know what, guys? I think that's it. I'm convinced. That's how that works.
God be praised.
I know what's wrong with it. Ain't got no gas in it.
And boom goes the dynamite.
Bella! Where the hell have you been, Loca?
Arby's, we have the meats.
Bruh.
Come on and slam, and welcome to the jam.
Hello there.
He needs some milk!
I like turtles.
No one knows what it means, but it's provocative. It gets the people going.
Babality. Oh my.
All right. If you've got evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up.
When the fuck did we get ice cream?
All right. Those eyebrows. Yana says, that's funny. Yana's like, what? She goes, what is happening?
It's illegal for you to ask me that.
All right. Still waiting to see if there's any evidence for Jesus or Paul.
Well, how are you?
Hello there.
It's me, Jesus. How you doing?
Doing good. Name your brothers for me.
I don't fucking know.
Yeah, exactly. All right. If you've got evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Now, need I remind you, if you are a Christian, and I've got to do this every time because the Christians just decide, oh, I don't want to take time out of my busy schedule to go talk to somebody about my Lord and Savior. 1 Peter 3:15 says, always be prepared to give an answer to everyone who asks you to give the reason for the hope that you have, but do this with gentleness and respect. Gentleness and respect, everybody. Respect. Again, 1 Peter 3:15 says you should always be prepared to give a defense of why you believe what you believe when questioned or demanded of you, depending on your translation, and do this respectfully. If you don't come up here and take time out of your busy schedule to talk to the guy on YouTube or TikTok who looks like a fucking cowboy, if you don't do this, then Jesus is going to look at you whenever you die and he's going to say, depart from me. I never knew you. You didn't take time out of your schedule to talk to the cowboy on TikTok about my existence. You couldn't do it? You couldn't be bothered? Get thee behind me, Satan. If you don't come up and give evidence for Jesus or Paul, you're letting God down, according to 1 Peter 3:15. And when God gets sad, he unalives a puppy. Twice. Same puppy, though. Same puppy. He brings it back and then he unlives it again. Go ahead. Go ahead. Fact check me. Look it up. Look it up. Look it up. It's in the book of Esther. Sorry. You're going to have to check it out. Check it out. I don't make the rules. I don't break the rules. That's how I go. Don't make the rules. Don't break the rules. Dr. Sean Murphy. What you got there?
Yeah, hello.
What is the little thing next to your name?
No, it's the Islam symbol.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're... I don't know anything about
Muslim,
like
alhamdulillah.
TV or celebrities or anything like that, so I'm guessing that that's not you there in the profile picture.
No, that's not me. That's a show.
No.
But what do you mean Jesus, peace be upon him, never existed?
You said... What was that about peace?
No, I said Jesus, peace be upon him. What do you mean he didn't exist?
Oh, peace. Okay, yeah. Yeah, he didn't exist. Like, what do I mean? He didn't exist? I don't know how to break it down. He did not exist. He was not a person. He did not walk the earth. He's not existent. I don't know how to break that down anymore.
Wow, bro.
He's not real.
Okay,
It's fake, fiction, a lie,
Okay.
a story,
Okay. So are you
fabricated.
Okay,
What other synonym do you want?
so how does half of the world believe in Jesus?
How? Are you serious?
Yeah. I'm not trying to say that proves him, but I'm trying to ask you if he was fabricated, how is it that, like, that convinces too many people?
How was the entire Roman Empire believing in Jupiter if Jupiter wasn't real? How were the Greeks believing in Zeus if Zeus wasn't real?
Good question, bro. Okay, let me try proving to you that Jesus, peace be upon him, lived. Okay.
You can just say Jesus, dude. Like, no one's gonna tell your imam that, like, you didn't throw in the little tagline.
The angels can hear me.
No, they can't. And I'm pretty sure they would understand that for the sake of efficiency, you're just gonna say Jesus. You don't have to say all the police shit.
I said peace be upon him, not police, bro. Chill out.
Piss be upon... Why are you pissing on him?
Yo, please chill out, bro. Stop doing that, bro. I'm saying peace be upon him. Peace. May Allah be pleased with him.
Oh, peas. Gotcha.
Yes.
Oh, like in a pod.
Yes. What?
Like you said peas, right?
Bro, what are you going to do when Jesus comes back, bro?
Same thing I'm doing right here. Talk about how he didn't exist 2,000 years ago. Because if Jesus comes back right now next to me, all that means is that he's here next to me. That doesn't have anything to do with whether or not he existed 2,000 years ago.
But Jesus walks up to you tomorrow and he tells you, I'm Jesus Christ.
Cool. Then what that means is that Jesus walked up to me tomorrow, or is going to walk up to me tomorrow and say, hey, I'm Jesus Christ. That doesn't have anything to do with 2,000 years ago.
Okay, but let me try proving it to you, yeah?
Okay,
I think
listen. Let me break this down in a way that even a Muslim can understand. All right? Do you have a sibling?
Well, that's a stereotype, bro. Okay.
A stereotype?
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, considering the fact you have to give a catchphrase every time you mention someone's name, means that I'm going to have to break this down to an elementary level. All right? So please, do you have a sibling? Yes or no? Doesn't matter how many, doesn't matter what gender, just do you have a sibling?
Yeah, like so many.
Okay, that's fine. So, if you introduce me to your sibling, I would acknowledge that they exist. They're right here in front of me. But
I know what you're saying.
If you then said, oh, my sibling also existed 2,000 years ago, I would be like, that's bullshit. And you're like, but you see them right here. And, and why wouldn't you just assume they were here 2,000 years ago?
I would have the same reaction as well.
If Jesus came up to me tomorrow, if he came up to me tomorrow and said, I'm Jesus Christ, I'd be like, okay, you're coming up to me and you're saying you're Jesus Christ. If you showed me his ID and it said Jesus Christ and his middle name is Henry or whatever, that's fine. But that doesn't mean he was walking around in the desert 2,000 years ago, man. Those are completely different set of proof.
Let me tell you, listen. If the Messiah came up to you tomorrow and he what did he do? Like, he just did some crazy magic no one can do.
That means that the Messiah came up and did some magic. That doesn't mean that they existed 2,000 years ago. How are you not getting this? Well, I've already established you're Muslim. But nevertheless, how are you not understanding or comprehending the idea that just because I see something happen in front of my face, that doesn't mean that it was here 2,000 years ago in the desert? Like, how is that?
Okay, bro,
Those are
you
two
get it.
different things.
You don't get it, but it's okay, bro. We can
No.
read it. Let's-
If you saw a miracle in front of you, would you immediately go, that person was in the desert 2,000 years ago?
If he tells me that, I'd believe him. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So if he tells me, if someone walks up to me tomorrow and says, I was in the desert 2,000 years ago, I would
And
just
he does
automatically
something-
believe him?
No. If he does a miracle, if he like what, like does
If he does a
something
miracle, what
crazy.
is a miracle? Okay, sweet. He pulls a rabbit out of the hat and he says, I was in the desert 2,000 years ago.
No. Like something like split the moon, get food out of
Okay,
nowhere.
so he
like
splits the
something.
moon in half, a la, some kind of, I don't know.
He
it sounds
splits
like
the moon,
something a
wallahi,
pedophile
I'm
would do,
following
but
him.
Nevertheless, so he splits the moon in half, and then I guess he puts it back together or something.
Allah
and I'm
puts-
watching, I'm like,
Allah
oh
puts
my
it back
God, that's
together.
incredible.
Yeah, I believe whatever he says. to
That
me
wouldn't
after that.
automatically mean that he existed 2,000 years ago. It would mean that he
Well,
just split
well,
the
I guess
moon in
we
half.
have two different. Well, I guess we have two different thinking systems. Because if a man
Yeah,
split the
because
moon, he
you
told me-
believe nonsense without any evidence just because someone wowed you. I mean, if
That's the
somebody
evidence.
came up to you and said, look how big my dick is, you're like, you must have been, I'll believe everything you say. Like, that doesn't make any sense, dude. Like,
Okay,
that's the
okay,
problem.
bro.
The difference between someone who is outside the box and someone inside the box with a lot of like spiritual psychosis is that person is going to believe, that second person is going to believe literally anything that anyone who impresses them is going to say, which is why you believe your mom, which is why you believe your parents, which is why you
Imam?
believe, which is why like Catholics believe priest, which is why Protestants believe their pastors, which is why Hindus believe their teachers, and all these different people believe in their,
Okay,
their
I got you,
shamans
man.
and their yogis and all the different leaders. Because as soon as somebody impresses them, they go, oh my God, I'll believe everything you say. Don't fucking do that. If they're making claims that don't have anything to do with what they just said or did or their own lifetime,
whoa.
then you
Tell
can
you-
go,
tell you
hey,
why.
you should absolutely reserve the right and then practice said right to say, I would like evidence for that, please. Even
Let me
if
tell you why.
Jesus himself showed up, even if Muhammad himself showed up
Sallallahu
and
alaihi
split the
wasallam.
moon in front of me, all I would do is say, Muhammad's in front of me and he split the moon. Cool. That doesn't automatically mean that everything that was ever said about Muhammad was true. Does it? Does it? And by the way,
mean, it was.
which stories are we going with? Does that mean that if Jesus shows up tomorrow and says, I'm real and I existed 2,000 years ago, does that automatically mean that the infancy gospel of Thomas is real? And when Jesus was a kid, he
No.
made another kid explode? Like, which gospels are true?
Ayo,
Wait, and by the way, does it mean that if he existed 2,000 years ago, that the Gospels are true and he was crucified? Or does it mean that the Quran is true, which
He wasn't
wasn't 2,000
crucified.
years ago,
He wasn't
and he
crucified.
wasn't crucified? Which
he
one
wasn't
is it?
crucified. He's in the second heavens.
Sweet.
He's
Well, it
in the-
doesn't say that in the New Testament, and the New Testament came first. So how do I know which story is true, even if I see him in front of me? And he says, I existed 2,000 years ago. How do I know which story of him 2,000 years ago was true?
Just what he tells
You see my point? There's a whole bunch of contradicting stories that say that Jesus existed 2,000 years ago and say he did different things, went different
I
places,
got you, okay, bro, forget about
unalived
that.
different people.
Can we talk about the crucifixion?
No,
Listen.
please, I want you to explain to me how seeing somebody who claims to be someone around 2,000 years ago and maybe even shows me a miracle, how I would know which contradictory story to believe of him.
No, that's a valid point, bro. I agree with you, but I want to get to proving to you Jesus
Then
existed.
please,
okay?
for the love of all that is holy, which definitely isn't that fucking box in the desert, please stop making the dumbass argument. The dumbass
Chill
argument
out.
that simply because I might see Jesus, that proves that he was here 2,000 years ago.
Okay,
That's not how
I
that
agree.
works.
I mean, that's not how you think. But I mean, if Jesus came to me tomorrow and did some random miracle no one can ever do, I think I'm gonna believe him and follow him.
Okay, so
whatever he does, bro.
which story would you follow?
If he tells me, guess what? If he tells me the New Testament is the truth, the Quran is false, well, guess what? I'm following him if he does some random miracle, bro. Wallahi. Listen,
So it sounds like you would literally abandon everything in your life as long as someone impresses you. That is pathetic.
if the Messiah himself did something you and me cannot do, something supernatural, I will have
And
to
if
believe
my grandmother had wheels, she'd be a bike. It doesn't even matter how many hypotheticals you come up with. It's still not going to happen anyways. It doesn't matter. So please, present the rest of your evidence for Jesus actually existing.
Okay, I got you. Now let me give you the argument now, right? I know you've heard this, but I'm just gonna say this, bro. Okay?
Well, not a great start, but please continue.
I mean, of course, you've been on here. Like, I know you've been. Everyone's gonna say this, but I'm just gonna say this, okay? I think
you'll be the lucky one to actually get it through to me. That's what it is. Yeah.
Okay.
It's kind of like you're an atheist to all these different gods except for Allah. So all of them are just fake, made up nonsense. But yours is the right one. It's special.
I mean, no. Bro, no, like Allah revealed himself through the Torah.
Oh yeah, cool. And Zeus revealed himself through the oracles.
Difference is Allah created you.
Cool.
But anyways,
difference is Zeus is actually more powerful than Allah, according to
nonsense. Why are we talking about the Lord of the heavens and the earth, bro? Let's talk about Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, that's right. We don't want to talk about Zeus. Let's go back to Jesus.
Talk about Allah, bro. Chill out, bro. Please. Allah forgive me. Okay, listen. Okay, so let's talk about Jesus Christ, okay? First of all, we know very well, 2,000 years ago, there's a Jewish man, the Jews didn't really like him, and he was very famous. Let me start my argument, okay? And that we can find it in Tacitus, and I know your argument against
Are you
that,
still talking about Jesus? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm trying to prove that Jesus exists.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, you're the lucky one to be able to do it. So far, we've got, let's see, 36, 37... And we've got 47 people prior to you in just about a little over 3 weeks that have, tried this argument, and you're the one who's actually going to do it. Yeah.
Okay.
Your way of explaining it is going to be the best way. I've never heard this way before. It's going to be so good. And everybody, we're all going to be singing songs and shit like that. We got 339 people on TikTok. We got 372 people. I hope that all roughly 700 of you, I hope that you're all ready to start making all the females in your life dress like they're in plastic bags and walk around and completely avoid eye contact with men. We're about to all become Muslim in about 10 seconds.
Say what lie?
10 seconds. Here it is, guys.
No, let me finish. No,
I don't. Oh, did he just make fun of Islam? Yeah, fucking did. Yeah, it's oppressive to women. Eat shit.
I don't care what you say. I mean, Allah's
no. I'm not talking to you necessarily. I'm talking to all the liberals in the chat who are just like, oh my God, he just insulted Islam.
Oh, liberals. Oh, the guys that like everything. They don't hate anything. Yeah, bro. Okay. So my argument against Jesus existing here, we've got. Let me just have some a good amount of evidence. You got Tacitus, Josephus. They mentioned a Jewish man that the Jews hated, and they crucified him on a.
This is from Tacitus.
I believe Josephus.
Wait. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and just make sure that the mark is put down for Tacitus. So for Josephus, it's even more. We've got 53 people.
Wow.
We got 53 people prior to you who have made this argument.
Okay.
Yours is special, though. Yours is special.
No.
Now, they had the power of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. All three of them were behind you. You've got Allah.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Yeah, unfortunately, you've just got one of them. They've got a whole team. They've got the Avengers behind them. You've got maybe Mantis?
No. I don't need a pagan god behind me. I need one true God, and that's Allah. Okay? Now let's bro,
I want to change. Same God, dipshit.
Allah and Jesus are the same God?
I didn't say that.
Jesus is a slave of Allah, peace be upon him. Okay, listen. Let me tell you
Jesus is a slave. That's what he said.
He's a slave of Allah. Muhammad is a slave of Allah. Peace be upon them all, and Allah grant them Jannatul Firdaus. Okay, listen.
So really quick, you're saying Jesus? Okay, really quick. Let's just make sure that we're all on the same page.
Yeah.
So we've got Jesus. He's a slave to Allah, right?
Every single prophet is.
Okay, and then you got Muhammad as well. He's a slave to Allah.
Moses, Isaac, Jacob, Adam.
So he would be a slave to Allah as well. Like both of them would be.
Everyone's a slave of Allah.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I'm a slave.
Just making sure.
Yeah, Allah's the master. Anyways,
just making sure.
Yeah. So about I want to forget about Josephus because I feel like I'm not gonna win there, bro. I'll be honest. I'll be humble. Okay, I want to talk about the Talmud.
Please be humble.
I want to talk about the Talmud.
I mean, you're a slave. Please be humble.
May Allah.
Humble, yeah.
May Allah
They're
not
about
forgive
something
you.
about slave. Dr. Sean
Yeah,
Murphy.
I'm a slave of Allah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Slavery
bro,
be upon
listen.
you. Yeah.
Bro, can I establish my point, bro? You're kind of funny but rude as well, but like I don't really get offended by that. Okay, so about the Talmud, right? About the Talmud. Let's say Jesus Christ never existed, hypothetically. Let me grant
Jesus
you
Christ
a
never
position.
existed. Oh, done.
No! Yo, listen.
What?
Chill out.
You said
I'm
let's
saying
say
if-
it, and I said it, so we're done here, right?
Oh, bro, let me speak, bro. I'm saying if we were to grant your paradigm, the reason why it doesn't make sense is because the Jews hate Jesus. They don't believe he's a Messiah. They believe he's a blasphemer. And now they're just talking about him in the Talmud. They say...
The Talmud is
yeah.
written between the 3rd to 6th century. Why do I
Wait.
give a
Let me
fuck?
just make my point. You can respond after. Okay?
No,
They say-
it's a dumb point. Something that shows
Wait,
up
they
as
are
late
alive.
as... Listen.
They say we
when does
humiliate you.
Christianity become the official religion of the entire Roman Empire? What year is that? What year is it?
I really don't care about that.
Okay, sweet. It's 380. When was the Talmud written?
Enlighten me.
All right. It's written sometime between 201 and 501. So 380 is pretty much smack dab in the middle of that. There's a very good chance that the line about Jesus was written after Christianity had become the official religion of the Roman Empire. In
You're saying the
fact,
Talmud was
almost
written
300
after?
years... yes. The Babylonian
Then
Talmud...
who wrote it?
What?
Who wrote it?
It's multiple rabbis. There's not one single author of the Talmud. What are you talking about?
Oh no, what do they benefit from writing that Talmud?
Because they're trying to get Jews to not go and join Christianity because it says in there that Jesus is boiling in liquid shit forever.
Yeah,
sorry. Shit be upon him. Keep going.
Astaghfirullah.
I mean, that's what he's saying.
I mean, that's what the Jews are saying. May Allah
Yeah. So we're quoting him. So shit be upon him, right?
Yeah, and they say Mary was a adulterous woman, whatever. What I'm trying to say to you at the end of the day is, why would they be telling
Terror
us
be
this
upon 'em.
if they hate Jesus? That's my
Say
point.
what?
Why are they telling us this if they hate
It's
Jesus?
not
It
that they
doesn't make-
hate Jesus. It's that they don't like Christianity because they culturally appropriated from him. You should know a lot about cultural appropriation, seeing as like the earliest Muslims had crosses above their gravestones and prayed towards Jerusalem. Also, the Quran straight up uses like things like the parable of the 7 sleepers and the infancy gospel of Thomas. So you should know a lot about like pulling from another religion.
I mean, yeah, Islam was the very first religion.
I can't hear you, man.
About that point, Islam doesn't start 1400 years ago. Islam started with Jesus, Moses, Adam. Very first slave of Allah was Adam.
That's not even true whatsoever. Just retconning your way through history does not actually make you
By the way,
history.
Wait. You know what? This now. I'm gonna cook you, bro. Like, listen. You're atheist, right?
When did I say I was an atheist?
Okay, let's say you've got an atheist over there. 1400 years ago, a person who doesn't believe in no God, believes in science or whatever.
I have
Are they
no
an
idea what you're
atheist?
talking about.
Now, I'm giving you an example. When
A
you say
person
Islam
who
started-
believes in no God?
a person who believes in science 1400 years ago.
What do you mean in
Okay,
science? That's not a thing.
Atheists, like they don't believe God created them.
An atheist 1400 years ago is an atheist. Yes. Congratulations.
No,
You know
exactly.
words.
But
anything
was
else?
the exact word atheist?
It depends on what language you're speaking.
No, like I mean, let's say you're from England or America. Was the exact word like
1400 years ago. I wouldn't be speaking anything because I don't know the language of the Native Americans. It'd be maybe Cherokee or something? Iroquois?
Bro, the point I'm trying to make is
the point you're trying to make is really dumb.
I'm trying to say to you, wait. I'm trying to say to you, just because Islam, okay, the name just came 1400 years ago, doesn't mean that the practice wasn't being practiced from the very start. Just because they didn't call themselves Muslims, okay, like
the term listen. The problem is the fact that you tried to compare it to a term as opposed to an actual
that's
religion.
what I'm doing.
No, listen. Islam is a religion. Judaism is a religion. Christianity is a religion. Mormonism is a religion. Buddhism, Hinduism, Jainism, these are religions. Scientology is a religion. We do not have Scientologists before Scientology. That doesn't make any sense. We do not have Muslims before Islam. That's not how that works. What we do have is we have the term atheist. Atheist is just a term. It's not a religion. Atheism is not founded at a certain point in time.
It kind of is.
No, listen, you dumb piece of shit. A theist A theist would be the opposite of an atheist or an anti-theist, all right?
Yeah, I know.
So
they
the
believe
term
there's a possibility of God.
the term theist was a term that had been around before Islam. It was around before Judaism. It was around before Christianity. It's around before Buddhism.
what's
It's
the
just
evidence for
somebody
that?
who believes in a God. Someone who
what's the evidence
doesn't
for that?
believe in a God is just somebody who doesn't believe in a God. That's not a religion.
Theist was a word before Judaism. Wallahi, you don't have no evidence for that, bro.
Ateo?
Theist.
Theist, like a word in
A
specific,
person
like
who
theist
believes-
is an English term, but someone who believes in a God absolutely was a term prior to Judaism.
Okay. Let's just use that example. Then let's say before Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam came around, there was people that were
Gesundheit.
Muslims, but they referred to themselves with different names, like different languages, so different names.
There
Like,
is
why
no
can't
one
you
who
say
is
that?
there is
You
no
can't
one who
refute
is
that.
calling themselves the version of the word Muslim in another language prior to, say, the 5th century. There's no one like in the 400s.
You've just
or
made a
something like
mistake.
that.
You've just
Go
made a
ahead and show
mistake.
me one person
I got
in the
you. No, wait.
400s who is using the term that means Muslim in another language.
Okay. You said the term Muslim came around 5th century, but
I didn't say that.
Muhammad was born 200 years after, though.
I didn't say that.
Wallah, you said that.
Also, by the
You
way,
can ask your chat.
I didn't say that. I
you
said
did.
I said that there's not a single person in the 400s or the 5th century who is calling themselves a Muslim in whatever language. That's not a thing. I didn't say that a time when it started. I just said that there's a time
That's
when
a
you
fallacy,
don't have it.
bro. That's a verbatim fallacy. Listen, just because
Cool.
it's not
You
the
made a
exact word-
point. You tried to say that there were people prior that called
Yeah,
themselves
but okay.
that. Prior
I'm
to
not
what?
saying that. I'm not saying Muslim, like the word we have today.
Okay.
The word
Well, you're saying
evolved.
the equivalent in another language.
Like
What language?
prostrating, they'll do what we would do, and they would believe
Sweet.
in the
Well,
messenger
that's
of
not
their
the
time.
same term. You said that they call themselves Muslims, or whatever that is in that language.
Wallahi, I know. I said the equivalent to a Muslim.
So
but the
correct. Even with
term-
Allah behind you, you still put your foot all the way down your throat.
Bro, Allah is not omnipresent. He's not around me. Anyways,
It's a good point. If he was here, we tell him to go fuck himself as long as you.
I mean,
I don't know what to tell you.
Allah doesn't have to prove himself to you. On the day of judgment, you're gonna be.
Is he
crying
all powerful,
afterwards.
by the way?
All powerful. He can take you out of existence right now.
Is he
if
all
wants.
powerful? Is Allah all powerful?
100%, yeah.
Oh, okay. Is it possible for him to create a dick that's so big he can't suck it? Is that possible?
May Allah curse you.
Is that possible?
Now that's what I call a Texas barbecue.
Oh, you'll love to see it. All right. Let's see if there's any more super chats. Oh, no, but there is a gift membership there from Emir. So please enjoy your membership, whoever that went to. Thank you very, very much for getting the gift membership there. Emir, that is awesome. If you are a member over there on YouTube, you get access to videos before other people do, sometimes about a month out. You also get access to some members-only content, like us answering questions, me and my co-author answering questions that people have given us, as well as going through some of the bad reviews of our book or the bad reviews of this show, and kind of responding to them as well. So please enjoy the membership over there, and if you can, go ahead and grab one. What is going on? We got a couple people. I'll go ahead and accept everybody up. This is Uncle, with a K, Uncle Rico.
Hey.
Bet I can throw that football over them mountains.
Over the mountains? Back in 82, throw a pigskin a quarter mile.
Hell yeah. All right. What you got, Uncle Rico?
So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what your standard of like proof would be. So like
for
when,
a person in antiquity, you mean?
Yeah. I mean, because that's my hang up on most of these debates.
Let me address it. There's different levels of confidence that we can have. The highest level of confidence would be something like archaeological for that person, potentially even their remains or descendants or something. That would be really, really good. But then your next level is going to be writings about them from contemporaries, or writings from them that we can see stylometrically comes back as that one author. Writings to them that stylometrically comes back as that author. That's really good. Then you have writings shortly after they die that tell them, talk about them in a mundane way. And don't include any kind of errors or anything like that, for like historical errors. Then finally we get like a bunch of layers of dog shit. And finally, the Gospels, which are talking about Jesus and say that he's not only do they include magic, but they also include things called anachronisms, which shows that this story is historically impossible. There's contradictions, and the story we can see is lifted from prior works. Paul's letters, we can see multiple authors even within the authentic books. So it's pretty bad. It falls apart under scrutiny.
So I just So so you're saying that the Gospels wouldn't fall into that second category, just
like
based off
contemporaries?
of like based off of what you're describing to be like, I
We
mean,
don't
essentially
have
like
anybody
science
in the
fiction.
text who says that they're a contemporary. Like, we don't have any text. Like, none of the Gospels say that they're written by somebody who was there.
Okay. And then you refute like Paul's letters as well.
Right. Yeah.
And so okay, so based off of what I know, which is not a ton, like I'm you know,
No worries.
but based off of what I know, I mean, it's fairly, I mean, amongst scholars, it's pretty generally accepted that Paul did write, like, I mean, with a fair amount of certainty, according to them, that that he wrote like most of the letters to the churches, right? And there's a couple that are in like debate that are disputed, right? Like, so no one
Well,
knows
like,
who wrote
one of
like
the
Hebrews.
authentic ones is like Romans, but Romans is a massive text. Let me show you what a text looks like. A letter. I'm going to flip to a random page here. So this is an entire letter. Right here. This is an entire letter.
Okay.
This is actually a pretty long one. That's an entire letter back then. This is from Pliny. All right?
Okay.
Romans is fucking massive. It's the equivalent of like a college textbook today. Like, and Romans is apparently written to the Romans while Paul is in Corinth about to go to Rome. He would beat the courier there. It would be expensive to write it. It'd be expensive to send it. He would get there before the letter got there. It doesn't make any sense. That's like being in college and writing like a textbook to your mom before you head out to go see her for Christmas. Like, just tell her when you get there, dude. It's nothing big of a deal.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it sounds like or at least like you have information as far as like the details of like dates and times that I'm not fully up to date with. I mean,
dates and times, really. I'm just taking a look at
so
letters at the time.
what you're saying is that you read that Paul wrote the letter to Rome, right? Prior to him going there, but shortly after he wrote the letter, he's there, essentially.
No, I'm saying that if you were to put a letter in the mail and then go to that destination, who do you think is going to get there first?
I mean, dude, so that, I mean, just based off of what you just said, there's not enough content. There's not enough information there to really,
what are you talking about?
Like,
they didn't have
okay,
planes
so
or anything. They didn't have planes or trains or automobiles.
So if I wrote, it's like, so, okay. So like what you just said, if I wrote a letter to my mom and then was like, hey, I'm going to come see you on my birthday, right? Which is in July. But then I sent it to her in January. Then the fucking letter's going to get there before I get there.
Paul explicitly says that he's about to head out.
Okay.
So it's not like, oh, hey, I'm going to come see you guys in a year.
Can you give me the exact context of that? Like what does he say?
Sure. Let's see here. We're looking at, let's see. Whoops. Shit. All right. So he leaves for Rome. We're looking at the end of Romans. Have you actually read Romans, by the way?
I love Romans, yeah. I'm not like I remember everything, but like Romans chapter 7 is one of my favorite pieces of writing ever.
Romans 15, that's the chapter I went to. 15, 23 to 24. All right. So let's see here. This is a reason that I have often been hindered from coming to you, but now, with no further place for me to, in these regions, I desire, as I've meant for years, to come to you when I go to Spain. Because Spain is, like, further than Rome. For I do hope to see you on my journey, and to be sent on by you once I have enjoyed your company for a little while. So he's about to leave out. Acts says that he ends up leaving out. Because we can go to... There's Acts in 1921. Let's see. And it says, this is a bunch of different versions of it. Paul decided to go to Jerusalem, passing through Macedonia and Achaia. After I had been there, he said, I must visit Rome also. These places are on the way to Rome, which is what he says there. He's going to Spain. So he's leaving from Corinth, and you would pass by Achaia, you pass by Macedonia, you get to Rome, and then you go to Spain. So he's headed to Spain, and so he's wanting to stop by. So he would beat the mail there because the courier would have to also deliver other letters.
But I don't think that you've provided enough detail around that to like make any sort of definitive statement in regards to like timeline. I mean, if he was like, hey, I'm writing this on the way out the door, like be there in 20 minutes or whatever, like then that makes sense, right? But if it seems, I mean, it just seems very general, you know, and in that, so, I mean, so within what you just said, like, I still don't see it being like not feasible that the timeline could disagree with you.
Wait. So Romans is not his first letter. According to the timeline of Paul, let's see here. Let's see. Romans is written according to this. Around 57 to 58 is when most people would place it, when most scholars would place it. Let's see here. While he's in Corinth. And he ends up dying in Rome, according to Christian tradition.
Right.
In 64. So he's imprisoned and then unalived in 64. But the reason why they think that is because they're just kind of placing that close to the fire in Rome that happens in 64. So it just kind of happens while he's over there.
Okay.
So the point is, as far as the actual dates of going, when does Paul go to Rome? It says 59. So in late 58, he sends the letter, and then in 59, he goes. So it's right about the same time. So he leaves out after he writes a letter.
Okay, so that's fair, but just based off of that timeline and my unfamiliarity with like ancient travel, I mean, so you're saying that there's, based off of what you're looking at, that there's no chance that letter could have arrived in Rome, you know, a few months prior to Paul showing up.
Even if it beat him by like a week. It wouldn't make any sense. He's going there.
Okay, but you're saying that it would have beat him there by like a week or whatever the case, right?
Even
But
if
the timeline,
it would beat him by a week, and he's going there. He can actually say it. In fact, he was there for apparently 4 fucking years, 4 or 5.
I know, but you're, I guess. So again, and I don't know how long it would take one to travel there, and I don't know how long it would take for the letter to arrive. But based off the timelines you just gave me, so end of 58 and at some point in 59, I mean, at most you have what, a year potentially?
Sure.
Okay. And you're saying that does not afford enough time for the letter to arrive and serve its purpose.
From Corinth all the way to
prior.
Rome?
Yeah.
From somebody who delivers mail?
Sure.
Be a pretty short window. Considering
a
the
year?
fact that he's got other things to, considering the fact that he'd have other things to actually write or other things to deliver. Why, you think it's just going straight from Corinth to Rome? That's it?
Not familiar. I mean, is there
mail delivery?
And this is really getting into the weeds. And again, hey man, and just so you know, I appreciate you having the conversation. But it's getting into the weeds, but like, how
Okay.
familiar are
Well, we
you
can
with
get out
like
of the weeds if you want.
No, totally fine. I just real quick, how familiar are you with like the the process that occurred or the
For
method that
mail
was
delivery?
used for him to deliver that? Well, who
It
brought
would
it to
either
Rome?
be
He just sent it in the mail.
According to church tradition, it's a letter sent in the mail. Unfortunately, I don't even think he existed to write the letter in the first century or that it was an actual letter. And what I'm trying to tell you is that it would be a stupid size as well. I'm ultimately trying to get you to realize that it would be a very stupid idea for him to write something of that size and then go to that place. That's what I'm trying to say. If you want to nitpick and try to say that maybe the letter got there first, cool. Would you write a letter to your mom that was the size of a equivalent of a college textbook today, and then show up the next week and basically be able to just say all that stuff anyways? Like, what would be the fucking point of that?
I'm just not certain that those are like that you have like the specifics, but I grant it to you, like whatever, right? I just at a point of curiosity, like, so the book of Romans that I've read, I mean, it's not a college textbook. So what is that? What do you mean by that?
I said the equivalent. I showed you what the size of a letter was, and those were actually pretty good sized letters. If we take a look at other letters, like I just flipped to this random page, this right here includes 4 different letters.
Okay.
I mean, letters were not the size of Romans back then. That's the problem. Romans is a massive book compared to actual letters. The only book of Paul that is even remotely close to an actual size of a letter is Philemon.
Okay. And just curiosity, cut me off at any point. Whatever's clever. But so what would make it so much larger than the one that I've read? I mean, because it's really not. I mean, it's probably 4 pages in my Bible. That's a study Bible. So there's a lot of like.
You think Romans is 4 pages?
It's not all that.
What?
Hold on. Sorry, I've tried to go to my Bible app, but how many chapters are there in Romans? Like 20 and some change, maybe?
You think that would be covered in 4 pages?
No, not 4 pages. But I mean, what is it in my Bible? Maybe 10, maybe.
You think Romans is 10 pages long?
Yeah. How big do you think Romans is, brother? Like I could read Romans, and if I was actually doing a study, I could read it in a week.
And we are looking at Romans starts on page. Let's see here. Romans starts on page 1507, and it ends on 1525. So it's about 18 pages long.
Okay. I think that's within the framework that I positioned that, yeah.
So considering the fact that
it.
letters were not 18 fucking pages long, they'd be something that could fit very clearly on one page. Doesn't really make a lot of sense. That's a book. It's not a letter. If we're able to divide it into like that many chapters, then it's probably not a letter. Philemon
it just doesn't seem
is not divided into more than one chapter because it's the size of a fucking letter.
But okay, so let me just say
letters don't have chapters.
Yeah, it just seems like such a small, like, kind of almost like disputable point, though. You know what I mean? Okay. Like that doesn't.
It still doesn't do anything.
Doesn't seem to carry.
While we are in the weeds, Paul still didn't exist, and it didn't show up in the first century.
So your position is that Paul did not exist.
Correct.
Okay, and that Jesus didn't exist either, right?
Correct.
Huh? Did Muhammad exist?
Yeah, probably. Considering the fact that we have contemporaries of him who talk about him. And we have writings supposedly from his family, but we don't have anything like that for Jesus.
Okay. Hey, I appreciate you having the conversation. I'm gonna scoot, and I'd be happy to talk to you again.
What was the point of asking about Muhammad? Now, what was the point?
Well, because you're talking about like historical figures, right? Okay. And if you want to talk about historical figures, like one of the most famous individual of all time, famous individual of all time,
Hitler,
fictional or not?
Oh,
no, Jesus Christ. That's it.
Okay.
Jesus Christ is the most famous person ever.
Who gives
ever, and it's by a mile.
Why do I care?
I don't know. Just like
Zeus is
basic
famous too.
reasoning.
Who gives a shit?
Yeah, but
Harry
it's
Potter?
not. That's
Spider-Man, Superman, Batman. Who gives a fuck? Why do I care about that? The popularity of something means it's real? That's dumb as shit. You should feel like shit for even
it's
bringing
looked
up
at
that argument.
Oh man, I've been trying to be nice to you, man, and
But then you brought up a stupid point like that. It sounded like you were actually kind of like well-knowledge, like well-read on this kind of thing, and then all of a sudden you say, "Oh, because he's popular, he must have been real." It's stupid as fuck.
No, and I know that wouldn't be looked at as like evidence, but it
It's
it
not.
adds to my
Congratulations,
faith.
you could have thought
Essentially,
of that before you actually
agree.
said it.
I agree with you.
All right,
I
then
totally
maybe think
agree,
before
man.
you say stuff. It's that easy, man.
I
think before you
just think
say,
that it's. I think
I'm
that
in
it's
a live that talks about the evidence for Jesus. Think, am I
think
about
that
to
it's
say something that is
conceptually a
evidence for
decent
Jesus?
point. I think that it's a relatively decent
Also,
point.
by the way,
If
the
you look
only
at it-
no, it's not, because why do you think Jesus is even popular? Jesus is popular down in South America. Do you think it's because the South Americans or the Native Americans who live in South America now? Do you think that they, at one point in time, like they met Jesus or some shit? Like, why do you think that they know about it?
and it's I know that
I
those
want an
things
answer from this
happen.
fucking question. Why do you think the people in South America know about Jesus? Is it because they met him?
No, I think you're
Why
probably
do you
referring
think-
to some sort of
why?
like Spanish Inquisition or the conquistadors or some kind of brutal thing that happened in history.
Unfortunately, that is exactly why we end up with South America and all these different places around the world knowing about Jesus is because of the fact that it's colonization. We have people going over and colonizing these areas like Brazil and colonizing areas like Ecuador and Venezuela and Colombia. Like, what are you talking about, man? Like, the only reason that he's even that popular is because of the fact that the religion that has him as the main character spread at the tip of a sword and the barrel of a gun. So, okay, cool. I guess that means he's real. It doesn't mean shit, dude. All it does, it just means that people know about a character that was forced into their ancestors. Who cares?
Look,
that doesn't do anything.
I respect your position on that. I do. I don't necessarily think
what
that
was
it's
your
that it's
position?
valid.
What were you hoping to gain by saying he's the most popular person ever? Oh shit, he is? I guess he was real. Like, what was your point?
Well, because if you
What was
look
the
at
end
it,
game?
and if you look at the origins of it, how it came to be, some of the things that are more church tradition that I'm sure that I couldn't convince you of, like the fact that his apostles all died because they wouldn't.
We don't
refute
have
him.
any evidence that his apostles lived, let alone
We have
died.
two of them. We have two pieces of evidence that show that two of the apostles died
What do we
because they
have?
would not refute Jesus.
What do we have?
James.
James isn't an apostle, dipshit.
So, okay, so you're going to attack me with like semantics about it,
Okay,
right?
what's the other one?
Okay, it was Jesus's brother. Does that qualify as
Is that
someone
a
that would be
disciple?
of significance?
Also,
I
I
don't
don't
know.
think that he did, because if he died for his faith, I don't know why the Gospels that come out after him say that his brothers never believed in him. So I don't know what to tell you.
That's absolutely not the case.
That's
though.
what John says. John says even Jesus' brothers did not believe in him.
At the time, like when Jesus
At the
was
time
doing
of
his
John
ministry,
being written after James was unalive for his faith? Also, why would the Jewish elites come to his defense if he was being unalived by the group of people who thought that Christianity was bad? Why did they come to his defense and have the high priest removed for unaliving James? Why did the Jewish people do that if they disagreed with him? That's weird.
I don't
and
know.
why is it that they don't? No Christian mentions the martyrdom of James, the brother of Jesus, until the late 2nd century, over 100 years after he supposedly died. And the first time they mention it, he says they're thrown off of a building, not stoned.
Isn't it extra biblical though? Isn't it outside of the Bible that history can somewhat confirm that James was?
Because that James is the brother of Jesus, the son of Damnius. It tells you that in that passage. If you had actually read it before you presented it as evidence, you'd know that it's talking about a completely different Jesus. It's Jesus, the son of Damnius, who replaces Ananus ben Ananus, who unalived James in the early 60s. It goes on to talk about this Jesus for like 5 or 6 paragraphs afterwards.
Okay.
So, who's the other disciple who you think gets mentioned outside of the Bible or outside?
I'm
of
trying to
Christianity?
remember because I don't think it's Peter. I don't think
not.
it's Peter. Who is it? Which one is it?
No one. There's literally there's literally no disciple nor Paul who has ever mentioned outside of Christianity.
You know what? I'm going to follow you because I know that there is, because I've had this conversation before And again, I'm not like a.
I don't know who you had this conversation with, but no, there is literally.
I'm not what you would
no-
refer to as like book smart. I don't
That's not a
remember a
problem.
bunch of stuff.
That's not a problem. There is literally no mention of any of the 13 disciples mentioned in the New Testament, nor Paul, ever outside of Christianity and antiquity.
I'm gonna follow you, and then I'm going to respond, and then I will give you my 2 cents on it. But hey, again, I've like historically I've been so bad at this because I get so mad. Like I'm testosterone full, like man, and I don't handle myself very well. But I appreciate your grace in the conversation. I know that
is that what you're saying?
I'm a savage human being is what I am, and I'm trying not to be. But I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate your grace that you extended to me throughout it. I know that I'm not the smartest guy in the world, but I did enjoy speaking with you. So I'm gonna go. I'll follow you, and then I'll send you a message.
That non-Christians talked about a disciple.
I'm going to do my very best. I will look into it. I have a lot of time on my hands. I just don't have it
when
right
you
now.
look into it and find that I was 100% correct, what do you?
Then I will concede to your point, just as I have with any other point.
You're going to come back up here and say you were right.
Yeah,
that's what you're going to do. You're going to request up. Okay, take the next 30 minutes. Go look for it.
No, hey, I'm a car sales guy, scum of the earth. I have some things that I have to do, so I don't know when my next window of time will be. But again, I would be happy to follow up with you on this.
Ask the customer. Be like, hey, look, this Veloster, it moves
You're smarter
really
than
nice. Me. But also,
yeah.
You should maybe give me some evidence for an apostle being unalive. And see what they say. If you're in the Bible Belt, I'm sure that they'll love that conversation. It'll probably sell the car.
I'm not in the Bible Belt. I don't think. No, that's in the South or something, isn't it? I don't know. I'm not a geographer. But hey, I appreciate it, dude. I don't know what your name is, but I appreciate your time, and I will find a way to talk to you again. So, thank you for your time, buddy.
All right.
Wish you well, man. Thank you again. Bye.
All right, move some product.
I will.
ABC. All right, Sakad. Sakad, is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, that's me. What's up, brother?
What's going on, man?
I talked to you, I think a month ago or whatever. You're my first guy I ever talked to on TikTok.
Nice.
So,
and you came back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
I don't know
so
we'll find
let me lay this down first. Fuck all religions. I'm not religious, but I do want to see if you can. Yeah, I want to see if you can disprove what these major institutions in America would like to, I guess, say or prove that Paul did exist. So I'm targeting Paul specifically, not Jesus, I guess. But for example, they say, let me see here.
Who is they again?
I'm gonna give it to you right now. It's going to be.
Why is host brown?
It's gonna be Oxford University, Harvard University, and Yale University.
Okay.
They teach his existence as a historical fact, right? Now, here's the evidence that they like to say. Which one was the one that caught my day? All right, so they're saying essentially he was alive, and they have forensic evidence with
forensic
DNA,
evidence of Paul.
51 through 52 AD, confirming it was actually him through them doing a probe through a sarcophagus.
What?
Yeah. So
so Paul is in a sarcophagus?
Is new to me too. Yeah, this is new to me too. Supposedly, I believe it was in. All right, so here are all of the sources. You have, this one doesn't really mean much. The Vatican Museums of Diagnostic Laboratory, the American School of Classical Studies at Athens, the French School at Athens, the Broad Secular Academic Consensus.
So what are they saying? They're saying that
they found his body. Like they found his body.
When did they find his body?
Let's see. I think it was in 2006, they said. Let me see.
Forensic evidence of Paul. That doesn't even make any sense. You'd have to have something known of Paul to compare it to.
Yeah, so it says in 2006, Vatican archaeologists excavated beneath the main altar of, I'm probably going to kill this fucking word, Basilica of St. Paul outside the walls in Rome. They discovered a massive 4-foot-long marble sarcophagus that had been buried deep since at least the 4th century, which really doesn't mean anything to me because it's 4th century. But then they say supposedly the body that they sent a probe in or whatnot that extracted bone fragments, grains of rare red incense, and purple lining filaments laminated with pure gold. They say the bone fragments were sent for blind carbon-14 dating. The scientific results concluded that the bones belonged to a person who lived during the 4th or 1st and 2nd century of Paul. Essentially confirming, I guess, with their biblical bullshit of their stories, saying that also with the Romans or whatnot, it confirms that it was Paul. And they're saying that it's absolute precision. Actually, I'll read this
That
off.
doesn't even make any sense. Absolute precision would require something known from Paul. Also, the bone testing says, okay, this is from The Guardian. It says that following the 2006 excavation of the sarcophagus there, scientific testing, carbon dating, was later performed on tiny bone fragments found inside the tomb. It's just some of it, which experts announced in 2009 belonged to someone from the 1st or 2nd century.
So it says right here, it says the stone letter explicitly mentions Junius Gallio, my friend, and proconsul, because it references Claudius' 26 acclamation as emperor. Historians can calculate the date with absolute precision, 51 to 52 AD.
Now you're talking.
So they're lining up the text.
Now you're talking about supposedly. Something else. You're talking about the Gallio inscription now.
Yeah. So they're lining up. This is what they're trying to do. They're trying to line up this text with this body in the sarcophagus, saying it's the same person because they have the text and they have the body supposedly in the same
doesn't say
site.
anything about Paul.
It says in 1905, French archaeologists excavated Temple Apollo, Greece, discovered the 9 fragments, inscription written by
what is happening?
By Roman Emperor Claudius.
How did you come across this?
Hold on. So then it says the connection of St. Paul. And so this is how it's connecting it to it. This is what it is. It says the connection of Paul in the biblical book of Acts, chapter 18. It states that Paul spent a year and a half in Corinth and was pulled into court before this exact Roman official, proconsul Gallio.
Oh, and by the way, I just like everybody to know the reason why this is actually a thing. Like, we don't have any studies at all from this sarcophagus being tested. It is something that the Pope said. The Pope said the tomb had been. This is what the Pope said. Small fragments of bone were carbon dated by experts who knew nothing about their provenance, and results show that they were from someone who lived between the 1st and 2nd century. He said that is the Pope. The Pope is saying this. We don't have actual like studies behind this or anything like that. It is straight up just a claim from the Pope.
You're talking about from the Vatican Museums of Diagnostic Laboratory?
No, the Pope Benedict the 16th. He said that in 2006. So Pope Benedict.
Gotcha. So then why are all these other organizations hopping on it?
I don't really know of any organization that is explicitly saying that this is exactly what happened. In fact, if you look up like 2006 St. Paul Basilica, realistically, other than The Guardian, which is what I read that from, which is quoting the Pope, the things that are pulling up, you have like NBC News or something back in 2006, but it's going to quote the Vatican said on Monday it was studying the possibility of an opening. Yeah, so I don't really know what you're talking about. There's Pierced Hearts of Jesus and Mary. That's a Catholic website. National Geographic just talks about like it being unearthed. Catholic Register, The Guardian, which is what I just read. A Facebook post, Catholic, and this is just Wikipedia page for the actual basilica. So I mean, it's just a claim from the Pope. I don't know of any evidence that we have specifically from any study. I don't know. Yeah, like if you search for this in 2009, which is when they said 2 major historical religious events involving St. Paul, Pope Benedict announced carbon dating proof that bone fragments in the tomb beneath Rome's Basilica of St. Paul's outside the walls belonged to the Apostle St. Paul, and the Cathedral of St. Paul in Minnesota was designated as a national shrine. Yeah. So no, it's just the Pope saying some shit. We don't have. I don't know of anything that is coming from some like. And even when you go to the sources here, when I opened it up, the announcement 2009, Pope announced that tests had been done, supporting the tradition that they're the remains of Apostle Paul. And this is from. This is a question here. Have archaeologists found the remains of the Apostle Paul? CNN and The Guardian. So they're just quoting the Pope, dude.
So then the American School of Classical Studies is bullshit. The French School at Athens, Broad
I mean,
secular
are they
academic
saying who
consensus.
tested it and what the result? Are they presenting the results, or are they just saying we found it? Like,
So
what website are you pulling this from?
This is literally just AI, and it's pulling out from like 27 different sites, it says. And then when I asked it, give me actual proof of institutes and like real organizations, not just sites, this is what popped up as the Vatican Museums of Diagnostic Laboratory, the American School of Classical Studies at Athens, the French School at Athens, and the Broad Secular
And what are they
Academic
saying?
Consensus. So
like, are you going directly to those websites or directly to the articles posted by those schools?
Well, actually, The Guardian is one of them. That's actually right here. It's one source for you. It says
that's what
independent. It says
Yeah.
independent scientific labs. The Vatican hired independent specialized laboratories to conduct a blind carbon-14 dating analysis,
So
analysis on
based
the
off
bone
of what?
fragments.
Like, okay, are we able to see those results, or able to see that study, or is it just something that was done behind closed doors and the Pope said some shit? Because the Guardian's going to be quoting the Pope.
Yeah, so the Guardian says that human. It says that they verified that the bones belong to a human from the 1st or 2nd century.
Who said this?
This is the Guardian, the source.
Yeah,
you were
I know
looking
the
at.
Guardian is the source, but who are they quoting?
Oh, let me see. Let me dig deeper.
And when was this article written?
I think this is the one you actually just mentioned now that I actually
2009 or
clicked
the
on it. It's
2006?
2009, June 28th, 2009.
Yeah,
And it says the Pope
literally.
claims.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
It is. Yeah, it is straight up the title. Pope claims human remains belong to St. Paul.
Yeah.
In other words, water is wet.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like it's.
I think a lot of this stuff, bro, like even like when you hit on from because I'm a firm believer too, like I understand the history of how religion spread. Even when you were talking to the last dude, I think, call me a fucking conspiracy theorist, but a lot of this shit is all wrapped around the same shit, man. Religion, politics, I think it's honestly just the same shit. And this is why a lot of this shit lines up with their institutes.
I think it's
like
easy.
You have,
it's easy to kind of blend the two because both involve a lot of money or require a lot of money to keep going, and also both in many cases are built around cults of personality. Not to mention, people can get really excited and passionate about these kind of things. So I mean,
idiots.
Well, I guess, but it does kind of line up sometimes. It does. I mean,
it's because it's how they designed it. I mean, they've had how many years to make it off the neck, bro?
I don't think that that's really what it is. It's just that like you end up with people who the people who worship Jesus are going to be more susceptible towards worshiping something or seeing something in a non-realistic way. And it's not just Jesus. Literally any religious person can view somebody else or view the world through a non-realistic lens. Studies were shown that when kids who were raised in religious households were told fairy tales, they had a hard time differentiating between fact and fiction, or at least a harder time than kids who weren't raised in religious households. That's just a fact, because you're pumping people full of stories of like the impossible and the supernatural and things that just aren't realistic. And then you're asking them, hey, is this a real story? And they're going to believe more than anything else. And unfortunately, with politics, lots of times we get politicians claiming things that are not true. And the people who are believing false things are more inclined or quicker to believe these false claims from politicians as well. It sucks, but that's just kind of how it goes. I'm not saying that all politicians are bad. Not all of them are bad. It's just that, yeah, in many cases, most cases, if not all of them, they're occasionally going to lie or say something that is half true when dealing with something. Because obviously they want people to either vote for them or listen to their particular position on something.
I mean, look at the model.
But
just
it's just
in America, though.
it's going to be more religious people that are going to fall for that shit. Is what I'm saying.
Look at the bullshit in America, though. In God we trust.
Well,
like what?
Yeah. By the way, a lot of that is why we think that Jesus still exists today, because there was a big push around the Cold War to put "In God We Trust" on the money and to put "Under God" into the pledge. That was done as a response to the Cold War. There were people over in Russia and China, like in the Eastern Bloc and everything like that, in the Eastern civilization, Eastern hemisphere. You end up with people who were more inclined to believe that Jesus didn't exist, and they were looking into it. This was a position that was actually well regarded by scholars for quite some time, and still to this day, there are people within Russia and people within China who are scholars over there on this particular topic who believe that Jesus didn't exist. But the West decided to go a different direction, and they started saying, "Hey, let's actually go lean into religion." And that's what they did. So we start putting "In God We Trust" and the money on everything. We started to make sure that "Under God" was said in schools and stuff like that. And you say the pledge all the fucking time. So at that point, it's a stance. And universities, unfortunately, within America, they fell in line. And what you end up with is scholars who, starting with the Cold War, are absolutely going to be against the idea of these godless atheist mythicists, that kind of thing. And so even though atheism has continued to some degree, the most popular atheists are going to be the ones who are going to say, "Hey, Jesus actually existed. I will grant you that. I will grant you that." Earl Doherty and Bart Ehrman came out with a book. Both had books in 1999. And one of them said Jesus didn't exist. And the other one said, "I'm an atheist and I think Jesus existed." And that was Bart Ehrman. In 2001, we had 9/11. And because of 9/11, right after that, there was this big push for the return to faith and stuff like that within America and within most of the Western world. So what ended up happening? Whose book became more popular, Doherty's or Ehrman's? Ehrman's, because even though he was an atheist, he still at least admitted that Jesus existed. So he goes on to all these different podcasts. He goes on to radio shows. He goes on to TV shows. He's interviewed on cable news network, and he's on the Colbert Report, all kinds of crazy shit. He becomes super popular because he's at least like compromising with the religious movements. But lots of times these things kind of follow political and societal motivations, and it sucks. But we got to kind of just look past that and say, where's the fucking evidence? Just where's the evidence?
So, like, you don't think that there's a connection in a sense of the government using religion as a tool, just as they use politics to control?
Kinda, but not because they're actually like in charge of religion, but more just because they see it as a useful tool. That's all it is. Donald Trump standing outside in Washington, D.C. with a Bible upside down because he's a fucking moron. Like, he's using Christianity because he, quote unquote, and this is him actually saying it, "I love the poorly educated." Like, he says this kind of stuff because he's just using it as a tool. But, I mean, okay, like, he's not in charge of religions or something, but it definitely makes it seem like that whenever you see religions coddling up to certain political agendas. But there is a Billy Graham, if you remember that evangelical preacher and stuff like that. He had a quote on religion and politics, and I wanted to read that really quick.
Yeah.
So he said, and you can actually take a look. This is in Parade Magazine, 1981. I'm going to quote it. He says, "I don't want to see religious bigotry in any form. It would disturb me if there was a wedding between the religious fundamentalist and the political right. The hard right has no interest in religion except to manipulate it." This is a quote directly from Parade Magazine. Billy Graham said it. And it was shortly after that, you had Reagan and everything like that. Well, yeah, Reagan was actually there in the 80s. So, I mean, it just starts going that direction. That's just kind of how it goes. And now you see it all as one thing, but it didn't used to be, it didn't have to be.
I mean, I hear that, but at the end of the day, then as well, when you look at history, I mean, look at what they did to Africa. Look at what they did here. Like, when you force someone to convert by death, rape, pillage, castrate. I mean, natives don't even know what their real fucking culture is. The majority of natives don't even speak their own fucking tongue anymore.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, and there's a blend of religion and politics that goes into that. You know, what do they call it? Manifest destiny. I mean, there's just unfortunately that's how a lot of people view that. But religion just fuels that. Yeah, there's some people who, you know, fought for, say, like the end of segregation or the end of slavery and stuff like that, or fair treatment to the American Indians, specifically because of religions. Like sometimes there are those types of people, but the other side is using their religion just as much. And that's how you know that the religion's not actually going to point you in the right direction, because it's able to actually like contradict like that. So you end up in a situation that's even worse, because religion, no matter what religion it is, it's still going to explain to you that you are part of one particular group and there's another group out there that is anti-you. It is an us versus them mentality, and it's going to just drive a wedge. In some way, it's going to drive a wedge. So, yeah. So that's just kind of how it goes. But I do need to get to some other people, because we're getting off the topic there.
I was just gonna say real quick, then I'll let you go, bro. The fact that, to me, one of the main source of evidence today, you have everywhere else where they have a president who essentially, you know, is from that culture or whatever. Besides America, we don't have, and I don't think we ever will have, a native president of the people from this land.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I mean,
because of colonization.
Well, yeah, right.
But that's all I wanted to say. Like, to me, that's just, I've always thought, like, man, that's so fucked. Everywhere else, they kind of have their own culture of a president besides here, because it's colonized.
Maybe, sort of, kind of. It depends on how far back you go.
I mean, have we ever had a native president?
We haven't. Not that I'm aware of. I don't think so. I don't think we've had anybody who even had that in their
That's what I'm saying.
I don't think so.
But that's the people of this land.
I was thinking maybe. Oh, no documented Native American ancestry. Okay.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to say, bro. I appreciate your time.
We've had one vice president with indigenous heritage.
Oh.
They were serving under Hoover from 1929 to 1933. 31st vice president, but that was it. Interesting. I didn't know that. All right. So that being said, thank you very much for coming up, man.
Yeah, brother. Appreciate you. Be safe.
All right. Let's see here. And then what is going on TikTok, by the way? Marcion is actually mentioned in his lifetime. Yes, he is. Yes. By multiple people, by the way, or at least contemporaries, because not only during his lifetime, they're from a martyr, but I mean, Irenaeus would also be a contemporary. He's a contemporary because he was born in 130, and Marcion was active, according to somebody who was alive at the same time as him, in the 150s. So Irenaeus is actually a contemporary of him, believe it or not. In fact, let me see, when was Tertullian born? Tertullian was supposedly born in 155 to 160. He may have made the cutoff. Maybe. All right. What you got? NJT19931. And by the way, if you're over on YouTube, feel free to send a super chat if you have any questions or want to call me an ignorant piece of shit. I don't know. That might not make it past the censors, but you could probably say ignorant. Or if you want to mention Joel Reads Bible, that's the streamer of the week. Joel Reads Bible. You can find him on TikTok and YouTube, as well as his album Joel Sings Christianese over on Bandcamp. What is going on, NJT? What you got, man? What you got?
Hey, who's this Marcion guy then?
Say what?
Who's this Marcion guy?
He's a Christian theologian active in 130, 140, 150s.
Who apparently wrote the New Testament.
The first New Testament is what he publishes in about 144, yeah. The first New Testament, first canon to be called a New Testament.
So what's your proof of that?
The people who said that he published the first New Testament, Irenaeus, Tertullian, and Origen.
And who were they?
They were Christian church fathers, like Irenaeus of Lyon. Have you never heard of Irenaeus? He's the man who gives us Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John as the titles for the Gospels.
So where's the documentation for that?
In Against Heresies.
Right, so you believe that. You believe writings about one set of people and one group of people.
From contemporaries,
but you don't believe writings about a different group of people.
Yeah, from non-contemporaries. Yeah. So like one of those is going to be better than the other. Contemporary writing is going to be better than a non-contemporary writing. Do you understand the difference?
There's plenty of contemporary writings about Jesus Christ.
Okay, please present one.
You Google it.
You have no idea? You say there's plenty and you can't name one?
There must be plenty.
You said there's plenty. Now there must be?
It's one of the
Trouble in paradise over here.
It's one of the world's most studied topics.
Right. And you said there was plenty. So name a contemporary document.
I can't off the top of my head. You'll have to Google it.
Okay. So there was plenty, and then
like
there must
you've
be plenty,
Googled
and you
everything
can't
else.
name anything else?
Like you've Googled everything else as your source.
Yeah. So you haven't Googled it before, and you came up with a full chest of confidence, and then I was able to knock it down to there must be plenty?
Google it right now in front of me, in front of everyone, in front
go
of
ahead
the viewers.
and do it. I'll sit here and wait.
You're
Go
the
ahead.
one with the screen.
You're the one bringing it up. So go get it. We'll wait.
You're the one who's.
We got 30 seconds, man. Go do it.
You're the one who's hosting the question.
Yeah, and you're the one who's bringing up the evidence. Go. You got 20 seconds.
You're the one who can put your screen, project your screen onto everyone else's screen.
Much less time. You got 10 seconds now. Hurry up, buddy.
10 seconds for what?
10 seconds to present your evidence. Go ahead.
You're hosting a question
all the way down.
for people
5,
to call up.
4,
aren't
3,
you?
2, 8. All right.
You're hosting,
all right. And
you're hosting a live.
Your answer was what? What was your answer?
You're hosting a live.
What was
with
your
a
answer?
question,
Did you have
posing
an
a
answer?
question for people to call to ask you questions, right? So do the one thing and Google it.
Oh, okay.
What
Sorry, we were looking for there's not contemporary evidence.
What
and you
contemporary
wagered,
writings
what did you wager?
do we have
you're spot on the
about
panel.
Jesus Christ?
Oh, look at that. Sorry. We were looking for there are no contemporary writings of Jesus. So unfortunately, you're going to have to be removed from the panel there. You were the weakest link. Goodbye. Now that you're down in the chat again, you have time to actually Google. And you can bring up whatever evidence you want to bring up. You are more than welcome to come back up here and turn the other cheek, as Jesus says, so I can get the other side of your ass. If that's really what you want to do, you can. You can. That's perfectly fine. Anyways, Seeking the Kingdom, what you got?
So I just wanted to ask a question and see where you're coming from. So let me ask you this.
Coming from a spot between my rib cage and my spine. What? What was that? Sorry. I was thinking Muslim. What was that?
Was that a joke?
It was, but you'd have to be like.
That was even
it's
worse.
fine.
Okay.
It's okay.
So anyway, question. So pharaohs in ancient Egypt, right? Is it fair to say
aliens? What?
Is it fair 100? Is it fair to say that archaeology is a fairly new discipline?
Depends on what you mean by new. Like new compared to what?
So, like for instance, was there any large-scale archaeology done in the outside of the last 150 years that you're aware of?
I mean, I'm sure there's been some digging and stuff like that, but like not to my knowledge. Not that I'm aware of. Maybe a few hundred years back or so.
So
I'm actually curious about this. You know, you're not an asshole, so I'm actually going to try to Google this here. Let's see. Earliest archaeological digs, I guess, maybe? Well, Jesus Christ. The earliest recorded archaeological excavation in history was conducted in 6th century BCE by Nabonidus, king of Babylon, who dug up an ancient temple floor. Let's see. Centuries later, modern systematic excavation began with John Aubrey at Stonehenge in the 17th century. So that'd be about 400 years. And then formal digs at Pompeii starting in 1748, which would be almost about 300 years.
Perfect. So since you have the computer in front of you, is it true that archaeologists, as they're gathering artifacts, biofacts, other evidence, are they utilizing documents? Are they utilizing language to confirm something?
I mean, I mean, yeah. I mean, what, like, depending on what you're talking about, I don't know what you.
So, like, if I wanted to find where King Tut was buried, and it's the 1920s, right?
You might be able to use text that we have as like maybe some clues or potentially trying to get back to it. Yeah, sure.
So, like, are you familiar with how we're able to read ancient hieroglyphs?
Like the Rosetta Stone?
Right. So, very good. So in the 1920s, they had the Rosetta Stone. They're able to translate what specific ancient hieroglyphs say in a pyramid. So is it fair to then say that not only, like, you can't just go to a pyramid for material evidence to say this is everything we need, right? You're utilizing documents to confirm where different pharaohs are, right? Those kinds of things, correct? So that's how we know where Khufu is or Ramses, etc., right?
To some extent, sure. Yeah, what does this have to do with Jesus and Paul?
Okay. So I guess what I'm saying is if you're saying there's no reason for you to believe that ancient Egyptian pharaohs aren't
okay,
buried-
I'm not making any stances on pharaohs, dude. We're just talking about Jesus and Paul. Did I say something on pharaohs earlier or something like that, and you got all caught up in something? Did I mention something?
So if there's if we're questioning whether is the premise that Paul didn't exist?
This is what premise? Well,
you're saying Paul never existed. Prove us wrong.
Even the natural version of Jesus and Paul, as presented by the New Testament, did not exist. Yeah,
we're just talking about Paul. Okay, so Paul didn't exist. Is that what you're saying? And we have no evidence for that.
The natural Paul, as presented by the New Testament, did not exist. Yes.
Okay, understood. So if we are saying things like, there's a body in Rome, there's written documentation in Rome that says that's where Paul was buried, we're going to ignore all of that.
Considering the fact that they first show up in the 4th century, yeah.
Okay.
That wouldn't make a lot of sense.
Is there anything before the 1920s on a large scale that we can say this is absolutely where this historic figure was or wasn't buried? Because I feel like it's a double standard. Like you're saying, we have.
I would say fucking probably not, but that would just make it a no.
So what
I don't know of any off the top of my head, like how we know, like as far as a document goes. Is that what you're saying?
So you want written documentation, maybe within the decade after Paul was buried, to prove where he was buried. Is that what you're saying?
I don't give a shit where he was buried. I don't have any evidence that he lived. Why do I give a fuck about where he's buried?
So if
I'm not saying, hey, Paul never was buried in this spot. I'm saying Paul never existed. Why are you? I mean,
how would he? Okay, so
I don't have evidence that he picked his nose either. Did we want to talk about that? Like,
is there evidence that Thor or Hercules ever existed?
No, and
why not? Why not?
Because they're just stories like Paul. It's mythology. Oh, he must have got a call or something.
How do we know? Is there some place that those figures are buried? That right? Like, so for instance, King Arthur. Certain figures were like, maybe it was based on a real person. How do we differentiate between who was an actual historic person and the myth that was created? How do we do that?
Based on the claims in specific of the text. If you say
What
Thor,
text?
Okay, so for King Arthur, it would have to be the stories of him, any texts that were written down of him. We don't have like just oral transmission of him. It would have to be unbroken to today somehow in order for us to still know that it was there. But like as far as written text of Thor, written text of Odin, written text of Heracles, written text of Zeus, written text of Paul, these things we can actually dive into. That's why I explicitly said that even the natural version of Paul as presented by the New Testament did not exist. All I have to do is just show you that the New Testament version doesn't exist. Because void of that, I don't know of any other Paul, because he's literally never mentioned outside of Christianity once. So I unless you want to point to some other Paul, the Paul that we are talking about is gone. When you ask me about Thor, I am explicitly talking about the Thor that shows up in the I got a book right here at least on it, on the Norse myths and whatnot. Like at a certain point, we're not going to, like, we can talk about Egyptian myths, we can talk about Greek myths, we can talk about Norse myths. It's not really going to mean much, because as long as I can show that the Norse myth version doesn't exist, I don't know what version you're talking about.
I guess what I'm saying is this: is there really? Let me ask you this: are you familiar with any respected archaeologists, mainstream archaeologists, that
Archaeologist?
presumes that Paul or Jesus, or for that matter, any
An
religious figure?
archaeologist?
Let me finish.
Well,
That
that's what
any
is that
religious
what you
figure
said?
didn't exist. So here's my question. You got to
Why do
listen.
I give a shit about an archaeologist?
So because that's every because okay, I started the
Archaeologists don't
conversation.
say we have archaeology of Paul, so I don't
No.
know.
You're missing the whole point. If somebody is dead, this is like Earth. This is like U.S. history, world studies, 9th grade. If somebody is buried and dead, and a civilization doesn't exist, how do we learn anything about them? Mesopotamia hasn't existed for how many thousands of years? How do we learn anything about that
Text?
culture?
Is that what you're talking about?
And what else?
Text and possibly something archaeological, if
All
we
due
have it.
respect, dude, you don't understand.
I don't know
how
what you're
we gather
talking
evidence.
about. Like, what are you asking?
You don't understand how archaeology works.
Sweet. We don't have anything archaeological for Paul, so shut the fuck up and move to your next point.
Says who? Says who?
Says literally everybody, because we don't
So
have
when
anything.
okay, so I want you to ask or research, Google, AI, whatever you want to do. Is there any respected archaeologist, Egyptologist, anthropologist
That way,
that
Jesus
doesn't?
Christ, dude. Okay, listen. Shut the fuck up. We don't have anything archaeological for Paul. I don't care about whether or not an Egyptologist thinks that Paul is real. That doesn't even make any sense. You're literally bringing up things that are irrelevant to this conversation because we do not have archaeological evidence for Paul. We don't have any Egyptologist who is showing evidence for Paul. That's dumb as shit. You have no idea what you're talking about. You're bringing up dumb stuff and you think you've got a gotcha. It is absolutely stupid. Your argument is terrible and you should feel like shit for even trying to bring it up. If you think that we have archaeological evidence for Paul, just point to it. Otherwise, stop mentioning archaeologists. It's not going to do anything. Like, either give me the evidence for an archaeological dig that we found for Paul, or...
Sir, I've asked you 5 times now, people that don't exist or cultures that are...
I told you. It's either going to be archaeological evidence or it's going to be written evidence.
You're not going to listen. God bless.
That is literally the only 2 options. So what do you have for Paul? Okay, and he's gone. He left. That was dumb as shit. What the hell was that all about? Like, that's so stupid. So stupid. We don't have any archaeological evidence for Paul. That's so stupid. Okay. Let's see. And he told me, by the way, he told me to, let's see. He told me to take a look at the Google AI and stuff like that. I said, do we have archaeological evidence of Paul? No direct archaeological artifacts such as an inscription bearing the explicit signature of Paul of Tarsus have ever been found. However, archaeology heavily corroborates the geographical details, local officials, and historical environment of his travels described in the New Testament, according to, like, that would be like Acts and stuff like that, not to the Pauline epistles, by the way. But nevertheless, we don't have any proof of this guy through archaeology. I don't know what his point was. I tried to tell him that it would be text and it would be archaeology, but he kept staying on archaeology, even though that's not going to get you anywhere for Paul. I opened it up for him to maybe go to text, but he never did. I don't know why. No clue. Anyways, Sakat, I can answer a question really quick before I go to another guest, but I know you were up here earlier. What'd you have for us? Oh. May not know that he's up here.
No, that's an accident, bro. My
okay,
bad.
no worries. Yeah, no worries. I was like, yeah, you may not know he's up here. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. Fucking thing there. All right. Really fast, a super chat there on YouTube. We got Godmind sent $5, said Roman Pontifex, meaning Roman Pontiff, was written on January 8th, 1455 by Pope Nicholas V. What do you think or know about it? Just asking. Romanus Pontifex. So I don't know anything about it. What is it? It's a book? Oh, it's a papal bull. Okay. Okay. Excuse me. It extended the then overseas policy of Portugal, granting the nation exclusive rights to navigate, trade, and conquer non-Christian lands along the coast of West Africa. Yeah, it's definitely not any good. The purpose was to reward Portuguese explorers, block other European kingdoms from interfering in West African trade, and promote Christian expansion. So, yeah, and it's just kind of par for the course. It's not, it's not a good thing. All right. Let's see. Hooper on TikTok says, on behalf of archaeology, I'm building a paper mache statue of Paul. All right, if you got any evidence for Jesus Paul, come on up. I want to hear from you. Sounds like evidence. Game over, mythicist. That's how that goes. All right. Angel Mike there in the chat says he's mad and doesn't let him finish because he knows he's wrong. He didn't. He just kept talking about the same shit. Let's see. Oh. All right. Cool. We'll go ahead and just mute you for the entire live. If you want to come up, you can. Request up. I didn't block you or anything like that. Just request up. The request button is right here or down here. We can have a conversation. If you're on YouTube, click the link that's in the chat and come on up. I'd love to have a conversation there with you. If you've got evidence for Jesus or Paul, that'd be great. If you want to try to do what the last guest did and maybe give me some archaeological evidence for Paul, that'd be terrific if you could. Sunlight and Sorcery on TikTok said, I know there's evidence that Jesus was a flamingo, but you need to Google it, Jaren. Well, I guess that's what I'll have to do. Wait, why was that comment deleted? I have no idea what's going on the YouTube side. If you're on YouTube, click the link that's in the chat. Here, I'll put it in there again. You might have to scroll up a little bit to get to it, but come on up. Hello there.
Hello there.
Oh, there's Bree, everybody. There's Bree in the chat. Hey, there you are. Yeah.
Where are you?
Man, there's a whole lot of people that are just chirping over there on YouTube, but they're not actually willing to come up for some reason. Sad. Sad. Come on up, Christians. Remember, 1 Peter 3:15 says you should always be prepared to give a defense of why you believe what you believed, but do so with gentleness and respect. Come on up. I want to hear from you. I want to hear from you. I really do. I really do. What is that person saying? I don't even know what that says. What? Oh, man. Apostate Ape says, do you really, though? Yeah, I do. Yeah. Yeah, I do. Apostate Ape, everybody. Oh, banana. The mornings belong to Apostate Ape. Here on TikTok, at least. All right. Host, what's your thoughts on the Cantorian argument? I don't even really know if I know what that is. I don't think I do. No, I don't. No, I don't have any thoughts on that because I don't know what that is. Haven't studied that. That did sound like me though. It does. It does actually sound like you. That's his sound. That is his sound. He's an ape, like Donkey Kong. That's what I'm saying. Against omniscience using set theory. I don't know. I don't know whose sound is I like turtles, but that's my favorite. It's probably one of my least favorites.
I like turtles.
Yeah, whatever.
It's illegal for you to ask me that.
Arby's, we have the meats.
Mearden says, I want to get tattooed live on Apostate stream. That'd be interesting. What do you got there, Lobes? How's it going?
Hey, well, first of all, I just wanted to apologize for Cyber's behavior last time. I got my phone back from him. Took forever. Because he to hoe in Idaho. You know.
He to hoe.
Yeah, like a potato. So anyways, I just wanted to let you know, in case you haven't already heard, because you don't think that Jesus or Paul existed, but there's just, like, so much things. I mean, have you ever heard of anybody going to court and there was, like, 5 bajillion witnesses to something, but then it turns out it wasn't true? I mean, what's the odds of that?
1 in 5 bajillion.
Well, the joke's on you because bajillion is not actually a number, and you've walked right into the trap. So.
You've activated my trap card.
I just want to know why you don't think Jesus and Paul never ever existed.
Because the stories that's presented by the New Testament don't line up with the first century.
Yeah, but under what like information do you have? Because you got to think about it. The other guy actually made a lot, like he made sense by saying there was a lot of witnesses during that time.
Oh, the guy who's up here on the panel with you?
Yeah, the guy that's up on the panel. He even talked that there was a lot of witnesses. It does talk about that in the Bible as well. Why do you think the disciples walked around with Jesus and they all wrote the information that they had given in front of them?
That's a good point, Jaron. Why do you think, like, like there were a bunch of illiterate eyewitnesses that wrote this stuff down? Obviously.
Like, there's a reason why we're still talking about it till this day. Don't you think? Like, if the information was false, don't you think the information would have just vanished or like gone away in some way somehow? We're still talking about Jesus till this day, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
the Hindus have been talking about Krishna even longer. So if that had been false, why is it still around?
This is my argument for Santa Claus. Like, I'm a Santaist. Oh, wait. Oh, shit, I got the wrong necklace.
So I'll give you an answer to that. Because everyone, okay, if you go back in time, all the information that was given to people, like, you know, you talk about Buddhism and, you know, Christianity, a lot of that information was brought onto people at that time. And then we are now learning about it because of all the information that was given to our past ancestors. So no matter what, there's nothing that can be said or done. The question already answers itself in a way. There's already too many witnesses that saw Jesus and Paul.
Can you name me one witness that we have a testimony from?
Yeah, it's all. I mean, okay. Can you name one witness? That's like
name one witness that we have a testimony from, or don't even name them. Just point me to a text that says where the author says that I saw Jesus during his earthly ministry. Where does it say that?
Okay, well, if you go, I mean, if you read, anybody would tell you if you read the Bible, there's Okay, so you want a witness that saw
Well,
Jesus?
you said that there was all these different witnesses, but you can't
Okay,
show me what book is a testimony
I'll give you a great
from a
one.
witness.
I'll give you a great one. No, I'll give you a great one. I'll give you a great one. Okay. How about Caesar?
Can you please point me to any story
If you
where
go,
Jesus
if you go
meets
on,
Caesar?
Okay. I'll make it even better for you.
What are you
don't even have
talking
to
about?
read-
Which Caesar? Which Caesar?
King Caesar.
King
from
Caesar.
Rome.
Which Caesar?
Dude, King Caesar. Caesar, the guy that was roaming, the guy that was like the king of Rome at one time.
You mean the Caesar?
Yes.
The emperor.
No matter what, you don't
Which
even have to
one?
read the Bible. Okay, you don't have to read the Bible for
Which
that.
one? Caesar is
I'm
a
talking
title.
about- no, listen, I'm talking about the main Caesar.
Are you talking about Julius Caesar?
The most relevant Caesar would definitely be the one that we put on stuff, like McDonald's currently has the Caesar wraps. That's what you're talking about.
Or if you go, Caesar was a well-known person at that time that was living in those times of Jesus, and he saw Jesus right there.
Are you talking about Julius Caesar?
Yeah, it's in the Bible, bro.
Okay, well, I don't know how Julius Caesar did this when he died in 4 BC.
No, I'm not talking
44 BC.
Hold on, let me pull it up.
Which Caesar are you talking about that meets Jesus? Also, while he's looking this up, Lopes, I fucking hate you.
Well,
wow, I hate you so much.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean for you to hate me. At least, but do you love to hate me?
Oh, I love it. It's the best thing ever.
Oh, well then good. I'm happy to help. You know.
Oh,
there's built-in hate when you do this stuff, man. You know, I welcome it as long as everybody's having a good time.
I'm not having a good time. I'm not having a good time when someone's like, "Oh, hey, this guy before me, he mentioned a bajillion witnesses."
Well, I didn't expect him to affirm the salad dressing thing. He's like, yeah.
yeah. The guy who we named the salad from, yeah. But anyways, he's headed. He's off the app right now. He's coming back. The Real Talks Tube or whatever your name is. Please come back because we need to know which Caesar you're talking about. Is it the one that like a C-section is named after?
Caesarean.
By the way, I can't hear you if you're off the app. So you got to come back. You can hear me. I just can't hear you. Is it Big Caesar? Little Caesar?
People think I can do a sniper impression.
That little cowboy hat. Yeah. All right. Hey, do fetus. All right, we're waiting. You got to come back though. You've left the app. You got to come back to the panel.
I think he's trying to figure out just how many bajillion is. That's the figure I gave, right? Like 11 bajillion or something?
I think you said 5 bajillion or something.
Same thing. Same thing.
Well,
but bajillion's pretty high. It's
there's a
got an alien in
bajillion
there.
different Caesars that he could choose from.
There was one time I looked at a couple of times because I was fascinated in memorizing these tiers, but every time you add a comma, I read the name of each one of those up to centillion, which is 100 sets of 3 zeros after 1,000. And I didn't ever see bajillion, so it must be even bigger than that.
My
That's a lot of
brother in
witnesses.
Christ, did you just say bigger? Did you say bigger?
It would have been like the more biggerer one, yeah.
Have I mentioned that I hate lobes, by the way? Have I mentioned that?
You did at least once earlier today.
Okay. Just making sure that I got that in. Birdie Machine. Well, oh, wait, hold up. The Real Talks Tube is back. I sent an invite to unmute there. Because we're looking for which Caesar gives us an account of Jesus.
Okay,
There we go.
I'm back.
Which Caesar gives us an account of Jesus?
Okay. That's why I didn't want to throw names out there. His name was Tiberius Caesar. And at the time of Jesus' crucifix, He was out there as a witness, and everyone told him what they should do with Jesus. And that's when he was ordered to do the crucifix. So it's all written in your scientific books or whatever information that you have. You don't even have to read the Bible. It's there, man. It's there, bro.
Hubris.
So,
and another thing too,
tuberous.
what do you believe?
If
you don't believe in
Julius Caesar is where we get Caesar salad. I think tuberous is where we
no,
get
no,
tuberculosis.
yeah. So you have to. It was another. It was another Caesar, but there's no
tuberous. That's where we get tuberculosis, right?
All I'm saying is, all I'm saying is, you want scientific proof. Scientific proof that someone was there when Jesus was there. There you
tuberous,
go. That's
how did you find out the tuberous was there?
Well, it's online. Like if you read about it, I mean, okay. So how do we not know? See, that's like asking a question like,
how do we not know?
Okay. Here's a question for you then.
Yeah.
So
answers are too hard. Might as well try questions.
No. I'll make it simple for you because apparently you don't understand like the way we understand things as humans. There's a past and there's a present and there's a future. Right?
You're not really supposed to
all
use
the information, all the information that is being given to you is all past. It's called history.
Okay. So like in history, like a couple seconds ago when you said tuberous.
Okay, I'll give you a great example. I'll give you something about this. So the reason why you have a hard time even thinking that, Jesus, Paul never existed is because if you go back, we're talking generations ago. This is the reason why we have all the information that's been thrown at us. This is all like, dude, we're such in a newer time that you want to see it and you can't see it. Like you just can't see it because it's so long ago. I'm trying to dumb things down for you, bro. Like I'm trying to make things so. Yeah, I want to dumb them down. Okay. I'll give you an easy way of explaining this. Like I'll give you like Kennedy. I'll give you like JF Kennedy. What was he real?
What was his middle name? Which JF Kennedy are we talking about?
I'm talking about Kennedy, that ran president. That was president of the United States.
Which one?
The one that actually, not the one that ran and he didn't get in. I'm talking about 1960s.
JF, what does that stand for?
JF Kennedy.
Yeah, what does that stand for?
So JF Kennedy would be. I'm talking about the Kennedy. I'm talking about President Kennedy. Okay. I'll make it even.
Yeah, make it easier. Yeah.
Okay, Abraham Lincoln.
Like the Vampire Hunter?
Dude.
There's a book about it, like a movie and everything.
Dude, Abraham Lincoln, the president of America, of the United States.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's friends with Joshua Speed and stuff. Yeah.
Okay, so you're the type of individual that would say he never existed. That's exactly what you're doing with Jesus.
Who?
Abraham Lincoln.
Do we have evidence for Abraham Lincoln?
Oh my God!
No, well, I'm asking. Do we?
Absolutely, the same way we have evidence for Jesus.
Absolutely, yeah. So as far as Abraham Lincoln goes, we have pictures of him, right?
Yeah, but that's such a different time.
What else do we have for Abraham Lincoln that proves that he existed?
I mean, it's all in the. I mean, if you really think about it, it's all in the history books. Like everything's in America.
We don't have anything that he signed himself, do we?
Yeah. Do we have any writings from Abraham Lincoln?
I would say we do.
Oh, well, that's another thing.
Well, do we have writings from Jesus?
Yeah, we actually.
What did Jesus write?
But here's the other thing too.
What did Jesus write?
So the one thing Jesus had a lot of information. See, here's the thing too. People don't understand. A lot of what the Bible has, remember, we're only getting fractions of the information. So it's been a long time. So a lot of people have taken pieces of what they saw and they're making it the way they're basically interpreting it the way they would want to interpret it. That's the same thing with religion. So what I'm saying is,
now you're finding this in the book from Tuberous. Is that what you said?
No, I'm not finding this in the book of Two Bricks. That was on Google, actually. I just pulled it up.
Okay, so like, then you said Jesus wrote something. What do we have from Jesus that he wrote down?
Well, I'm not going to get into information, but I'm pretty sure. I'm going to say it like this. I'm pretty sure he did write.
What
like
language did he write in?
I would say Hebrew.
Hebrew?
Yeah, at that time it was what? Hebrew, right?
He wouldn't write in Aramaic?
I mean, I look at look. Either way, I would look it up, but it's like okay. No matter what, the information's irrelevant.
I mean,
You're asking.
He reads from Greek in the Gospels when he goes to the synagogue. He reads the Septuagint.
I just want to know. I just want to know why you don't. Why don't you think that Jesus existed?
Well, I definitely thought that he didn't exist until you mentioned Tuberous.
Oh, okay. Damn. So actually, there you go, man. Oh my God. So okay, I did actually open up the mind to actually, and now you know Jesus existed in a way.
Well, we're working on it. So, what did Tuberous say?
Well, so
what happened?
I'm going to tell you, I'm not a scholar. But from what I currently know, when Jesus got arrested, so this is all in the Bible too. When Jesus was arrested,
Tuberous is in the Bible.
I believe it'd have to be. It'd have to be. Well.
I mean, yeah, it would be stupid if
No,
Tuberous wasn't in the Bible. It would need to be in there. Yeah.
I don't want to say yes or no because the information that I got was on Google, but I did verify the information. It was correct. That's why I want to double check on that. But the one thing that I will say is that because you want to get into like, hey, does Jesus exist?
Yeah.
That is that right there is a good way of saying like he did see Jesus. Like there was a Jesus man. There was a man that was named Jesus, and he did see him, and he brought him in so he could get sacrificed.
That's Tuberous.
Tuberous. Yeah, Caesar Tuberous. Which at that time, you're right. There wasn't a lot of Caesars.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about Caesar Tuberous. It wouldn't make any sense to have any other Caesar at that point because it was during the time of Jesus. Yeah.
And that was the time of Jesus. I mean, if you really look at, go online, do your research. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, that's how we get our information anyway. So if you want to know what's true or what's false, you just go out and do your research.
Oh yeah, and that's. I mean, you did your research. That's how you know about Tuberous and arresting the Jesus man.
Well, no, I knew that. Like I didn't have.
You already knew it. I guess.
No, I knew it, but I didn't want to give you the wrong name, so that's why I was like, okay, let me double check.
Oh, it'd be terrible if you gave me the wrong name. So I'm happy that you actually specifically told me it was Tuberous.
Yeah, no, it was. It was. But the one thing that I will say is that's how I got. Like, if you really just want to look up and find out if Jesus Paul ever existed, you just have to do you got to do a lot of research. You just have to do
really quick. Just a recap: Caesar Tuberous, he wrote about Jesus. Is what you're saying?
He didn't write about Jesus. He was there. He was there during that time of Jesus.
Oh, okay.
When everyone was saying what we should do with Jesus.
Yeah.
And then everyone was like, crucify him, crucify him, crucify him. And then that's when he gave the order to say, okay.
Oh, Tuberous gave the order. He was responsible.
No, if that's what you want, he told everyone, if that's what you want, that's what you will get. And that's when Jesus was sent to get crucified.
Yeah. So if it wasn't for Tuberous, then this whole story would be BS.
Not necessarily. Really. Not necessarily, because remember all those people that were there that day too. See, here's the thing: in those days, you have to think about there was nothing. There was no literature, information that was being thrown at you.
I mean, they didn't even have books back then.
They didn't have nothing.
Yeah.
So you would roam let's say you would go from let's say Persia, because in those days it was Persian. Like you'd go from Persia all the way to Jerusalem.
Yeah.
Or you'd go to some and then you would go into those areas and no one would ever know.
Yeah.
So no one knew. That's what I'm telling you. The information that we have is just what we've been given. Like I'm not trying to I'm just telling you, but the thing on your platform is saying Jesus and Paul never existed. I'm just giving you information on dude, that's like saying freaking Abraham Lincoln doesn't exist, or like
Yeah, I know, right?
a whole
Yeah.
bunch of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's silly. I mean, I'm glad that you were able to come up here and explain Caesar Tuberous and everything like that, and I'm glad that you were able to confirm the name and everything, and confirm the story that he was actually there.
Yeah, I guess I pulled it up. I mean,
yeah,
I'm not gonna.
Yeah, I'm not
I mean,
trying to
I went
mess
on
up your
Google,
clip
like-
or anything, but do you care if I speak?
Well, I'm just finishing up here with the real talks. Was there anything else, the real talks, that you wanted to bring up here?
No, I'm good.
That was it?
That was it. I mean, I kind of opened up your mind a little bit on
At least a little bit.
and then we'll have the other guy see if he can open the door or something, and figure something.
You talking about the guy who was on camera?
No, the guy that just barely said if I can talk.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Okay, okay, yeah.
I'm gonna let him do what he do, man, and I hope some way somehow you find the answer.
Yeah, sounds good, man. Thanks.
All right, man.
That was crazy.
All right. Anyways, Birdie Machine, what you got for us? Tuberous?
No, I'm not gonna get to tuberous. I don't think.
I'm pretty sure that's a bone. It's right next to the femoris.
It's the. I didn't want to mess up your clips. He was saying a lot of clippable stuff.
He was saying stuff, but anyways.
And you can turn my video on if you want to. I won't do nothing crazy, or you can leave it off. I don't mind.
Either way, it doesn't matter to me.
Either way.
I don't really care. Yeah. But anyways, what you got?
Well, I just was gonna say about more like broadly on your debate style. It seems like you have a lot of the evidence on the whiteboard behind you, like several of the guys who would have been there and written about this, and especially Josephus. I read it what you said, Josephus and Tacticus or whatever. Your crazy spellings are making me forget their names, but those would be like the two non-Christian historians that would have written about it. And if you're just going to hear the evidence and disregard it, I just wonder why you feel like those are illegitimate sources of
these are back here. You know what these tally marks are for?
Probably the number of times people mention it, I would guess. But I don't know.
The number of time that people have mentioned it since July 14th, and I have easily been able to dismiss it as a non-starter and not evidence for Jesus. Would you like to make?
Yeah, I haven't been here for those. So yeah, why? You don't need to go through the whole list, but mainly just the top two. I'm not familiar with the rest of them, but
I don't know who else on this board you'd say has evidence for Jesus.
Well, like I said, I'm not familiar with any of them except for those top two. I feel like it's a pretty widely accepted thing. Not that Jesus was the Son of God, but that he did exist and was.
You telling me you don't know Dixie Chicks? Come on, it's the Dixie Chicks.
Not as evidence for Jesus existing. I don't know how that would apply.
Maybe Earl. Anyways, so as far as Josephus and Tacitus go, they're interpolated into. That's the problem. Later Christians interpolated into their text. And we can determine this through a myriad of different ways.
Well, I understand. I know that that's the truth, but what they wrote did absolutely apply to Jesus. That's where the name Christ came from.
Do you know what interpolated means?
Yeah, like it was added to or subtracted from later.
So interpolated means someone is adding to a text that had already been around.
Right.
So Christians later on interpolate into Josephus and Tacitus. That means that they're not writing anything.
But what the future Christians wrote would not invalidate what they wrote. The interpolation does not. I mean, it's added to, but it doesn't.
It doesn't make any sense. That'd be like saying, "Oh, hey, a later Muslim going in and changing the words of Josephus to say that Jesus was a Muslim doesn't invalidate it." Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't write what the original guy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we can't use it as an
argument.
It's just
it wouldn't
some
invalidate
later person who believed the story. If a Muslim goes into Josephus and added to Antiquities of the Jews, saying that Jesus was a Muslim, would you believe that or accept it as evidence that Jesus was a Muslim?
No, not without knowing that that was the words of the original writer.
Okay, well, there you go. Because it's an interpolation of someone later, I'm not going to accept it as evidence unless we know
But I'm
that
not
that's the
asking you to
original writer.
accept. I'm not asking you to accept the interpolation. I'm asking you to accept the original writing.
There is no writing of Jesus. That's the interpolated part.
Well, I think you've just got your facts wrong.
Okay. Do you have any evidence that he had it originally?
Yeah, absolutely. There's
What
been
do
a
you got?
bunch of studies on their writing. There's been a bunch of historians look into it. There's been a bunch of studies on it,
Okay.
and a
And have
majority
we
of them-
found any version of Josephus's writings that predate the interpolated line?
Absolutely.
No.
There was a historian, Dr. Joseph Steinbrenner from Stanford,
Mm-hmm.
that has an entire study where he went back. They have artifacts in museums, and that's kind of unrelated. That's a different topic, but yeah, Joseph Steinbrenner.
Uh-huh.
Look him up.
Cool. So he has something that predates the 4th century when the oldest manuscript of Josephus explicitly is from the 10th.
Well, you would have to read it. I can't quote the whole study that he wrote. It's like 148 pages or 198 pages or something. But
there is no evidence of any version of Josephus prior to the 4th century when Eusebius creates the interpolated line or the interpolated paragraph. There is no version of it prior to that doesn't have it. The oldest version of Josephus's Antiquities of the Jews or the Testimony of Flavianum is the interpolated version. So it's not legit.
I guess we can just agree to disagree on the basic.
No,
fact.
it's not agree to disagree. It's history. We do not have any version prior to the 4th century that is not the interpolated version. That's how that works. Unless you want to provide any kind of evidence from this George Steinbrenner and his Yankee doodle dandy history, whatever.
He's a doctor at Stanford, but all right.
Don't care. Point is, do you have any evidence or does he present any evidence of the Testimonium Flavianum prior to the 4th century?
Well, I'm not quite smart enough to analyze his entire study, but to my understanding, yes.
I don't really think you understand what I'm saying exactly. The oldest manuscript that we have of Josephus in Greek, which is what he wrote in, is from the 10th century. The specific version or the specific verse that you're talking about is exclusively in the 11th century, actually.
And I see the chat. It's Joseph Steinbrenner.
Yeah, pass that over to Stanson. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so what we're going to do here, let's see. Joseph Steinbrenner. All right, we're going to take a look here. Oh, damn, he's dead. We'll try something else. Okay.
R.I.P.
All right. I'm not even really sure. Maybe that's not the right Steinbrenner. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about at all.
Well, I can't help your familiarity
Joseph
or lack.
Steinbrenner? What is that what you said?
Yeah.
Joseph Steinbrenner. I don't have anything on him. Like when you search for Joseph Steinbrenner, it just fucking brings up the owner of the Yankees.
Oh, that's so tough.
Like, what do you like?
Well,
this guy. I mean, that?
I don't know. I don't even know what the guy looks like. I wouldn't notice him from a picture. I just read the study.
Well, I mean, what study are you fucking talking about?
And that's George Steinbrenner. It's Joseph.
Yeah, that's what I searched for.
Oh. He's just overshadowed, I guess.
And if I put Josephus,
try searching the name with Stanford. Like if you go Joseph Steinbrenner, Stanford. Maybe that would narrow it down for Google.
Nope. Fucking Mike Messina. Nah, dude. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, maybe I'm just wrong. I don't know.
Think so.
Well, I won't waste any more of your time. I got to go anyway, but have a good day.
You're still here.
I don't know how to get off.
You just pull it, and eventually it just kind of happens. Oh, okay. There you go. All right. Let's see. He didn't want to be clipped. Motherfucker got clipped. Anyways, Stuart Cormier, what you got? Also, let me get to the super chats really fast. I apologize. $4.99 there from Dr. Jim over on YouTube. Again, if you're on YouTube and you don't want to come over to TikTok, which is where I take guests, send a super chat. Even if you call me an ignorant piece of shit. I'm not pointing to Joel Reed's Bible, even though he's an ignorant piece of shit. But I'm kidding. I love you, Joel. But no. I was saying the word of the week is ignorant there for me. So if you think that I am ignorant, go ahead and make a super chat that that calls me an ignorant piece of shit. Anyways, the point is, $4.99 there from Dr. Jim says, CBJ is torturing us with the real guy. So I will return the favor. Here's to the Queef Fund, Queef for Tuberous, Queef for Christ, Queef for Christ before Jesus, and Queefing for Lobes. There we go. I believe that is 5. That's 5 of them. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom, done. Thank you very much, Dr. Whatever. All right, $2 there from Alan says, it's like saying Pico's bill never existed. And then finally, $1.99 from the prototype says, make a wish guest. Pretty much. All right, and the other guy just kind of ran there, so I don't know what's going on. What's going on? Unknown Flows.
Good evening, sir. How are you?
Doing all right. What you got for us, man?
Awesome. So Josephus, Flavius, Tacitus, Suetonius. If we could focus on those three. This guy's funny.
All of those people failed. You're going to do great, though. I believe in you. So what do you got?
So I wanted to say, majority of historians believe that even with the Christian interpolation into Josephus still believed that Jesus was a real historical figure.
Sweet. They don't have any version that's not interpolated, though, so I don't know where the fuck they're getting that idea. As far as Josephus goes, what do you got for us today, man?
So, for example, when Josephus says, now about this time, Jesus, a wise man. So Christians would not have described, Jesus as a wise man, or describe when Josephus describes the followers of Christ.
Does it not just say if it be lawful to call him a man? Does it say that?
So that's the addition. So that's the
How
Christian
did they know that that's the
interpolation.
addition and the other part was there?
Because Josephus did not believe Jesus was the
Sweet.
Christ.
So how did they determine that the part that they don't like was interpolated, but the parts that they do like was actually something he wrote?
Because there would be no Christian at the time who would have described Jesus as just a wise man. They would have described him as God incarnate.
And so when
most
it
Christians,
says he was more than a man, that's not a Christian?
So it says he's a wise man.
It
And
says
then the
if it be
interpolation
lawful to call him a man is what it says.
So that's the interpolation. So that's what I'm
They
trying to
don't
say.
have a version of the Testimony of Flavianum. They do not have a version of Josephus's writings that just says he was a wise man.
So what I would say is, what's your evidence that it's being interpolated?
You know that it's been interpolated. You already admitted to it. What you are doing is you're treating it like a buffet, and you're going through and saying, well, I like this or I don't like this, and you're just deciding what parts was there, despite the fact that you don't have any version of Josephus's Antiquities of the Jews, book 18, chapter 3, section 3, that actually explicitly has the parts you like and doesn't have the parts you don't like. In fact, the first version of it from the 4th century from Eusebius in Demonstratio Evangelica, when he says, let us now make use of Josephus the Jew, he gives us the version that you think is wrong. We don't have any version prior to that even exists. No one even mentions it. 6 or 7 different church fathers prior to Eusebius mention Josephus and quote from him. Some of them, like Origen, quote from Antiquities of the Jews. None of them mention a piece of the Testimony of Flavianum, let alone the full paragraph. Which again, Eusebius in the 4th century, who was the first person to mention it, actually has the wrong version according to you. So how did he get it?
So what I'm trying to say is, you're trying to say because of those interpolation, nothing within Josephus's Antiquities of the Jews can be taken as historically valid. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is that something that matches the style of Eusebius, which is what that line or what that passage actually does, can be actually can be attributed to Eusebius, and the rest of it that doesn't match Eusebius and matches the rest of Josephus is perfectly fine. Josephus does not write that paragraph. In fact, the paragraph before the Testimonium Flavianum talks about something that Pilate did that was bad, which was unaliving a multitude of Jews. And then the paragraph after the Testimonium Flavianum literally starts off with another sad calamity that befell the Jews. In other words, if you remove the Testimonium Flavianum, it flows perfectly, because it's not in there. Also, there's no mention of it in the table of contents there for Book 18. That's weird. And on top of that, Josephus talks about the stuff in the paragraph before it and after it in Wars of the Jews. You know what he doesn't mention in Wars of the Jews? Jesus. So it's almost as if someone just kind of made that shit up. It's almost as if they just kind of whipped it out of their ass, which is exactly what Eusebius did, because it matches his style of writing. And he does this in the 4th century, and the version that he quotes is the interpolated version that you think includes problems. And you admitted includes problems. You don't have a version that doesn't have the problems.
So what I'm asking is, what did Eusebius have to gain?
Are you serious? He's literally an
No, I'm
admitted
trying to-
liar who was commissioned by Constantine to write a history for the church. What he stands to gain
What's the evidence for that?
him saying it. He quotes Plato when he
Where
says
does-
that a defense attorney is justified in lying for his client. Therefore, he says that it would be worth it to lie for the advancement of truth, is what he says, or lie for the advancement of what you believe is, or getting someone to do something willingly as opposed to compulsion, is what he says. He literally quotes Plato to justify this position. That's what he does in his book, Preparatio Evangelica, is the book that he does this in. This is
So now the
Eusebius.
question
He
now-
does gain by doing this. He's writing a history for the church.
Oh, so I just fact checked you on that. So I just put Eusebius says, "Is it what it is worth it to lie for the truth?" And this is what came up. Eusebius did not say it is worth it to lie for the truth as a general rule for Christians, nor did he argue that historians should invent fabrications. This widespread claim stems from a famous centuries-old misrepresentation of a specific passage in his book, Preparatio Evangelica, Preparation for the Gospel.
And
The
what does it
controversy
say?
centers.
And what does it say?
So where I'm about to read it now. The controversy centers on a chapter heading in Book 12, Chapter 31, which reads that it will be necessary sometimes to use falsehood as a remedy.
What? This is in
That it will
31.
be necessary sometimes. 31. So Book 12, Chapter 31.
Okay.
That it will be necessary sometimes to use falsehood as a remedy for the benefit of those who require such a mode of treatment. Analyzing the historical context of the quote and how it became popular clarifies the actual meaning. So the context, it's a discussion of Plato's philosophy.
Yeah,
in Preparation
okay,
Evangelica.
listen. I fucking told you that it was quoting Plato to justify it. The quote is, "But even if the case were not so much as our argument has now proved it to be, if a lawgiver who is to be of ever so little use could have ventured to tell any falsehood at all to the young for their good, is there any falsehood that he could have told more beneficial than this, and better able to make them all do everything that is just, not by compulsion, but willingly? Truth, O stranger, is a noble and enduring thing. It seems, however, not easy to persuade men of it." So in other words, we can get people to do things that we want them to do if we lie. And,
No,
as, and
I
you
think
are
you're taking
justified
out
in
of
doing
context.
so in order to actually get people to do something that you want them to do, that you feel
No,
like
I
is
think that-
beneficial. You
so how did
literally
Eusebius-
read exactly what I said was in there. You gave the name of the book, you gave the name of the citation, you literally did what I told you was in there, and you're trying to claim
So
that it's
how-
not in there.
What I'm trying to say is, what was Eusebius's application? He gave examples like things where we describe God as having hands in the Old Testament as an example of a lie, which is used to pass across a message.
Yeah, because he
You know,
believed that
so-
Jesus didn't have a body.
Yes, so what I'm trying to say is he wasn't saying false history or falsify
No,
history.
what he's
Again,
saying is that okay, we're not going to play this game. You literally quoted and literally said the exact thing that I told you was in the very same book that you said it was in. That's what's happening. Joseph.
So wait. You said
Eusebius.
you said Eusebius believed Jesus never had a body. Why didn't he put
I
that
didn't
in
say
Josephus'
Jesus
work?
never had a body. I didn't say that, dipshit. I said
You
God.
said that's what Eusebius believed, that Jesus never had a body.
Not Jesus, God.
Did Eusebius believe Jesus was God?
What?
Did
Sure.
Eusebius believe
Why
that
not?
Jesus?
But
Okay,
by the time
so,
that they have it there, they have the Trinity.
So why does he not stretch that concept within Josephus's framework, within Josephus's book? Why doesn't he put the concept of the Trinity in there?
And Josephus, what the fuck are you talking about?
No, because you're saying
what the fuck are you talking about?
Wait, hear me out. You're saying Eusebius forged Josephus's work. So what I'm trying to say is,
no, I didn't.
Okay, he interpolated.
He interpolated
Josephus's
a paragraph.
work.
Okay, that doesn't mean that you're going to put all of your beliefs into that paragraph. That doesn't make any sense. What are you talking about?
But what I'm trying to say is, all of this is just speculation. We can't even know 100%.
Eusebius is the first one to mention it, and the phrases that are found within the Testimonium Flavianum are Eusebian in nature. Like when it says a doer of good works, Josephus uses that phrase to mean poet. Every other time he says it, it means poet. But for Eusebius, he means miracle worker. That's why it gets translated as a doer of good works or a man of good deeds or something. That's what it gets translated to in English.
Did Eusebius ever own up in his own writings that he interpolated Josephus's work?
No, why would he?
Okay, so then it's conjecture. We're not 100%. We can't be
awesome.
100%
So do you want to go
sure.
ahead and set Josephus to the side then? Because you can't prove that we have any. Okay, sounds good. Next point. What else you got?
Then what about Tacitus? Tacitus had no reason to describe Jesus' existence.
Awesome. Good point. That's why he didn't do it, and it's interpolated as well. Have you actually read it?
What is the?
Have you actually read it?
I've only read the paragraph that refers to Jesus.
Okay. Does it say the word Jesus?
What is the evidence?
Does it say the word Jesus?
Give me a sec. Let me pull it up.
Yeah. Yeah, if he admitted it, it would defeat the point. Oh, yeah, I'm also faking this as well. He actually says, let us now make use of Josephus the Jew, by the way. So he's like literally leading into the idea that he's going to like use Josephus for a particular purpose. That's what he does in Demonstratio Evangelica. Right before he gives us the paragraph, he says, let us now make use of Josephus the Jew.
So this is in Annals, book 15, chapter 44.
Yeah.
Consequently, to get rid of the report, Nero fastened the guilt and inflicted the most exquisite tortures on a class hated for their abominations, called Christians by the populace.
Mm-hmm.
Christos, from whom the name had its origin, suffered the extreme penalty during the reign of Tiberius at the hands of one of our procurators, Pontius Pilatus.
That sounds good. Okay, really quick. So does he say Jesus?
It says Christus.
Okay. Is Christ a name or a title?
I would say that is a title.
Sweet. So if Tacitus is looking at the Roman record, a crucifixion record, arrest record, would it say Christ or would it say Yeshua or the Greek or Latin variant? It would say Yeshua, right? It would say his name.
Not necessarily. It could
so
also
you think
say
the
his
Romans
title.
called Christ? He called him Christ? The Romans did?
I think the Romans could have referred to him as anything. They could have referred to him as King
so
of
when
the
Pilate,
Jews.
it's King of the Jews. Is that the word Christ?
They could have referred to him as Christ. They could have referred to him.
So when Pilate puts a sign above his head, does he say Christ or does it say King of the Jews?
It says King of the Jews.
Sweet. You know the paintings and everything where it has right above his head, it has INRI.
Mm.
You know what that means?
I'm guessing that means King of the Jews in Hebrew.
It does not.
Okay, what does it mean?
The last two do, but it's not in Hebrew. It's in Latin.
Okay, what does it mean?
The I is for Jesus, N is for Nazareth, R is Rex, and I is Judea, or Jews. So it's King of the Jews, Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews. Nowhere in there is the term Christ used. It's not hammered above his head on the torture stake. It's not found in there. So it wouldn't be used in a crucifixion or arrest record. That doesn't make any sense. Also,
So
on
where
top of
did-
that, what does he call
Tacitus
Pilate?
get it from?
Say what?
So where did Tacitus get the name Christus from?
He didn't write it. I told you it's interpolated, and I'm showing you why it wouldn't be something from him. What does he call Pilate?
So are you saying the Christians also interpolated this?
Yes. What does he call Pilate? What position does he say Pilate has?
Let me go back to the passage. Give me 1 second. Just give me a second. Nazareth, blah, blah, blah. Sorry, just bear with me. What is this? This called Pilate. He calls him Pontius Pilatus.
Nope, that's not a government position. It's right before that.
The procurator.
Yeah, Pilate wasn't a procurator, though. He was a prefect.
Okay.
Judea didn't even have a procurator until the decade after Pilate was dismissed. Tacitus knows
So
the
what's
difference.
the difference?
The difference is that a prefect has a military backing while a procurator is just in charge of money. He wouldn't have been able to be crucified by a procurator necessarily anyways.
But this is what I'm saying. So it's saying Tacitus was actually using an anachronistic title here. In 1961, archaeologists discovered the Pilate stone in Caesarea, which proved that Pilate's real historical title during the reign of Tiberius was prefect.
That's what I just fucking said, dude. It's almost as if you're just kind of like reading right behind saying things, and then you find out that I'm saying true things. It's almost like I'm not blowing smoke up your ass. You're just unfamiliar with any kind of research.
Just let me finish. Tacitus used procurator because by the time he was writing in 116 CE, the governing title in Judea had shifted, and he retroactively applied the contemporary term of his own era to Pilate.
No, he knows what a prefect is. He uses it correctly elsewhere.
Where? Give me an example of where he uses it.
Okay. Do you have Annals pulled up?
I'll pull it up now.
He knows the difference between a procurator and a prefect. You can look at Annals 1525. It's the same fucking book.
1525. 1, 2, 3. That should be 15. No, that's 16.
1544 is the section that you tried to quote, literally a few paragraphs before it. He says prefects and procurators. He knows the difference.
I know it's 1525. Okay, so there's a long paragraph. So, as Pastus' dispatch contradicted his letter
You
from
can just skip to the part that says procurators and prefects. It's literally 3 words.
On the eve of the war. Creators. Okay, kings, prefects, and procurators.
Yep.
Kings, prefects, and procurators.
Yeah, he knows
and
the
all
difference.
the praetors who governed.
Yep. Anyways,
Oh,
that being said, we're also going to take a quick look at the Latin version of this. The oldest manuscript that we have of Tacitus' Annals, Book 15, Section 44, is found in, believe it or not, the 11th century, or it dates to the 11th century. I'm going to go ahead and pull this up here. And I'm just about guaranteed.
So what I'm saying is,
no,
why
don't worry
do
about it, man.
most-
We're still talking about Tacitus here. We're still going
yeah,
to
but why do
bury the
most
idea that he
historians
actually said
disagree?
shit. I want you to tell me what
Why
this
do
word looks
most
like. Real
historians-
fast. What does that word look like?
Prefect. Saru. Krifiaksu.
All right. Well, that's the word Christians,
But-
and that's how you write it
Okay.
in Latin. Now, the reason why it's in the
Okay.
margins is because if you
Mm.
follow this line, you find this word right here. This gets
Okay.
translated to Christians in the text. See the
How do you
slogan?
pronounce it?
Christiane.
Christiane.
So, do you see this particular gap right here?
All right. So you're saying the gap is the proof of forgery?
What?
I see the gap, but what's the gap of proof?
The gap is proof that this did not say Christians like with an I. It said Christians. Here's what an I looks like. It looks like a Y here. Here's the I in Tiberius. Here's the E in Tiberius. This used to be an E. So it wouldn't say that the Christians with an E got their name from Christus with an I. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Also on top of that, this is not a name, it's a title. So if he was looking at a crucifixion record, he would have saw that his name was Jesus, not Christ. On top of that, he calls him Pilate a procurator when he was a prefect. I'd also like to point out that this term right here, Christians with an E, we find it in an inscription called CILVI 24944, and it dates between 16 BCE and 37 CE, potentially before the supposed birth of your beloved Jesus. So it sounds like this group that he's talking about that was hated for their abominations, called Christians by the populace, had also been around even in Rome since before Jesus was even born? That doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? Yeah, it's almost like,
Wait.
no, they did not start with Jesus. This was a mystery cult or something like that that had been around and was hated for their abominations. Doesn't even really make any sense why in 64 Nero would even know what the difference between a Jew and a Christian was.
So wait. You're just throwing a lot of stuff at the wall. Let's tackle things little by little.
Sounds
So what
good.
you're saying is Nero did not know of Christians.
Yeah,
He-
we don't
he
have
could have
any
known
evidence that Nero would have known what a Christian was.
Okay, so why
And
do
how to differentiate
majority
it
of
between
historians? So what I'm trying to say is, what you're saying is true. Why do majority of historians disagree with you? What are their arguments?
Historians also say that they're unsure as to how Nero knew the difference between a Jew and a Christian.
But most historians would say that Tacitus's work has truth in it.
Sure,
with
yeah,
regards
it
to
does. It's talking about a
describing the
group that had
person
been
of
around
Christ.
since before the supposed birth of Jesus, and they were hated for their abominations, and they were blamed for the fire in Rome because they admit to burning it down.
So what was that group called? That group
The
that was there
Christians.
before Jesus? And what was their practices? What did they believe in?
They were followers of Christus. That's all that it means. Christians just means followers of Christus.
And Christus was not the person Jesus.
That wouldn't make any sense because the inscription that bears the word Christian dates to potentially 16 BCE. Do you think that the Christians were around prior to Jesus about 16 years? You think the
What
religion that follows Jesus was around before Jesus?
So how would you even date that? That's what I'm trying to say. How would you
Date
date
what?
that?
The inscription?
Yes.
Because it mentions somebody's name and it mentions somebody's kid, and they weren't married until 16 BCE, and they died in 37 because
So
they
is
had
it
to bury
possible
their
that
kid.
So is it possible that that could be a scribal error?
On an inscription of like an urn? Or
Yeah,
are you
that
talking
could
about
still be an
Tacitus?
The inscription itself could be like an error, could be a mistake.
That doesn't make any sense.
Why?
It's for a funerary urn. They were thanking somebody for something. They're not making a scribe. It's not a scribal error. That doesn't make any sense.
So wait. I'm trying to get your point because I'm not understanding you. You're saying on the inscription, they pointed to someone named the Christ
No.
16 years before. Okay, what are you saying? Just break
I'm
it down
saying
to
that
me.
it mentions Christians.
On a coin or like what's that inscription? A stone? What is it?
It's in stone. It's for
It's
for
in
a
stone.
funerary urn.
For a funeral. So now what I'm trying to say is it possible that that person could have been a messianic figure who existed before the person of Jesus? And how would the inscription
A
connect to what
messianic
Tacitus?
figure? It doesn't say Christ. It says Christus.
That could still be. Isn't Christus a title?
It can be. It means
Christus
the good
is-
one.
Yes, so that could have also been a messianic figure that existed before
That's not a
Jesus. But I'm trying
Messiah.
to,
Messiah's closest word is Christ, and they wouldn't be saying that in Latin.
so what's the connection between that inscription and what Tacitus wrote?
What?
What's the connection between
The
the
word
inscription?
Christians.
Yeah. So I'm trying to say, why is it that that word cannot be used for both the person Jesus and this person who was buried 16 years before
Because
Jesus was born?
What are you talking about? It's not talking
Can't
about Jesus. It's talking about a group of people.
So what I'm trying to say is, can't that word be used to describe this group of people and also be used to describe the followers of Christ?
Sure. Why not? I mean,
Okay,
hell,
so
the earliest codex of the New Testament uses the word Christians.
good. So why is it that we're
I'm not saying
choosing
it's
to
a
have
different
the,
group. I'm saying it's a problem because that group is mentioned potentially before Jesus is even born.
yeah, but that doesn't mean that the followers of Christ didn't exist and weren't called by that
No,
same name.
I am saying that they would have existed prior to Jesus. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, how would I? Okay, let's put it like this. Within Islam, there's a group of Muslims called the Ahmadiyas. They are referred to as Muslims, but the followers of the original Muhammad were also referred to as Muslims. The belief of the Ahmadiyya substantially differs from the belief of the original followers of Muhammad, but
Okay.
both groups are referred to as Muslims.
Sweet.
So I'm saying that there could have been a Christ before Jesus, that his followers were referred to as Christos. That still does not.
Exactly. And that's the fucking point, is that there was a Christ that was worshipped prior to Jesus. You said the fucking phrase. That's exactly my point. There is a mystery cult that worships a Christ or a crest deity prior to the mythology of Jesus showing up in the middle of the 2nd century. You literally said the entire point. You said Christ before Jesus, which is not only my username, it's the book from me and my co-author that shows that yes, the Christians existed, and then they had a mythology of Jesus that shows up in about 144. You kind of hit the nail on the head, man. That's kind of the point. Welcome to mythicism. Anything else?
Where's Where's the stone? Where's the stone located? What's it called?
Rome.
The archaeology. What's it called? What's the name for it?
CILVI 24944.
All right, CILVI 24944. Okay, I will look into that. Thank you
Sounds
for
good.
that. And the last one, Suetonius.
Suetonius doesn't say Jesus, doesn't say Christ, and he's well aware as to what a Christ is. So if you're trying to say that the Jews were expelled from Rome at the instigation of one Chrestus, not only could that simply be the Christians there that I was talking about earlier, but on top of that, he knows what a Christian is because in his other mention of Christians around the time of Nero, he says Christians, but unfortunately, he doesn't say Christ, he says Chrestus, and he doesn't say Christians, he says Jews in the other mention. So if he knew what a Christian was and he knew how to spell Christ, I don't know why he would have said that. So again, I have no problem with Christians or even Christians being something that is around prior to the 2nd century. That is not an issue at all. In fact, I say that. It's just that they don't have a mythology of Jesus until the middle of the 2nd century. That's the problem.
So you're saying Suetonius was also forged
No, I'm not.
by Christians?
I'm not.
Okay, what are you saying? I'm trying to understand.
I'm saying, does he say the word Jesus?
So if
Does he say the word Jesus? Does he say the word
doesn't-
Jesus? Yes or no?
All right, wait, let me find.
Does he
let me
say the
find
word
the-
Jesus? Yes or no?
I'm not sure. That's the thing. I'm trying to find.
He doesn't.
Exactly.
He doesn't. That's what I'm saying. And I'm not going to wait until you find it. You've been up here long enough. But again,
Okay,
he doesn't.
fair
He
enough.
doesn't say the name Jesus, and he doesn't say Christ.
So he's describing someone else, the Christ before Jesus. That's
He's
your
not
theory.
saying Christ. He didn't say Christ.
Okay, who is he describing? That's what I'm trying
All
to
he
see.
says is that Jews, at the instigation of one Chrestus, they caused riots, and so they or disturbances, and so they were expelled from Rome.
Okay, and that's not
That's all that
talking
it
about
says.
the person Jesus.
No, because Chrestus is a name. It's also a title. It means the good one. That doesn't necessarily mean Jesus. That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so you're not sure who this Christus is. It's not. You're not even talking about this Christ before Jesus. You're just, when it comes to Suetonius's passage, it's just vague.
It's very vague. In fact, later on he mentions Christians. So if he was talking about Christians, why didn't he say Christians? Why did he say Jews? And if he knows how to spell Christ, which is part of the word Christian, why didn't he say Christ when he said Christus? Yeah. So he's very clearly not making any sense there.
Then the last question: why do most historians go against what you believe?
Because most historians will point you to a
Yes.
scholar, like a religious scholar.
No, even people who are not religious, like Bart Ehrman, they
Okay.
don't
Well,
believe.
Bart Ehrman's big argument for Jesus' existence is Paul meeting the James, the brother of Jesus. That's his big gotcha thing. But unfortunately, we don't have any mention of Paul outside of Christianity, so he relies on church tradition. So even though he's not religious, he's still relying on religious tradition in order to try to say that Jesus existed. Next.
What about people who are like, what's that dude's name, man? There are people who are atheists who still believe that Jesus existed.
You just named Bart Ehrman.
Francesca, what was it? It's Francesca Stranopoulos.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Anything else?
Stran,
There. Don't hurt yourself.
wait, just give me a chance. Atheists that believe in Jesus. Because they believe that people, because I'm just thinking, even our calendar is formed on him.
Cool.
So if
yeah,
this guy
that's
didn't
because
exist-
Dionysius Exiguus, a Christian monk in the 500s, mentioned to, I believe it was Charlemagne, that we should start using the birth of Jesus as the dating for the calendar. And he liked it so much because at this point, Rome was Christian, that they ended up working that out and trying to figure out when Jesus was born. They still got it wrong, even if he was real. But the Gregorian
got it
calendar
wrong,
is
that
just based
boy,
off
yeah.
of that. It's just a Christian thing. Prior to that, it was based off of 3 different things. That's the Olympiad, the year of the current emperor, and then also the formation of Rome, which was supposedly founded by Romulus and Remus. And upon Romulus's death, after they were nursed to health by a she-wolf after they were abandoned as toddlers, Romulus ascended into heaven. So unless you think that Romulus ascended into heaven, I don't think that a calendar is going to mean jack shit. Also, today is Wednesday, which is based on Woden's Day, which is based on the Norse god Odin. So just because it's on a calendar, it doesn't mean fuck all.
So what about people like Gerd Ludemann, Richard
Don't
Dawkins?
give a shit. Don't give a shit. Richard Dawkins explicitly says the evidence for Jesus is not great.
But he said Jesus most likely existed in this book,
Don't
The
give a
God
shit.
Delusion.
Don't give a shit. That's not even his fucking field of study. So again, I don't care. I don't care about how many people with PhDs or DRs before their name are going to give their opinion on something. I care about the evidence that they present.
What about Christopher Hitchens?
Literally
was his
couldn't
field.
care any less about his opinion
Dr.
on Jesus. I
Morris
care about the
Casey.
evidence.
Morris Casey, Lee Strobel.
Okay,
Lee Strobel
listen.
was an atheist. He looked at the
Lee
evidence.
Strobel,
He
nope,
became a Christian.
nope, not at all. Actually, Lee Strobel, I actually have his book. He wrote his book about 17 to 18 years after he had already become a Christian. So try harder. That being said, if you name
Yeah,
one
but
more
he was an
person just
atheist.
appealing to scholars, I'm going to go ahead and drop you because I said I don't give a shit about who says something. I give a shit about the evidence they present. Do you have any other evidence?
The Isaiah prophesying Jesus 800 years before
Sweet.
crucifixion
What is
existed.
a prophecy? Is that future tense or past tense?
It should be future tense.
Okay, sounds good. We're going to take a quick look here at Isaiah 53. Isaiah 53 explicitly, we're going to pull this up here. It is explicitly in past tense.
Yeah, but that's like that's because God is describing seeing this from the future.
No, he's
In
not.
God's point
In
of view,
fact,
it's already
prior to
captured.
this, is this about the suffering servant?
Behold, the
Is that what
virgin shall
Isaiah
be
53 is
without.
talking about? The servant?
Yeah, the serpent.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
going to look up the word servant, and we're going to see how many times right before Isaiah 53 it talks about the servant and who it says that servant is. You haven't ever done this, have you?
What about the
Yeah, sweet. Shut
Isaiah
the fuck up.
9?
We're about to read from the Bible. What it says here leading up to Isaiah 53 It says, let's see, you are my servant. Here we go. Here's my servant. My servant, my servant. Let's see, my servant. Here we go. O Jacob, my servant, Israel. O Jacob, my servant. O Jacob and Israel, for you are my servant. I formed you. You are my servant, O Israel. Servant, my servant Jacob and Israel. His servant Jacob. You are my servant, Israel. This is in 49. His servant. Here we go. My servant to raise up the tribes of Jacob and Israel. Nothing there. Voice of his servant who walks in darkness. There we go. And here's 52. See, my servant shall prosper. It's talking about Israel. And then the righteous one, my servant, is literally mentioned in Isaiah 53. Multiple times leading up to Isaiah 53, Isaiah acknowledges and explicitly states that the servant is Jacob, the personification of the house of Israel, or the Israelites. It is only talking in past tense because Israel came out of, or the Israelites came out of Babylonian exile. And it says the only things in future tense in Isaiah 53 is saying that good things are going to happen because they already went through the bad things. A prophecy, as you just said, is future tense. So not only did you just absolutely eat your own shit, on top of that, it explicitly states, and this kind of shows that you haven't even read Isaiah, you just kind of parroted what some pastor told you. Prior to Isaiah 53, it tells you exactly who that servant is, and it never changes the identification.
Did Jacob bore the sin of many? Because it describes the suffering servant as born the sin of many.
Yes, that is the idea. Because listen to what I'm about to tell you. Very clearly within Jewish culture, they believe that if something bad happens to them, that's because they sinned against God, correct?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so when it's talking about how Israel was in Babylonian exile, they must have sinned against God. It took on the sins of all of us in order to be punished in Babylonian exile, but they are coming out and good things are about to happen. That was easy as shit to understand. I don't know why you're hung up on the idea that something that very clearly is in past tense about Israel is somehow future tense about Jesus.
And when it also says, like, a virgin will give birth to a child, is that Jacob?
It doesn't say that. In the Hebrew, it says a young woman is with child, not a virgin will give birth, or a virgin will be with child. It does not say that.
What are those words in the Hebrew words that says a young woman will give birth?
We're not even going to take the time to do this. It is very easy to show you, or it is very easy to just search on your own, that this is not something that explicitly says virgin. It says young woman or young maiden is with child, not virgin will be with child. That's not how that works. It's just talking about a king that is going to lead them out.
The child's name will be called Counselor, Wonderful, Mighty God.
Is Jesus ever called that within the New Testament?
Yes.
When is Jesus called Counselor?
He literally describes himself.
When is Jesus called Counselor?
He describes himself as the Alpha and Omega.
When is Jesus called Counselor?
Alpha and Omega. He is called
when is Jesus called Counselor?
All right, okay, give me a second.
Okay.
Jesus Counselor.
Mm-hmm. Where does it say that anybody ever call him Counselor?
Yeah, give me a second. New Testament. I'm pretty sure he's called Counselor. Like,
sweet. I want you to find a verse in the New Testament where he is called Counselor.
Mighty Father. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
because he calls himself. I mean, why did they even crucify him? I think it's because he called himself.
I don't know if you know this or not, but Jesus didn't fucking exist.
Okay, Jesus didn't exist.
Sounds good, man.
Right. Jesus Counselor. Okay. The specific titles: Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, and Everlasting Father.
Only going to be in Isaiah. Yep, exactly.
Can't find shit. Explicitly quoted or directly applied to Jesus.
Anything else you'd like to say before we move on to a guest who's got an IQ over 70?
Everybody look up what Bart Ehrman and the people who are atheists say about Jesus. Just to have a balanced perspective.
Yep, have a balanced perspective on evidence. That is what we care about here. We talk evidence, not just random appeals to authority. All right. Does that say anime or uname?
No, it's Amin.
Amin or something. I don't know. Anyways, what you got?
Well, I just...
Wait, hold up. Actually, I want to get to some super chats really fast. They're from YouTube. We've got $5 from Alan0465 says, the author of Mark is the Geppetto who made a wonderful puppet. Christians have been praying to the blue fairy ever since to make him a real boy. Nice. $5 there from Godmind. Says, I like that. That's pretty funny there. $5 from Godmind says, thanks for nothing, Jesus and God Amon. Okay. Damn. $5 from Godmind says, I think the prophet Ezra, I guess, was real. He asked God to give us all we want. Now God said, second Ezra 4:5. I'm not gonna lie to you, Godman. I don't really know what you're talking about there. I apologize, man. I don't know what you're talking about. And then $5 from Polenta Forest. Hello. Says, you are not ignorant. You are queeferent. All right. Anyways, that is somehow on the board twice. I don't know how that happened. I have no idea how that happened, but it happened. It's there. All right. Umani or Umaju or something.
I came up once on your live and you spelled my name as urine.
Yeah, well, it kind of looks like it because it's in some weird font. I don't know how you guys get that font. How do you even do that?
It's anyway. some engine on Google.
Oh, okay.
Whatever. I came up on your live. I saw the prompt. I'm not here to like try and disprove you. I'm just trying to like see why you believe this. I'm not a Christian. I'm a Muslim, and in our paradigm, we also believe that Jesus exists. So I just want to see what you'd say if this is on the Islamic view, because Jesus is mentioned in the Quran.
Give me one instance of Jesus being talked about that doesn't say that he was crucified.
I'm sorry, what?
Give me one instance of Jesus being talked about by like a Roman or anything like that that doesn't say he was crucified.
Oh, so you're saying that when the Quran makes the claim that Jesus wasn't crucified, so the Quran is contradicting reality?
Nope. Well, I mean, kind of, sort of, in the sense that it's talking about Jesus and Jesus didn't exist. What I'm saying is that the Christians' version of Jesus didn't exist, and the Muslims' version of Jesus didn't exist even more. Because at least they can kind of sort of point to something that I've got to like take the time to dismiss, which is like Josephus and Tacitus and stuff like that are claims that he was crucified. But, I mean, the Muslims got nothing. They've just got like, oh, hey, 600 years later, we got something in a fucking cave. Like that's the idea. But it's very obvious that the Quran, about 33% of the surahs, which make up about 50% of the content, comes from prior Christian material anyways. So it doesn't really matter because they're still an offshoot of Christianity anyways. It's just they're hard-nosed monotheistic. That's all that it is. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, the Christians try to claim to be monotheistic, but they're very clearly not. But I mean, also, technically speaking, the Muslims are also not monotheistic because they believe in like demigods, sort of, kind of, or like lesser gods, which would be like Satan and angels and shit. So yeah, but regardless, doesn't matter. The point is, they tried to clean it up. It's like a reformation of Christianity that becomes geopolitically isolated until it becomes its own religion. But I mean, the Quran isn't even written until almost 300 years after Christianity becomes the official religion of the Roman Empire. So very clearly it's based off of that. Like, it's not like they just came up with Jesus later on. Like, it's not like they were just somehow magically got the story of Jesus. They got it from the Christians.
Well, the evidence suggests otherwise because the content
because the earliest iconography for Mormons, for Muslims, is the cross. They used to pray towards Jerusalem. Why the hell?
Yeah, and then they changed it to Mecca.
Yeah, I know. Once it became geopolitically isolated.
Yeah, but the thing is that the content that is shared between the Quran and the Bible, the author of the Quran seems to always make some conscious edit, even like he's aware of what is in the Bible, but at the same time edits it, and for a lot of the things that the Bible gets wrong, the Quran gets right. For example, the story of
what did I
Solomon.
just say? I just said that it was trying to reform Christianity. That's the point.
Yeah, but you have to remember, Muhammad was illiterate. He was like herding sheep and stuff.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. Muhammad didn't write it. We don't have any
He
evidence
didn't.
that
So
Muhammad
how
did
did he
anything.
get? How did he get the knowledge of prior scripture?
He
if
didn't.
wasn't-
There's no evidence that Muhammad had any hand in it. He was probably just the leader of the group and whatever. Kind of like Trump's big beautiful bill was not written by Trump, but we call it Trump's because he was the guy who we just kind of ascribe it to because he's just the or assign it to because he's the leader. He's the guy who's pushing it. I don't think that Muhammad really had really much to do with it at all. He was just kind of the leader, and they just said, okay, we're going to say that it's his. It comes from him because he's our leader. But we can see very clearly at least 3 different authors in it, so it's not even coming from just, even if Muhammad did have a hand in it, it's not coming from just him.
We do have hadiths of his companions saying that they witnessed him getting the revelation.
I don't care. I really don't. There's also a hadith about him like riding to heaven on a winged horse, so I don't care. So why do I care about this?
To go back about
I mean,
Jesus.
you know what I mean? Like, it's clearly not going to get
Well,
to it.
I get
now,
what
as
you're
far
saying.
as far as
You
Jesus goes,
dismiss-
do you have any evidence of Jesus where it says he is not crucified, or it
No,
doesn't,
in
or it
the
doesn't
Isla-
say that
in
he
the
was crucified?
in the Islamic point of view, we have 2 positions on this. We have a miraculous claim and a historic claim.
Cool.
It
So
says
let's
that-
go with the historic because unless you're going to allow for anybody else within their religion to appeal
Yeah,
to magic, then I don't care.
historically, we believe that Jesus was crucified.
Historically, you believe it. Where
Historically
does it say
speaking. Well, it's in that verse. It says he wasn't crucified, nor they didn't kill him, nor did they crucify him, but it was made to appear so. When it says it was
so
made
they
to appear
did.
so,
They did do it. When it says they didn't do it, it means that they did do it. I mean,
it's
I get
making
the
a
idea of
miraculous
saying it
claim.
made to appear so. I get that, but where does it say he was? Because it explicitly says he wasn't.
Yeah, it wasn't in reality, but what was perceived by people
Was
that he
reality?
was crucified. What was reality is that he wasn't crucified.
Okay, so within reality, because that's where we're going to stay, what
Perception
evidence do you
doesn't
have
always
of Jesus that
illustrate
says he
reality.
wasn't crucified? Because
Repeat
unless you're
that?
going, like, I don't care about your claim to magic. I don't care. That's not going to do anything for me. So at best, you're having to say he wasn't actually crucified, but people thought he was, which is why they say that he was. Okay, but that's an appeal to magic. Without appealing to magic, give me evidence that Jesus lived but wasn't crucified.
Well, the Quran is not a historical book. It's just
I'm
telling
well aware
stories.
because it's bullshit. But nevertheless, please give me evidence that Jesus lived but wasn't crucified.
Lived and wasn't crucified.
Yes. Because everything else you do is going to be appeal to magic.
Well, it wouldn't be an appeal to magic.
Yes, it would, because you're
we-
saying that, like, if you wanted to use, say, for instance, Tacitus, you think, okay, well, Tacitus says something. I mean, if you really wanted to, I could go into it like I would approach a Christian, in which case you didn't write it, in which case I don't care, it doesn't matter. But even if I granted you Tacitus, it still says that he was crucified. So
That's what we believe, though.
Yeah, cool. You don't.
We do.
Okay.
The book
you
says
just
that
said,
people
does
were
it say,
expected.
listen,
people were
listen,
expected
listen.
to believe he
Does
was
the book
crucified.
say that he was not crucified?
It does, but it
Okay,
also
so
says.
you believe when it says he was not crucified that he actually was crucified.
Yes, but you have to read the little portion after it. It
Mhm.
says it was made to appear so.
Yes,
If it was made
which
to
is
appear
where you're
so,
appealing
you'd-
to magic.
You would.
That's where
expect
you're
people
appealing to magic.
write that they did.
That's where you're appealing to magic. That's what I'm saying. You're thinking that Tacitus was possibly made to believe, due to magic, that Jesus actually was crucified because it was made to appear that way due to magic.
But to say that it's an appeal to magic,
It
you'd
is
have
an
to,
appeal
like,
to magic. Do you
wait,
have
don't
anything
you
that's
have
not
to
an appeal to magic that says that Jesus
Don't-
existed but was not crucified?
Just wait. If you're saying that it's an appeal to magic, wouldn't you have to first prove that it's not true?
No. I'm not granting you magic is real, dude. And that was a dumb
It wouldn't
question.
be.
That
It
doesn't
wouldn't
make
be
any sense.
magic. It wouldn't be magic if
If it
it's
happened?
proven.
Dude, no. We're not going to grant you in your religion magic. Otherwise, I've got to grant it to everybody. And that would apply to the Mormons who say that they are that Joseph Smith was a true prophet, which contradicts what you say. And on top of that, it states that it's the truest book that it was ever written, which means that the Quran and the Bible have errors, which is going to contradict what you say. So if we grant magic,
we do believe the
then
Bible has errors.
sweet. The Book of Mormon says that the Quran has errors. Do you believe that?
Well, they can't substantiate their claim.
Sweet. You can't
We can.
substantiate your claim that Jesus was appeared to be crucified.
No, we can substantiate the claim that Islam is true, and if Islam
no,
is true,
I don't
then
give
every
two
claim
flying
it does,
fucks, dude.
then...
I'm not going to accept magic. So please,
No,
again,
wait.
without appealing... Dude,
do you get my
listen.
argument, though?
Your argument is dog shit. I understand what you're saying. It's just dog shit, and you should feel like dog shit for even trying to bring it up to somebody who was very clearly asking for evidence on Jesus. So if you cannot give any evidence of Jesus not being living but not being crucified without appealing to magic, I don't know what to tell you. Like
there are no other claims because
it sounds like you have to rely on magic in order for this to happen. That's the problem. Like that's literally the problem, and I don't understand how a person with half of a brain doesn't understand this. Like, can't wrap your head around the idea that you have to appeal to magic in order for this to happen.
It's only magic because you don't believe that the content of the Quran is actually divine revelation.
Sweet. So more magic. So
it's not magic.
It's not magic if you just accept that magic happens. Okay. All right.
Do you reject the existence of God in general?
I reject the existence of your magic. I also reject the existence of your Jesus because you can't prove that he existed without your magic.
No, do you believe there is a divine power of some sort, a God?
Irrelevant to the question because we're trying to figure out without magic if Jesus actually existed. Do you have any way of doing it without magic?
From the Quran, no.
Okay.
I wouldn't say so.
Do you have anything else outside the Quran without magic that you have to appeal to?
Not really.
Okay, yeah.
I just wanted to see
I need you
your
to
perspective.
understand that every way that you could possibly approach this as a Muslim is through magic. The Christians don't have it that much better, but at least they don't have to rely on magic. What they can do is they can point to things like Tacitus or Josephus because they were the ones that actually wrote about those things. They actually interpolated into it. Everything else says that he was crucified.
We can appeal to them too. We just choose not to.
No, I know, because it would go against what your magic
No,
book said.
It doesn't, because we already in our paradigm believe that they were
Magic
expected
happens.
to write.
Yeah,
No, they were
because of
expected
magic.
to write that he was crucified.
Because of the magic.
Not because of a magic, because that's the
Yes.
claim.
Of magic.
Not magic.
Because, so how were they able to perceive Jesus as being crucified?
They saw it with their own eyes, and then they transmitted it to other
but
generations.
what they were seeing was like a hallucination or a vision?
Not really. There are different theories. There are substitution theory, like someone
Okay,
else.
does it
took his
say that
place on the
somebody else
cross.
was crucified?
Certainly, someone else was
Sweet.
crucified.
Who else was crucified?
It's irrelevant in our paradigm.
Okay, cool. Awesome. So you just kind of pull it out of your ass even though the book doesn't say it. Anything else that you'd like to add to the Quran?
Not really. I just
Okay,
wanted to see.
You're
But
just
but
kind of appealing
just,
to magic. Anyways, we're going to move on to somebody else who understands that magic is not real.
Just
So-
one question though.
Nope,
Just-
not at all. Bendito Mess, I guess, maybe. Let's see. Oh, really quick, $1.99 there from Thomas Soda. I like that. Thomas Soda says, thoughts on Gospel of Thomas saying 114. Let me see. Gospel of Thomas. I don't know off the top of my head saying 114. Let me see here. Good question. Let's see. 114. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Here's to anybody who's interested here. Let me see if I can pull this up a little easier here. Okay. This is... Does it work well? I don't know if you can see it or not. It says, Simon Peter said to him, this is from the Gospel of Thomas, let Mary leave us, for women are not worthy of life. Jesus said, I myself shall lead her in order to make her male, so that she too may become a living spirit resembling you males. For every woman who will make herself male will enter the kingdom of heaven. What? I mean... What? It's so fucking stupid. It's awful. Oh my god. Imagine actually like defending this. All right. Let's go with Bendito. Bendito, what you got?
Hello, bro. I think I'm not here to debate with you because I see that your knowledge has increased a lot. Because the Bible says that in that end times, knowledge will be increased. Okay.
All right, cool.
But wisdom.
Yeah, that's a dumb as shit. But anyways, do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul?
My only evidence is in Matthew 24 that Jesus prophesied
what?
what's happening right now. In Matthew 24.
Oh, Matthew 24.
He prophesied what's happening around the world right now, right
Cool.
today.
Oh, he did. What does he say about TikTok?
I'm talking about the earthquakes that's happening around
Oh, okay.
the
Were
world.
there
the
earthquakes that
famine.
happened before Jesus?
Yeah.
Were there earthquakes that happened, I don't know, maybe 1,000 years ago?
Yeah.
Okay.
It happens.
Were there wars that happened 1,000 years ago?
Yeah.
Were there wars that happened before Jesus?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's almost like that prophecy doesn't mean jack shit. Oh my God, there's
But,
going to be earthquakes and wars. Oh no. What year are we talking about? Because literally every year since then, there's been earthquakes and wars. Who gives a fuck?
Okay. But he prophesied, my English
Yeah,
not
I'm
very
going to
good.
prophesy as well. And so I want everybody to worship me because next year there's going to be an earthquake on the planet and there's going to be a war. Hey, look at that. I'm just as good as Jesus. In fact, the prophecies that he didn't, or that he does make and don't come true, those are the ones that are really funny. Because he also said, in Matthew actually, that there are those of you here who will not taste death until you see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. But it sounds like everybody who was around him died, right? Are any of the disciples still alive?
No.
Is
Okay,
anybody from the first century still alive?
No.
Yeah, so it sounds like this prophecy that he made is actually dog shit. And according to the Old Testament, the way that you can tell if somebody is actually of God is if they make a prophecy and then it comes true. And if it doesn't come true, then you are to stone them. So it kind of sounds like Jesus was not a real prophet because he said there are those of you here who will not taste death before seeing the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. So it sounds like he was wrong and he wasn't a prophet and we shouldn't worship him at all. That's pretty bad. So the prophecies he makes that come true are just vague things about things that had already been happening and will continue to happen forever. And like earthquakes and war. But then the prophecy that he makes about like some of you here are not going to taste death until you see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. That's wrong. He gets that one wrong. It's easy to make like simple, vague prophecies. So what do you have to say to that? I guess we should just stone Jesus? He wasn't a prophet?
No. It's good to dig deeper into why Jesus said that.
Why Jesus said that there's people here that won't taste death until you see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom? It was wrong. It was just wrong.
What was he really talking about? But my point is that...
What was he talking about? He said there was those of you who will not taste death. So some of you will still be alive when you see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. But you just said that they all died. They're all dead. So I guess he's wrong. Right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So again, I don't know why you're listening to somebody who very clearly makes prophecies that are wrong and not true, and then the ones you think are true are the ones that are like really vague and don't really prophesy anything. In fact, the only prophecy that almost sort of kind of makes some sense is the prophecy of the destruction of the temple, but that's just because the book was written after the temple was destroyed. So they already knew about it.
Okay, so you said that when Jesus prophesied about the destruction of the temple.
Yeah, the book was written. The book was written after Jesus or after the destruction of the temple. So they just made Jesus talk about the destruction of the temple because they already knew that it had happened. Like that'd be like me writing a story right now about, say, I don't know, some guy in the 1980s predicting 9/11. Okay, well, exactly. I'm able to do that because I'm after 9/11, so it's not a real story. He's not a real prophet.
Yes, I understand. Okay.
Yeah. So you understand. I mean, you get it.
The only evidence that I can tell you that Jesus exists, it's all about my life.
Okay,
it
well,
really
your
got
life
changed
is
when
not
I
2,000 years ago. If you have Jesus next to you, tap him up and tell him I said what's up. He'll understand. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about Jesus 2,000 years ago is what I'm talking about. Like, as the
yeah,
New Testament
because
presents.
the same Jesus that exists 2,000 years ago, I believe, because I live by faith, not by sight, that he still
Yeah.
exists
Well,
now.
faith does not. Do you think faith is a good pathway to truth? You think faith is how you get to something being true?
Yeah, to
No.
us Christians,
No.
because if you have
No,
faith,
even to you Christians. Because do you believe that all. Do you understand that Islam is almost as big as Christianity?
yeah, I
Do you
understand
believe that
that, but
do you believe that the Muslims are correct in
I
their faith?
don't.
Okay, that's fine.
No,
So do you believe the Hindus are correct in their faith?
no,
Do you believe the Mormons are correct in their faith?
no.
Okay. So if you were to take all the people on this planet who say they have a faith, all right, and then you were to draw a circle around the people who you think have the correct faith, the total number of people outside, that you got to add up the Muslims, you got to add up the Mormons, you got to add up the Hindus, all these people outside of that circle would outnumber the people inside. That means that
Yes,
faith points you in the wrong direction more often than not.
No, that
Yes.
that means to me that God does not work with majority; he always work with minority. See how he picks his
Yeah,
people.
that's right. But you said that faith was a
No.
pathway to truth. How did you determine that the faith that you have is better than the Book of Mormon's faith or something?
It depends on the doctrines they share.
Sweet.
And what
So
kind of
they would
God
say
they
that their
serve.
doctrines are better than yours. So what are you going to do about that?
Okay.
See, like their faith is that they are true and you are false, and your faith is that your faith is that you are true or you're correct and they're wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, so that doesn't do anything. The only real way to determine if your faith is correct and theirs isn't, or both of you might be wrong, I don't know.
Yes.
But the only way to know that one of you is true is evidence, not faith.
Yeah.
And since we don't have any evidence of Jesus, then I don't know what to do with. I have no idea what to do here.
Oh, the evidence that Jesus was alive, he walked on earth is if you go to the Holy Land.
Uh-huh.
There are more evidence of Jesus. He
Like what?
walked. He died.
He died?
Like the empty
Where's the
tomb.
evidence that he died? Did you say the tomb?
Yeah, the tomb. There was an empty
Which
tomb.
one? There's 3 tombs in Jerusalem that claim to be Jesus' tomb. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre, the Talpiot tomb, and the Garden tomb. Which one do you think is the right one and how?
It's the garden tomb. The garden tomb.
Sweet. Do you realize that that's the last of the 3 to be found? The Church of the Holy Sepulchre was identified in the 4th century. How is that not the correct one?
Oh, okay. See, that's what
So
I'm
how did you
talking about.
determine that? How did you determine that the Garden tomb is the one that was actually the one?
The Bible, because it says
No,
the
it
Bible, he
doesn't
was
say that.
not buried. It was
It
not
doesn't
buried.
say
It was
anywhere where it was. In fact, using
but-
using the Bible, all 3 of these could potentially be a tomb for Jesus.
Okay. So according to history, the tomb was found later. You know, it was empty without any remains inside the tomb.
Well, I've seen
any
some
bones.
tombs as well in a cemetery near me. Does that mean that Jesus actually, or that person who was buried in there potentially was actually resurrected? Is that what that means? Also,
Yeah,
not to mention,
but-
that's how Jewish tombs were actually conducted back then. Because you would lay a body into a tomb, and then after the body decomposes, you would put their remains into a box called an ossuary. So it would make a lot of sense that there would be a lot of empty tombs from that time period.
Were there other empty tombs found in Jerusalem?
I literally just mentioned 3.
3?
Yeah. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre, the Garden tomb, and the Talpiot tomb.
Okay. So maybe I believe that one of those tombs would
Sweet.
be
How did you determine that it wasn't the other 2? Same situation as Christianity versus Mormonism, man.
Yeah,
The only real way that you're going to be able to determine that the one you think is the right one is right is evidence. So what evidence do you have that that's the one that it was and not the others?
I don't have any evidence.
Yeah,
for
see,
that,
that's
but
the thing. You're just kind of believing things, man. Like, no offense,
Yeah.
but
Can
you're
I-
just believing things. Like,
Can I
there's
speak
not
for a
there's
second?
not actual evidence behind it. And that's what I would say. I would say that society is benefited when we believe as many true things as possible and stop believing as many false things as possible. And if you don't have evidence to support what your belief is, you should at the very least sit it over to the side and say, hey, I'm not going to pick a side until I've got evidence either way.
Okay.
The
One
evidence
question, bro.
comes through the power of the Holy Spirit.
Okay, keep going, Ditto. You got somebody who's not practicing the fruit of the Spirit known as patience. Keep going, Ditto.
Yeah, okay. Just one question, bro. Do you you do not believe that Jesus exists in Paul, but do you believe the other Bible, the Old Testament?
Do I believe that
Like the
those
book of-
stories happened?
Yeah.
No.
Daniel?
No.
Like the book of Daniel?
No.
Okay, that's a problem.
Definitely not Daniel. Because, I mean, in Daniel, the prophecies are more, they are closer to the truth than the stories about, like, when Daniel was supposedly alive. You know, like you know, like what I was telling you there about, like, Jesus prophesying for the destruction of the temple, but very clearly that's because the book was written after the destruction of the temple happened, so they were able to write that in there. Remember when I said that?
Yeah.
Same thing goes for
Yeah,
Daniel. The prophecies that Daniel makes are actually pretty close to what happened in history, like pretty good, and much better than the stories of Daniel's actual life, like who was reigning and stuff like that while Daniel was alive. That shows us that the writer is writing during the time right after or during the actual prophecies, but they're casting the story back into the past, and they're not getting some of that stuff right. It's just it's kind of like Jesus. They're casting Jesus back a little bit, but with Daniel, they cast him really far back, and that's why they get more wrong. The same thing goes for like the Book of Mormon. The Book of Mormon tries to cast a lot of these stories really far back, and the further back you try to cast the story, the more errors you're going to get.
Okay, so that means that includes the book of Daniel, chapter 8 and chapter 9, when he prophesied about Jesus Christ.
Well, I mean, he doesn't say anything about Jesus, so no, it's weird. But anyways.
Okay, thanks so much, bro.
Yeah.
I think I need to learn more, and then I come up again.
Yep, not a problem. Thank you very much, Bendito. And again, I would recommend take a look to see if your belief actually has like good evidence behind it. Otherwise, just set it to the side. You don't have to just say, "Oh, it's wrong," but you can at least just say, "Hey, I don't know," and then keep digging to try to find some answers either way. That's ultimately what I would suggest there for you.
Okay, thanks, bro.
Yeah. All right. Let's see here. Next person up, we've got waiting for 6 minutes. Soro or something. Soro, you there?
Yeah, it's Emmanuel actually.
Oh yeah. What?
My name is Emmanuel.
Sounds good. What evidence do you have for Jesus or Paul?
Okay, so at the book of Revelation, I'm not sure if you have read the book, the Bible, the last book in the Bible. Now, where Jesus reveals the prophecy to John. Yeah, about the number of a beast and the upcoming things that are yet to happen, that you can't sell or buy anything before you have the tattoo of the number of a beast in your forehead or in your hand. And I think that prophecy, it is yet to come, because there is this thing that they're working on, which is a chip that they need to install in a human body, which will identify.
Roy, what you got?
I've seen some of the comments. Someone was asking me about proof of the Holy Spirit, and just there's millions of people who've experienced moves of the Holy Spirit, supernatural healings, prophecy.
I've also
dreams,
experienced
visions.
the movement of bowels. So what evidence do you have that Jesus and Paul existed 2,000 years ago?
Because the scriptures themselves testify to it, which brings people.
Okay,
like,
so how do you
for
know that it was
instance,
historically reliable when talking about Jesus?
Because truth proves itself real. Whenever you
okay.
experience
so
the move
again,
of the
how
Holy
did you determine
Spirit and things,
how did you determine that when it talks about Jesus in a historical way, it is being historically reliable?
Truth testifies to itself.
Awesome.
Whenever
so how
the
did you
Holy
determine it?
when okay, I will explain it to you because it's not about debating, just debating.
Sweet. Does the New Testament try to say that Jesus lived in the past?
Yes, the New Testament.
Okay, so how did
says
you
yes.
determine that it was historically reliable in the past? It doesn't matter about today. It matters about the past. How did you determine that actually happened? That when it says Jesus went to this place, or Jesus was from this place, or Jesus did this thing, how did you determine that that was true when it talks about Jesus having done that in the past?
Whenever the living Spirit of God testifies to it, whenever the Holy
Okay,
Spirit
cool.
hits you
So
and you
appealing
start,
to
and you
magic?
hear, hold on one second,
Is that- no, you're just
Okay,
appealing to
it's
magic. That's all that it
consciousness.
is.
Where does consciousness come from?
Sweet.
Where does
We're
energy
not
come
talking about
from?
that. We're talking about Jesus and Paul.
Okay, and we're
So
not
what is your
talking about
evidence?
magic either.
Awesome.
We're not
You
talking
are
about
appealing
magic
to
either.
magic, so please stop
We're
doing
talking
that.
about spirit,
Awesome. That's
consciousness, and
magic.
energy.
Sweet. So what is your evidence that Jesus and Paul existed in the past? Because we're just talking about history here, not gobbledygook from your brain.
Okay, it's not gobbledygook from
It
your
is,
brain.
but please explain how
No.
Jesus and Paul existed 2,000 years ago.
Well, I've personally seen Jesus in a spiritual form manifest in front of me one
Okay.
time.
Was that
I've had
2,000 years
dreams
ago, or is that sometime during your lifetime?
during my lifetime because
Sweet.
he's
So
still
again,
moving
I don't know how to
today.
tell you this, but we're talking about 2,000 years ago. I don't give a shit about your lifetime. If you think that Jesus healed you, saved you, or jerked you off yesterday, I really hope you came, but that doesn't have anything to do with whether or not he existed 2,000 years ago like the New Testament is talking about. Please provide evidence of that.
Okay, and please be respectful on
Yes,
the
please
things
be
that come
respectful
out of
to the
your
fact that
mouth.
this is the actual topic. We're talking about the past. Well, I don't
Okay.
care about whether or not you see
All
Jesus
right,
or saw
in the
Jesus.
scriptures, listen, in the scriptures, when it talks about the Holy Spirit, the baptism of the Holy Spirit, after Jesus resurrected from his death, he ascended
Cool.
into
So
heaven.
again, how do you
He
know that he
released
even
the Holy
existed in
Spirit
order
for
to die?
mankind to have.
How do you know
released
that
the
he
Holy
even
Spirit for
existed in
mankind
order to die?
have the Comforter,
Sweet.
so that they could ascend.
All right, Roy, you have been muted. You keep talking about stuff and you keep assuming that Jesus is real. I'm asking you for evidence. I'm asking you for evidence that Jesus actually lived. I'm not going to accept that he died and did something. I want evidence that he actually lived. Like, how did you determine that he did? I'm starting to think that the lights are on, but nobody's home here. Okay, please. For the
Okay,
love of
well,
all that is holy, just give me evidence.
There's archaeological evidence of
Okay,
King
sweet.
David.
So there's archaeological evidence of who?
King David.
Okay, that has nothing to do with Jesus.
Jesus came out of the lineage of King David.
Sweet.
There's
Prove
a lot
it.
of archaeological
Prove it.
evidence
Prove it.
that aligns with historical biblical facts.
Prove it. Prove that Jesus actually was part of the lineage of King David.
Me personally, I'm not a historian that can sit there and give you the rundown of all of this. But what
Awesome.
I can give is a
What
personal
are you? Because
testimony.
it sounds like you're just
that
somebody
aligns
who's
with
got the charisma of a
scriptures,
like a damp
that
piece of
aligns with
drywall
the
or something.
scriptures that led me to experience God in
Sweet.
these
Again,
ways.
you're still talking about
Along
you today
with-
having experiences.
along with
You're still talking about you having experiences today. I don't care. So please, present evidence for him 2,000 years ago. That's all we're looking for. I don't think that you understand what's going on here. It's like playing Jenga with wet bars of soap.
I don't know, you can sit there and debate anything back and forth with anybody.
Sweet.
But when
Well,
the reality
I'd like
of
to talk about
God
the topic, but you keep bringing
fills
up
your
things that are
life-
irrelevant to the topic.
It is relevant to the
No,
topic.
if Jesus didn't exist, then I don't care what kind
If
of like
Jesus
spirit you
didn't
have of him.
exist, then I would have never experienced him.
Yeah, dude, it's almost like you didn't experience him because he's not real, and you're just kind of dumb as shit.
Okay, and so is every other minister
Who
other
experienced
than
Jesus?
myself,
Yeah,
every other pastor, every other preacher,
Yeah,
every
you're
other
getting it.
Bible college, every other
You're getting
church
it. You're getting it.
across the country and
Yep.
the world.
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
you're the only one that's smart, and all of
No.
them are wrong.
No.
All of them are wrong, and you're the one that's right.
Nope.
Or is it likely the other way around?
Nope. There's
Just
plenty
'cause
of
you haven't
people. There's plenty of
experienced
people who
something?
understand that churches are just getting it wrong.
Just because you haven't experienced God for yourself does not mean He's not real. It
Sweet.
just
And
means
just
you have
because
a
you can't
limited-
understand how to stay
you
on
have
topic
very
doesn't mean that
limited
this topic isn't
experience.
relevant.
Well, hey, I'm telling you, once you experience God for yourself, and the way that
You know what?
get there is
actually,
by the
You
scriptures.
actually might be able to
that
answer this question. Is God all powerful? Is
he
God all
is
powerful?
he is all powerful, but he's also not. He don't push himself. He gives us free will, so we can.
Sweet.
We
So
have free will to
God can
choose to
do
go to
anything,
heaven
right?
or to hell.
Can God do anything he wants?
I wouldn't say.
Oh, you're
No,
limiting
he don't
God?
force himself. He don't force himself on us.
No, I'm not asking about that.
So then I would
Is
say,
he capable of
in
doing
that
whatever he
aspect,
wants?
no.
Oh, he's
In that
not
aspect,
capable of
no,
doing anything.
because
So
he
he's
don't
not all
make
powerful?
us slaves.
Is he all
He
powerful?
gives us free will.
I'm not
and choice.
talking about free will, Roy. I'm asking, is God capable of doing whatever he wants?
I would say no, because of the fact that he gives us free will.
I don't care about free. I'm not talking about us.
Okay, well then
I'm talking
well,
about God. Is God capable of doing whatever he wants? Is he all powerful?
He is all powerful. Yes,
Sounds
and
good.
he has
Sounds
the
good.
capability.
So if God wanted
but-
to make an Earth, he could make Earth, right?
correct,
If he wanted to make a building, he could make a building, right?
through people,
Oh,
he is
okay.
spirit. He's spirit.
So God can't make a building?
God is spirit.
So can he make a building?
He's not going to manifest it just out of thin air.
So he can make
Typically,
Earth,
no,
but he can't make a building.
He can use people to make a building.
Okay.
Because he works through people. The Holy
Sweet.
Spirit
So
works
he
through
can he
people.
make a universe?
Yes.
Okay. Can God create a dick that is so big that even he can't suck it?
You're disgusting, man.
Well, answer the question.
See, that's
Answer
you
the
have
question.
other spirits operating in
That's
you.
sweet.
That's-
Answer the question.
That's just disgusting.
Answer the question.
All right. I'm done
Can
with
he
this
do it?
conversation. You're
Does
a
he
very
know
disgusting
everything?
and disrespectful individual.
Okay, well, let me.
Nothing else?
Sorry about that question. I won't ask that question. Does he know everything, and is he all knowing, omniscient? Does he know everything?
Yes, he does.
Okay. Does he know what it's like to suck a big fat cock?
You're disgusting, man.
Does he know it?
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Does he know it? Does he know? I mean, I want to know. But before you find the disconnect button there, buddy, while you're fumbling around on your phone, I want to know. Jesus. Oh, God. All right. Anyways. Royal System, oh, man. All right. Let's see. $2. So really fast, Thomas Soda. Which, by the way, I like how you mentioned the Gospel of Thomas, and your name is Thomas. But I don't know what to say about that Gospel of Thomas thing. It's pretty wild. It's pretty messed up if you think about it. I'm not even really sure what it means. Maybe you could kind of see it as like a pro-trans thing. Maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. I think it's more a misogynistic thing. But yeah, and then $2 from Godmind says, was Allah actually all at? That's pretty good. All right. Me Love Luke or something says he's gonna go pray the devil out of you. Yeah, good luck with that. All right. Matt 5087 says, if the gospel is dated correctly, could they be used as solid evidence of Jesus? If the gospels were like part of the first century, that's a decent question. I would say that the Gospels, not really so much. Maybe Paul. Like, if Paul actually was dated to the middle of the first century, then yeah, I would say that that's decent. Like, legitimately, I would say that that's decent. It's not great, because it's very clearly still religious bullshit, but and theologically motivated takes on this Jesus character. But, I mean, it's something. Like, it's something. So, I don't know. Let's see. What about the two Jesuses? Like one in Matthew there and Jesus. Is that what you're talking about? Heaven is a sausage fest for some. Yeah. Let's see. The only thing Roy figured out was How to disconnect. $4.99 from Tracy, formerly Ianto, says, "Where's the beef? And can I get a taste?" Oh my God. Oh my God. Do I have a sound for that?
Oh, shit!
Hell yeah.
That's why they call him Black Salami. Arby's, we have the meats.
Yeah.
Bruh.
All right. It's a bunch of stuff going on there. Yeah.
You don't have to be lonely at farmersonly.com.
All right. Well, yeah, that probably actually would that'd work too. Do I have a sound for that? Where is that sound? I don't know where that sound is. It moves around whenever I save things. It moves things around. I don't know what it's called on here. What is it called on here? It's called something else. I can't remember what it's called exactly. I don't know. I'll find it eventually. All right. Is it just called Hub? Yeah, there it is. There it is. Yeah. All right. Let's see here. We got somebody that's coming up here. You can always sing it. Sing the sing the Hub intro. How does that work? What's going on, Ramiro? Sweet Jesus. Let's see here. Bro is falling from the sky. Yeah, it sounded like he was like jumping out of a plane or something. That was weird. I don't know what that was. I guess it was maybe his pocket or something. But it sounded like he was running, like, and fast. Wrestling with a shroud. He's in the washer. Rolling down a street in a tire. Man. Oh, his phone was in the dryer. Like if somebody watched this live and remember that was said, pass it down over 100 years. I don't know what they're saying. All right, here. I'll invite you up because I'm not really sure. Amadeus somebody says, "I was running." I was that supposed to be with a Forrest Gump accent? This is the closest I got to Forrest Gump.
I know what's wrong with it. Ain't got no gas in it.
Closest I got. We may have something. I don't know why I don't have a sound here. I don't know. Anyways, what you got? Matt 5087.
First off, I'll just say I watched you for a long time now, and I didn't really want to admit this, but I'm starting to change my mind on beliefs and stuff, and it's crazy to even say that, by the way. But
well, I mean, yeah, well, I guess as long as you're looking into what I'm saying, I think that's the thing. You know, as long as you're looking into what I'm saying, then it's not like you're just like listening to a dude. You're listening to a dude explain something, and then you go and do the research yourself. That's the idea. But
right, and I definitely do that. But my question was, and I know you'll probably destroy this in about 5 seconds, but that's fine.
Surely you can't be serious. I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Anyway, like with what I was asking in the chat was, you know, I know that the dating of the Gospels is way later than most scholars, whatever. So, but why couldn't they? It's like I was asking in the chat. Like if I watch this live now, and then I told my kids about it, exactly an event that happened during this live, and let's say that goes on for, and I know it's far-fetched, for 100 years, and then eventually down the road somebody writes it down what was said during this period of time, would that still not be evidence?
well, I mean, so basically what you're saying is, could it not be evidence for Jesus there in the 2nd century? And in and of itself, just later dating doesn't really mean that much. I mean, it's not great. It makes it worse, but it's not that much worse. It's not automatically like, oh, it's written in the 2nd century, that way it can't be true. No, that's not what I'm saying. It's just that when we see that it's written in the 2nd century, it highlights just where these stories come from, how they're putting them together, and how the story evolves and the characters and everything like that evolves over time. We're able to see that. It also highlights anachronisms. Like, it's able to explain how things that were in the 2nd century and very prominent then, like rabbis and stuff like that, would be talked about in this story that shouldn't have any rabbis because it's before rabbis. That's the issue.
Yeah.
I
And that's
mean, likewise, you could also say, hey, why is the Book of Mormon not true? Maybe they just kind of passed down stories and stuff like that. Maybe it was actually
Right.
found, and it's like, no. The problem is that there's the content itself has issues. And with the Book of Mormon, it's much easier to find these issues, these anachronisms, because it's telling a story that happened thousands of years before Joseph Smith put pen to paper. With the New Testament, it's a little harder because it's just about 150 or so years or so before pen hit paper. So there's going to be some things that overlap, if that makes sense. There's going to be some concepts that were in the 2nd century and also in the 1st. But there's some that are not until later. There's some things that get mentioned that shouldn't be because they were too early, that kind of thing. But
well, that's what I was wondering about. Even watch, like, back to my stupid analogy or whatever about this live. Like if I said this guy was wearing a baseball cap and or whatever on this live and talked about all this, and that got passed down and it got changed a little bit. He wasn't wearing a baseball cap. He was wearing a cowboy hat. Now, but it still doesn't take away that there was a live going on at this period of time on this year on this day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But I mean, if you were to tell people that I was wearing a Tesla brand propeller or Tesla brand drone hat or something like that, the type of hat that you connect to your head and you can fly with it or something like that, very clearly that hasn't been invented yet. It's not something from this time period, so that'd be the issue.
That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, so it's not just like, oh, hey, like they got something slightly wrong or it may have been a little different. Because, I mean, truth be told, we don't know. Even if Jesus did exist, we wouldn't know exactly what he said because there's only, in some cases, there's only one text that even claims it. So how would we know if that's true or if it's slightly altered, that kind of thing. But the problem is when there's impossibilities that come into it. Either something that's out of place in time or something that's straight up just like, what the hell are you talking about? Like the disciples, somehow seeing an angel ministering to Jesus while he's praying in the garden, even though they're asleep.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, that makes perfect sense, man. Okay, well, I was just curious, thoughts on that. I've always wondered that, but hadn't had a chance to ask you yet, so. But anyway, man, keep it up, man. It's crazy. I was raised in church my whole life, man, and even went to Bible college for a little bit. And it's like, I don't know, man. It's just what you're saying is so convincing and just makes you think. And I've done research, and I can't prove you wrong in what you're saying, and it drives me crazy. But I don't know.
Well,
but anyway.
I think the first understanding of a lot of even how scholars are approaching this is understanding that the timing is just different. When we see the dating of the New Testament, we see the dating of Paul's letters or the Gospels move into the 2nd century. That's when things start to go, okay, wait a minute, hold up.
Yeah.
This is sounding less and less like it's a historical story and more like they're just kind of making this up. There was already a lot of issue that a lot of people have, like atheists and stuff like that will have problems with this when the Gospels talk about Jesus, but they're not written until as scholars say, around 70 or later. They're like, they didn't even have these stories for 40 years after Jesus died. It's like, yeah, that's already pretty bad, but try 114 years.
Yeah,
that's really bad. It's making it so much worse. And that's I guess the first stage is understanding when it happens and who potentially comes up with it or who potentially presents it and what they were thinking and stuff like that. And then the next stage is diving into the content and saying, hey, now that we understand what it is and when it showed up, when this gospel was, what was the first one, when was the first one, now let's dive into it and say, what did it even say, and see if it's actually still holds up now that we've got more information on it. And I think that's where scholarship is going, but it just takes scholarship a long time, because if you've ever read a scholarly work, all they do pretty much half of each page is just cite former scholars or prior scholarship. So you've got to slowly move scholarship over so that other people can cite those people and other people can cite those people. But when you are a scholar and you're writing something about Jesus, and scholars, 2 decades before you, 20 years before you said, oh yeah, Jesus definitely existed and he's provable by Josephus or something, then you're just going to use that as your citation and be like, there it is. And it's going to keep that BS going for another 20 years.
Yeah,
that's just how it works. You gotta.
Yeah.
It takes a long time for scholarship to slow for it to change the paradigm shift there.
Yeah, you're right. And I was thinking about, even the only thing I will say about the reason why I brought this up is about oral traditions and stuff being passed down and then finally written down. Is like two things. Once you brought up where it says they were unschooled, ignorant, unlearned, unschooled, ordinary men, but they couldn't read or write, basically. Right. So oral tradition happens for many, many years of Jesus and everything that happened, and then Marcion writes it down. He can, so he writes it down, and that's what started the whole thing, the process, based on what he has heard.
Are you saying, what if that's the case? Is that what you're asking?
Like, did he just come up, sit down one day, and sitting around, be like, all right, I'm just going to start writing about this fictional character Jesus, and like,
that's
what I mean?
Yeah, that's a solid question. The issue is that the early church fathers pretty much cut that argument off at the knees, because there's this concept that comes up every once in a while. People will ask a similar question. They say, what if it was just written in the 2nd century, but it was still based off of stories that were passed down, which is close to what you had said earlier. Yeah. We still have the issues within the text. That's already a problem. Right. So that's already bad enough. But the issue is, if the early church fathers had just been honest and said, hey, we wrote these things in the middle of the 2nd century based on stories that were passed down.
Now, why did they change it? Why did they try to change all that?
They tried to say that things were earlier than they were because
for what though?
For apostolic lineage. That's what they're trying to say. They're trying to say our gospels are better than Marcion's because they were first, and they're written by people who were either disciples or new disciples, and they're earlier. They're trying really hard to push these forward, but or I guess back. They're pushing them back into time. Just messed the whole thing up,
because if they wouldn't have done that, there'd be no way to tell any other difference.
If the church fathers had just done things slightly differently, we might not be able to see through the ruse. Like, for instance, when Irenaeus, Tertullian, and Origen talked so much shit about Marcion, we're able to reconstruct what he said. Just keep his name out of your fucking mouth, and we would have been fine. No one would have been able to know that he even existed. But to them, he was a threat. To them, he was their competition. He was the guy who started this thing, but they wanted to take it in a different direction. So to them, at that point in time, Marcionism was this big animal, this big elephant in the room of Christianity that you've got to address. And you've got to address it for about a century at least. So the point is, if they didn't know, they couldn't have known that Marcionism was going to die off at sometime in about the 4th century or so. But they still, because they didn't know, they wrote about it. And because they wrote about it, and we have it, we're able to reconstruct it. And so if they had just kind of kept their mouths shut, maybe they would have got away with it. But they didn't.
Yeah. That's crazy, man. Well, all right, I got to jump off here, man, but I appreciate it.
Real fast, Matt, dude, I gave you a follow. I asked to come up just real quick, just to say to you, man, good for you for listening and thinking critically and desiring to believe as many true things as possible and disbelieve as many false things as possible. Very similar boat to you, man. I grew up hardcore in the faith. I went to seminary. I was studying textual criticism. That's where I started asking some questions. And really, it took many years after that to even ask some of these really difficult ones. And Jaron was very instrumental in where I'm at as well, just by asking these specific questions and wrestling with the issues of the Gospels and the problem with the historical claims that they're making, or at least that people are trying to make through them. And so good for you for asking those questions and actually doing your own research in that. I just want you to know there's people here, man. You're not alone. There's people in this community. I've been blown away by how kind and welcoming and just wonderful the people in this community are. On the Christian side,
when we're looking at atheists or critical thinkers or skeptics, we always think, oh, they're bad, they're angry, and they're gonna like, you know, rip
Right.
you down. And that's not the case. These are some of the most kind and welcoming people, and you'll find many of the people in this community come from the same place that you are. Very, very similar. So I followed you, man. I'd love to be connected to you.
Yeah, man. Sounds good. I appreciate it. And you guys have a good day.
You too, man.
Thank you very much, Matt. Oh, he's gone. But yeah, my
Pull the lever, Jared.
tip my hat to you. Yeah. Oh, by the way, that's Zach Laser Hoffman over there. Yeah.
And his name is Zach Laser Hoffman!
Love it, man.
All right,
Love
time
it.
for the lever.
Pull the lever, Gronk.
You guys on YouTube did not see that, but he was on video in his very buff bod self and went, oh, like that. So it was pretty wild. Okay, so let's see. Let's see. I think wow. Amadeus Almighty, I think, is quoting a song or something like that. How the fuck does he have a theme song? Because he's an actual voice artist and actually gave me a thing. If I had a song, like a short little 10-second thing or 8 to 10-second clip from you, literally a song that you sent, there's like, okay, yeah, play this whenever I show up. Yeah, that's fine. I can do that for Amadeus Almighty. As long as YouTube's not going to have a problem with it. Anyways, clip me Amadeus. That's funny. He's a voiceover actor reading spicy things. You can do Rock Me Amadeus. Yeah, well, I just need... Yeah, okay. I'll do that. But I would need the Rock Me Amadeus thing sent over. Yeah, I could do that. As long as you're okay with it. As long as you and Storm are okay with it, I'll play it. All right. Yeah, okay, Gallant, I see it. Jesus the Christ versus Jesus Barabbas, son of the Father. Yeah, so Barabbas means son of the Father, and he's listed as Jesus Barabbas there in Matthew. So I would imagine that that's probably like a take on Marcion is probably what it is. It's like this Jesus was crucified, but the one who was let go was the son of the Father. The son of the Father was not crucified. Jesus was. So in other words, it's kind of like this weird like attack against Marcion because he believed that Jesus was just the son of like God the Father as opposed to Yahweh. All right. Let's see, Rock Me Amadeus has to be public Amadeus. Not like the thing, like just the you were talking about like the little stinger, right? Like the little like thing from Storm. I'm pretty sure that's what you're talking about. But he rebukes his disciples for calling him the Christ, though. I mean, okay. There's dumb, weird stuff that they do in there. Sometimes, and this is true. Sometimes there are things that are just kind of lost on us. The meaning of Barabbas, the meaning of the like, for instance, the Transfiguration. These things are lost on us because of how 2,000 years ago it would have made, or like 1,800 plus years ago, it would have made more sense there in the 2nd century. Like it would have made more sense to the writers. We would have been like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Things like Barabbas, things like the Transfiguration, things like, for instance, Jesus saying things like the word that gets translated as daily for give us this day our daily bread. Like that's a word that we don't really know the meaning for. We only find it there. Yeah, the naked man that's running away in the garden. Like these things are lost on us, even though it would have made sense to the people at that time, potentially even maybe just the authors, but still it's just lost. Like, and we can only speculate on it. There can be interpretations of what it means. There can be some people taking it more historically than others, but likely it's just got some kind of theological or like inside joke kind of meaning to it. Amadeus, also a great movie. Yeah, it is. It is. That's the one where he plays the piano upside down, right? My kid's middle name was almost Amadeus. True story. Almost doesn't count. All right. You can take it on the Christ situation because spot on because something doesn't say. Yeah, it's just it's just kind of how it works. Like sometimes again things are just kind of lost on us. Said it's danger. Damn. Damn, son. Where'd you find this? All right. You mentioned the title of your book. Are you a proponent of in Christ figures? I don't know what you're asking there, Shola. You mentioned the title of the name of the book is Christ Before Jesus. I mention it every once in a while, obviously. And there was a guest who actually said it, unironically. But yeah, Christ Before Jesus. There we go. The link is in my bio and on the YouTube profile. The ebook is just $3. There's a print version and an audiobook version if you're interested. We might be able to take one more guest here before I've got to go. And thank you very much to O'Doyle Rules 77 there for $2 there on Super Chat. Thank you very, very much. Again, if you're on YouTube and you want to send a Super Chat because you don't have a TikTok or don't want to come over to TikTok to request up, you can send a Super Chat and I will read it out loud and I will respond to it. The word of the day is ignorant. If you want to call me an ignorant son of a bitch, that's perfectly fine with me. And also, Joel Reads Bible is the streamer of the week. If you'd like to mention Joel Reads Bible, that would be tits. All right, so what's going on? Austin Talbot.
What's up? How you doing?
Nice. What you got, man?
I just wanted to say thanks to you because I've learned quite a bit from watching your show. I used to be Joe Feces, by the way. I changed my name, but
that was you? God damn it! Okay.
Yeah, I'm a piece of shit.
Wait. Was it yours that said comma author? Was that yours?
No,
was that someone else?
Yeah, somebody saw me and stole it. I guess
Yeah,
I had it.
Someone else said Josephus, comma, and then put author as if it was. I don't know. It was. Yeah, it was.
But I've been kind of taking your model of just ask questions, and it's so fucking hilarious the responses I get. I've had this dude that's been stalking me online. He follows me around. I'm not even friends with him or anything, and he follows me to every post.
What's his name and why is it PMars?
Yeah. It's on Facebook, so I don't know if it's actually that. It might be the same person, but
it might be PMars.
Yeah,
it might be on. If it's on Facebook, take a look at his profile. If he has a picture of his mom and she's like under my arm, that's PMars.
Oh, yeah, hell yeah. But yeah, he every time he brings up the 500 eyewitnesses, and I'm like, name one of them, or can you show me where I can find an account of this other than the Bible? And he just goes, "Oh man, I can't believe you. You're so ridiculous."
Yeah. What a round number. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not we had 453. We went through and we calculated it. There was 287 of us. It was pretty cool. No, there was 500 on the dot.
Yeah. Perfectly. Not 497. Not 503.
There was about to be 501, but God struck that guy dead so that it wouldn't be a weird number.
Yeah.
501.
Well,
what
I'll
are
let
these
you,
fucking jeans? And then this is 500.
Yeah.
There we go.
But I'll let you get back to it, bro. I just wanted to say thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your kind
you.
words. I mean, that's awesome. It's awesome to hear that some people actually do, research this and they talk about this kind of stuff elsewhere. It is awesome to kind of see, in my opinion, people mentioning Christ Before Jesus, mentioning the book or mentioning the lives and everything like that, or mentioning the talking points elsewhere. That's really cool. Not just from a weird pride thing, but also just this is really important because at the very least, like I said all the times, or like I say it a lot, it's important to question whether or not you believe something that has good evidence. And so even if someone's like, oh, hey, there's some guy named Christ Before Jesus and he was making this weird claim. Okay, maybe that might prompt, maybe not. I don't give a shit if they buy the book. I don't give a shit if they show up here and they're live. It'd be cool if they did, and it's awesome, but I don't give a shit. It's more about whether or not the person who hears that goes, huh, I never heard about the idea of Jesus not existing. Let me take a look at that. Let me dig into that. Now, of course, they're probably going to end up hearing some stuff online or reading some stuff online that's like the scholarly take or something like that, about like Josephus or Tacitus or that kind of stuff. But if they get like emboldened in their belief and stuff like that, maybe they'll come by and be like, okay, now I've got enough knowledge to take on that CBJ guy, or go back to the person who brought it up. And hopefully I've equipped them with the ability to talk about this kind of stuff in a way that is understandable.
Yeah, and I use your line. I want to believe more true things and less false things.
Yep.
Or you say it better, but yeah.
Yeah. Society is benefited when we believe as many true things as possible and stop believing as many false things as possible.
Yeah. All right, brother. Well, I'll let you get back to it, man. I appreciate you.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. Thanks for coming up.
Have a great
That was
day.
Austin Talbot, everybody. All right. Let's see. $2. They're from All Went Black 69. It said, honest question. Are you trying to be a provocateur? Well, the answer is no. I mean, in some sense, I do want people to see like the red lettering and stuff like that, and the more attention getting, that kind of thing, and have this discussion. Because again, like I just told the last guest there, Austin, the point is to have these conversations. The point is to question whether or not you believe something that actually has good evidence behind it. I mean, that's a good idea. Like, even if you are a Christian, I'm talking to you specifically, religious people. If you're atheist, why are you even here? Never mind. The point is, if you're religious, just listen. I'm being sincere. I've been sincere this whole time, but I'm being uber sincere right now. All right, not just being uber sincere. I'm being lift sincere. Okay. What is the harm in making sure that you have evidence behind your claims? What is the harm in being more prepared, better prepared to have a conversation about your beliefs? I don't see anything wrong with that. I don't see anything wrong with that at all. 1 Peter 3:15 says you should always be prepared to have a defense against or for what you believe when someone questions you or demands evidence for it. I mean, it literally tells you in the Bible to be prepared. So even if you disagree with me, get fucking prepared. Read. Research. Just do it. So in a sense, yeah, I am kind of wanting to be or trying to be a provocateur. I am trying to provoke people into either having a conversation or researching on their own. And ultimately, even if they have a conversation, I want them to research on their own. Don't believe what I say just because I say it. That's weird. Don't do that. Do I have a sound for that? Yeah, I got a sound for that.
What?
No. Okay, no. I'm just talking to them about like beliefs.
Okay.
Yeah, just beliefs. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Humbleness leads to wisdom. You might be my last guest. What you got?
Yeah. So I was just wondering, out of everything you've read, what do you feel like are maybe the top 2 or 3, like nail in the coffin, Christianity is not true?
Like, what do you mean? Like in
Like-
general Christianity, or like what are you talking about?
Like, what are the quote unquote facts that you think disproves that Jesus Christ existed, wasn't who he says he was, or what?
So
Like-
number 1 would be anachronisms. Number 2 would be contradictions.
Okay. What
Anachronisms show that it's historically impossible, while contradictions show that it's logically impossible. So if you were to have to, go around the contradictions, you go around the You carve out the contradictions, you carve out the anachronisms, you carve out the supernatural stuff, because obviously if you accept that, then the sky's the limit. So you take out the supernatural, take out the anachronisms, take out the contradictions, you're left with the Jesus that doesn't really make a lot of sense and is very, very different. And whenever there's a contradiction in the New Testament, what you have to do ultimately, if you think that Jesus existed, is you have to choose which one of these things actually happened. It's possible neither one of them did, but you'd have to choose. Like if Matthew says that Jesus is born during the time of King Herod, and Luke says that he's born 10 years at later minimum during the reign of Quirinius, the governor of Syria, that's 10 years apart. So they can't happen at the same time. They can neither of them can be true. That's possible, and I would obviously say that it's true, that's the case. But you would have to choose either one of them, right? At the most, you can choose one of them. So whatever argument that you have against the other one is the one that I'm going to use for yours, because realistically, you can't justify carving out this Jesus. Really,
this might not make other Christians happy, but is there a possibility that just on this account, these different accounts are, like, it's like during court, right? Like different eyewitness accounts can relate details differently, right? So is that
where
a
does it say
possibility?
that Matthew and Luke are eyewitnesses to his birth?
Are you talking about the census and how the
Yeah,
story was related?
Matthew and Luke weren't there when he was born. That's weird.
Okay, but the people that recorded the events,
his birth?
Well, just the stories, right? Like the retelling of the story may have been written down differently just because of human error.
Okay. So how did you determine what parts of the New Testament are human error and what are real?
And that's where the Holy Ghost comes in.
Yeah,
and
there
pray
you go.
about it.
That's my point. The exact argument that you were going to give for why something isn't the correct story is the argument that I'm going to give for whatever you think is the correct one. That's how it works. It's kind of like if someone goes, "How do you know God isn't real?" I'm like, "Okay, well, how do you know?" Or if someone talks to an atheist or something, and they're like, "How do you know God isn't real?" Then someone can go, "Okay, well, how do you know Zeus is real or Zeus isn't real?" And they go, "Well, because he's not." Okay, that. Whatever argument that say a Christian or a Muslim gives against Zeus, just give for God. It's that easy. I mean, it's that easy. Unless you've got some kind of evidence behind it, you can't pick and choose two things that are, or you can't really just pick and choose things that are mutually exclusive of each other. Unless you got some kind of evidence behind it, it's not really going to make any sense.
You don't think you can approach the scriptures thinking that, hey, these are human people that...
I mean, you can. That's what I do. I literally read the Bible as if it's just humans making shit up. I mean, they had to have felt so confident that they
recount.
What?
Maybe they're trying to recall what happened, and
neither Matthew nor Luke were there at the birth.
I know, but the details, depending on who was talking and when those scriptures were written, and who, because you had different groups throughout different parts of the Middle East. We don't know exactly where everyone was and what groups they were with and what stories were being told. Maybe like telephone.
Okay, so it's still a problem. I don't know how
it is.
It doesn't matter how. At least one of them is wrong. At least one of them is complete and total bullshit.
Have you seen the apologist responses on it? Like that?
Yeah,
explain
they just
that...
choose one. They just choose one.
Okay.
They choose Matthew.
Okay. All right. I found some compelling arguments. I don't have them with me, but maybe next time I'll bring them up. I don't think it's a huge. I got you. This is debunked.
Yeah.
I'll bring my sources next time, and I'll be prepared.
You have sources that say that Luke and Matthew are not contradictions?
No, it actually solves that it's it has to do with timelines and.
Okay. No, it doesn't.
Okay. Well, I'll bring this material next time.
Good
and
luck.
Then I would like to see what you think about it.
There's not a single person out there who's going to be able to actually do that unless you just kind of appeal to magic or appeal to mystery.
Or culture and history.
No, there's no cultural history that's going to somehow put the census of Quirinius at the same time as Herod the Great. That's impossible. There's an entire person between them. It's Herod.
There's a translation issue where it's
there's not a
the
translation
time
error.
the time
There's
of
not a translation error. That's why no translation of the New Testament in Luke 2 says before. They always say during. It's not a translation error. It's just wishful thinking on behalf of apologists who are trying to solve this issue.
Okay, well, I don't speak Greek. I'm learning Hebrew and Greek because I do think there's answers to this, and it that's why most people have to rely on the Holy Ghost, because a lot of people don't have the time to be scholars, but I think there's answers out there. I really do. I'll be finding them. But anyways, have a good day.
Sounds good.
Goodbye.
Let's see. Oh, and then finally, $5 there from Godmind says, I was mentioning 2 because this asked God 2 Esdras 4:5. What is... Okay, I'm going to look this up. I don't know what they're talking about. Okay, this is the thing they're talking about there. And I said, tell on, my Lord. Then he said unto me, go thy way, weigh me the weight of fire, or measure me the blast of wind, or call me again the day that is past. What? I don't know what's going on. I have no idea what they're trying to say.
Hello?
Hey, Project DDB, chirping down there in the chat?
I am. I'm chirping a lot.
Sounds good, man. What do you got for Jesus and Paul?
That's not what I was talking about chirping in the chat. Did you read what I was chirping in the chat?
Yeah, you said something about, let's see, anyone, any clips, please? I did. He kicked me for not answering 2 question. That's not
The
even
question. I
English.
meant to say the question. Obviously, we can tell that
I did.
autocorrect
He
changed
kick
it.
me? You mean kicked?
Yeah, you kicked me. Yeah,
okay,
you kicked me.
Okay, so there's multiple errors in this. I did. He kicked me
Oh,
for not
no.
answering 2 question.
Yeah, I said, have you debated any actual scholars? You seem to be
Debated
debating
scholars?
people.
I've talked to multiple scholars
Or
on here.
talk to multiple scholars, debate. I mean, I would like to see some clips, something. I mean, something. Every time I come on here, you're debating people that have no
I
idea
mean,
what
there
they're
was
talking
somebody
about.
who was actually like somebody within seminary, at least. Do you consider a seminary to be
I
a
mean,
university?
actual scholars that actually know what they're doing.
Would you
and that,
consider someone with? Would you consider someone who has been to a seminary to be a scholar?
I would consider someone that whose entire life is to actually go through the history of the Bible and go through the
Okay.
history of BC, AD, the history of Jesus Christ, all of these things that
So that's
actually
a scholar.
scholars,
Oh, okay.
actual people
So
that know what they're
people-
talking about.
So people with PhDs and stuff like that in relevant fields, they're not scholars unless they go over the history of BC, AD, like you said.
No. What I'm saying is a person that actually went through the history, not just a person that is smart. We know there's people that are smart that can go through things and still get
Cool. Awesome.
different answers.
Why don't you just go and read what these scholars say and bring it over to me?
Why don't you just debate people that actually know what they're talking about?
Go get them. Unfortunately,
Why?
I'm stuck talking to you.
You're not stuck talking to me. I mean, this is your life.
I mean,
You do this on a daily basis. Have you, okay, can you tell me the people that you've debated, and then I'll go and look at those videos.
Debated? What are you talking about? Oh, somebody muted your mic. Anyways,
Am I allowed to speak now?
it was a mod.
Look, as much as like I've already talked to you before, we've already kind of had this conversation.
I don't even remember who you are.
It's okay. You talk to a lot of people. All I'm saying is, as a person that wants understanding, and if what you're saying is actually true,
Mm-hmm.
do you have any body that you've actually debated that actually knows what they're talking
Why do
about, so that I
debates?
could go
Why do debates have to happen in order for you to think that it's true?
a conversation. It doesn't have to be a debate. It could be a
Okay.
conversation.
Well, I've had conversations with people like Monodic Sphere, who is a retired lecturing professor and friend of Bart Ehrman that has stopped by the live a couple times. He actually requested up, I think, sometime last month, but he didn't have time, so he ended up hopping down because I was talking to somebody else. Maybe you. I don't know. I have no idea. I
Okay.
have no idea what I'm
Have you have a conversation with or debated someone that actually knows what they're talking about, like
Yeah,
Pastor Philip
like-
Michael Anthony,
like
like
Monodic Sphere?
Monodics?
Monodic Sphere is the TikTok. I am on TikTok right now talking to you.
Yeah,
unless you
TikTok.
can think of a particular scholar who is on TikTok, and if you can, just tell them to come by. That's perfectly fine. I'm not opposed to it. I
It's not
don't
me
mind.
saying that you're opposed to it. It's me saying that you're coming on TikTok to debate people that don't know what they're talking about. Is what I'm saying. You know, a lot of people on here don't know what they're talking about. Am I right? Or
I don't.
am I
I
just-
don't have any clue what the next person knows. I have no idea. I have none.
So
but
when
I just
I came up
accept
here
them and I
last
just
time
keep
and
having a
you-
conversation.
Okay. Yeah, that's understandable.
So I mean, you could be somebody who didn't even make it through middle school. You could be somebody who has 2 PhDs. I have no clue.
all I'm saying is, I actually would like to see if you're telling the truth or not, and I
Then
can't
go
do that by
research it,
you.
man. It's not that hard.
Your research. What do you mean? I have researched it. I believe in Jesus Christ. I want to know why you
Okay,
don't
well,
believe
then
in Jesus
present
Christ.
your
And when I
evidence.
come
I
up and
mean-
ask you why,
All right.
you never actually have
What
an
do
answer.
you think a
just kinda
scholar
say
is
stuff.
going to have that you don't have?
The understanding of the biblical
understanding?
history of Jesus Christ.
So you
Yes.
don't? You believe
Someone that-
something without understanding of it?
No, I understand it, but I don't have.
Okay,
the
well then
full
what does
knowledge
a
of the
scholar
Bible.
have that you don't have?
Experience and actually going
Experience. Does he
through.
have experience with Jesus?
Can I speak?
Tell me what experience they have that
As soon
you
as I
don't
say
have.
one word, you're gonna go automatically harp
Tell
on
me
that
the
one word.
experience they have that you can't have.
Oh, that I can't have is that's not what I don't have is the actual sentence that you were looking for. What
Well,
I don't
can't
have is
because
20
I don't know.
years.
You can
What do you mean I
absolutely go
can't?
out and do it without being a PhD, right?
Can't means that I can't.
Correct.
Don't means I don't have at the moment.
Sweet.
If you want to talk about grammar.
Sweet. So go and do it.
That's
It's
not
not
the point
that
of
hard.
me. I promise you, I don't really care. I'm just confused on how your entire life is coming on TikTok every single day trying to disprove something, but you don't actually talk to people that have proven it. That's what I'm confused about.
It's almost
Go talk
like
to
they
someone
can't.
that's proved it.
It's almost like they
Go talk
can't.
to some who? Tell me. Okay, how
Literally
about this? How about
everybody
you
I've
tell
talked
me
to for the last 2.5 years can't prove it.
on TikTok that
Sure.
aren't scholars.
Do you have any scholars on TikTok? Are there scholars on TikTok?
Why does it have to be on TikTok? Why can't you
Because
go talk
that's
to
where
someone
I
that
take
actually does
guests.
this?
Where did you want me to find them?
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Where'd you want me to find them?
You can literally look up anybody.
Okay,
There's
I can Google
there's
somebody, and what do
thousands
you want me to
thousands
do
of
with that?
scholars that you can go.
What do you
can
want me to
say,
do with
hey,
that?
I actually want to know if these things are true or not.
Oh,
Can we
are
have
you
a
just
conversation,
asking like
or
okay?
do we have a
Because
debate?
you asked for clips.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Project in the
do
chat.
you have a
in the
video
chat.
of you talking to some?
Shut the fuck up! I'm talking. So listen. You talked for clips. You were talking about clips there in the chat. All right. You also just now said, "Do I have videos of it?" So you are wanting it to be on some kind of medium like YouTube or TikTok, but you're also criticizing the fact that I'm on YouTube or TikTok. YouTube does not
criticizing that.
listen. Shut the fuck up, dude. Listen. You said that TikTok was a problem, that I'm on TikTok, all right? So that is criticizing the fact that I'm on here. YouTube does not allow for me to take guests. That is how TikTok works, not YouTube. So unless, and that's how I take guests, unless there is a scholar on here that you know of who you can point them over here, which I've been on here for 2.5 years, and apparently your favorite TikTok scholar has never came by. Either that or we just don't have a clip of it. I have no idea. I only started going on YouTube, which actually keeps every single one of our lives since the end of May. All right? But nevertheless, there have been people who've stopped by who I'm sure have had some advanced degrees in this topic, or at least some experience, as you put it. But nevertheless, if you're just talking about me talking to scholars, yeah, dude, Christ before Jesus has been cited by scholars. Scholars are aware
cited
of this.
by scholars that were telling you that you were wrong, and you didn't debate them about it.
What are you talking
If
about?
someone's telling you that you're wrong,
What are
don't you
they
think
wouldn't
that you would
cite
have a
us if they thought
conversation?
we were wrong, dipshit.
What?
They wouldn't cite
Scholars
us if they
citing
thought.
you
Yes. Why would
that
why
says
would they
that you were
cite us?
correct.
Yes, about what we're talking about. Otherwise, they wouldn't cite us. Why would a scholar say, "Hey, I'm citing this
So a
person. He's
Christian
wrong"?
scholar cited you, saying that you
A Christian
what?
scholar did
A
cite us.
Christian
Yes.
scholar cited you. Okay,
Yes.
can I get that site, please?
M. David Litva is his
M.
name.
David.
M. David Litva, spelled Litwa.
Okay,
He
I'm
reached
gonna go
out to
do
us
some
for our work in stilometry.
Letha.
Jesus Christ.
Listed. There it is. Okay. American fiction author. Okay.
No. How
Oh,
did you spell
where am I?
Litva?
Listed. Just give it to me.
I
I'm looking
did.
on. One more time. Obviously, I probably
I
wasn't
want to
paying
make
attention.
sure you were listening. Tell
I'm
me what you
listening
wrote.
now.
Tell me what you wrote.
I was typing it as you were speaking, so
Sweet.
I
Then
obviously
tell
was
me what you
doing.
wrote.
I literally just deleted it because I was trying to put in what you wanted me to say. If I put in the wrong, it does not matter. Just tell me what you want me to put in. Is it that serious?
I just don't think you're coming from a place of good faith.
I'm coming from a place where I want to know if you are right or not. If you are right, then I can take what you have and take into perspective and research it. But because one, you don't even say your own point, you just come on here trying to disprove people, and then yet you don't disprove people that know what they're talking about. You disprove people that just come
I
up here
disprove
because
you.
they
Yeah,
want to
exactly.
debate you. You
So
can
again,
cool.
so
You
just to make sure, you
disprove me
don't
and
know
I
what you're
still believe
talking
in
about.
God. Guess what?
Just to make
You
sure, are
disprove me
you
and I still believe in God. Guess what?
just to make sure,
You disprove
are
me, but I
claiming,
still believe in God. How you
Sweet.
disprove me?
I didn't say anything about God, so that wouldn't make a lot of sense that if you stopped. So that being
Jesus
said,
and Paul.
shut the fuck up. Paul isn't God. So no, we're not doing that. We're not playing that game.
Said Jesus and
Okay. So that being said, just want to make sure before I give you this name again, because you very clearly weren't listening, because you're not coming from a place of good faith. You're actually not going to research it at all.
So me
shut up. I'm talking, and while I'm talking, you will be quiet. Good boy. Okay. So listen. Are you
being a
saying
very
that
good
you don't know what you're talking about? Is that what you're saying? I talk to people who I don't know what I'm talking, who don't know what they're talking about, and you said that I'm talking to you after I've talked to you in the past. Are you saying that you don't know what you're talking about? Is that what you're saying?
Are you going to strong arm the conversation,
Is
or can
that
we
what you're
actually have a
saying?
conversation?
Is that what you're
Well,
saying?
I said you don't debate people that know what they're talking about.
Okay.
Well, how
Have
did
I
it come
talked
to
to
me?
you before?
How did this come to me?
Have I talked to you before? Yes or no?
I can't answer when I'm muted.
Sweet. So answer yes or no. Have I talked to you before?
I'm not answering yes or no. You can kick me.
All right.
I can go off.
Sounds good. All right. Let's see. Oh, $2 there from Godmind said, this is when Prophet Esdras asked God for help. I don't know exactly what you're asking, though. Like, here, let me scroll back up here. I think Prophet Esdras was real. He asked God to give us all what we want now. I guess. I maybe. It's possible. I just don't know. I haven't really looked. I haven't really looked into much like Esdras specifically. I apologize. I just don't know much about him. But it's possible. It's possible that he was real. But I don't know. I don't know. But you're saying that you think he's real because of like what he was talking about there. I mean, it makes sense. Makes sense. Okay. So thank you really quick. Roy is still here. Roy? Oh, Roy. Oh, that Roy. I just thought it was like Sergeant Roy or something. Okay. So, if you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, please request up. What the hell was that? Wait, what? What? Who? I don't know what's going on. That was really weird. Why did I just get a message from Joyful Apostate? What is that? Is that a real... Is that really it? What the fuck is going on here? What the hell? I just got a message that said, I just want you to know that block said everything. What block is he talking about? I don't know what's going on. You are not a safe place or a safe space for people in the deconstruction community? What? What is happening? Oh, wow. I think he is... What the fuck? I don't know what's going on. I think he's... I have no idea what's going on. What the hell? Okay, oh, okay, so a mod blocked him. Okay. He must have been in here. That's really weird. That is really strange. Mod chat, okay. That is really weird. That is really weird. There's someone else who's mentioned in here, so I'm going to go ahead and read at least a portion of this message. Simply because of the fact that somebody else is mentioned, and I want them to know that they were mentioned as well. So if someone can, clip this and send it to who I'm about to mention. So I just got this message. I guess someone in the... He must have said something in the chat or something, and a mod blocked him. And so I'm just going to read this. I'm going to read it. I just want you to know that that block said everything. Okay. What you know is rumor mill. Okay. And you don't even know the real situation, but you would discard somebody you would have considered a friend that easy. Okay. Yeah. I don't know what to tell you, man. This will be mentioned when I start my lives back up with Justin. And I will scream loudly that you are not a safe space for people in the deconstruction community. Just thought I'd let you know you can fuck all the way off with that. I really thought we were friends. If I had a friend that struggled, even had a problem like that, I would be there for them, not discard them like garbage once they weren't beneficial to me anymore. We went live together like one time, dude. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I have no idea what this guy's talking about. I think he's... I have no idea. And then there's one last one. I'm going to go ahead and read this. He sent 3 different messages. But now it is clear that this is all a grift. I'll be honest, I'm hurt more than anything. What the fuck are you talking about? We weren't really friends, man. Like, I went on your live like once. Like, I don't know what. All right. But one thing I will not do is let somebody grift vulnerable people. This is the deconstruction community, I'm aware. And the fact that somebody struggles even if everything you heard was true and your response is to block them. You are not safe in a deconstruction setting. What? I have no idea what's going on. What a fucking dumbass. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on. Jesus Christ. Justin,
what's going on, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, 1 second, really quick. And really fast. Let me address Justin. Justin, I mean, I'm all for like giving people like some second chances or something like this, but like, I didn't even know he was in here. So him getting all butthurt at a block and then sending those kind of messages, like, come on, man. Come on. Like, come on, man. That's ridiculous. So Justin, I hope you know exactly. I just read this shit off. I can send you screenshots if you need it. That is some tomfuckery. All right. Professor Huso, what you got?
Hey, what's going on, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Perfect. So I actually had a question. don't mind.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So are you an atheist?
Me? I'm an
Yeah.
odontologist.
Oh yeah. But do you believe that God doesn't exist?
How would an odontologist say
I'm just
anything
asking you
about
a
that?
question.
I'm an odontologist, man.
I don't know what that means.
Oh, well, then look it up in your free time. But that doesn't have anything to do with whether or not Jesus or Paul existed. What you got?
Oh yeah. So you don't believe in God, but you don't want to get questioned about.
Believe in God? It doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about. And also,
Okay, so
I just
what
told you I'm an
evidence-
odontologist. If you don't know what that is, I don't know what to tell you. So we're just going to move on. So what else do you got?
Yeah, you couldn't answer if God exists, but yeah. So what evidence do you have that
It's
Jesus
not that I couldn't
doesn't
answer.
exist?
It's that it's an irrelevant
didn't wanna
question, and I
answer
told you
that.
exactly what religion I am.
Yeah. So what evidence do you have that Jesus doesn't exist?
Okay, because you can't be born 10 years before you're born.
Yeah. So okay, can you prove it?
Do you think it's
Prove your
possible to
argument?
be born 10 years before you're born? Do you think that's possible?
No.
Okay. Well, Matthew 2 says that Jesus is born during the reign of King Herod, who died in 4 BCE. And Luke 2 says he was born during the reign of Quirinius, the governor of Syria, who starts his reign in 6 CE and does the census, which takes Joseph and Mary over to Bethlehem. So that's 10 years apart minimum.
Yeah. So have you seen what the church tradition says about this?
Yeah, I have. One says that it's 10 years after the other. The church tradition is what the Gospels say.
I'm talking about like the church fathers who comment on this.
The church fathers don't comment on it because they don't recognize that it is an interpolation or a contradiction until much later. I mean,
Okay,
the
I'll
church
come
fathers
back.
who give us the
I'll come-
names
I'll come
Matthew,
back-
Mark,
I'll
Luke, and
come back
John.
and answer
The
this.
church
I'll come
father
back
that
and
gives us
answer
the
it.
names Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John for the Gospels said that Jesus lived to be 50. So it's pretty clear that they're just absolute fucking morons, and they're just kind of saying some shit. And eventually, by the end of the second
Yeah, is this
century,
your
they have
best
the story of
argument?
Jesus put together.
Is
Say
this your
what?
best argument? Is this your best argument?
You don't have an argument against it, so it wins anyways.
I'm asking
It's
you if
literally
it's
my
your
worst.
best argument.
It's just about my worst.
Okay, give me the best argument, man.
No, you can't even beat the worst.
Yeah, we can. We already have an answer
Then
for
beat
this.
it.
I don't have
Beat
it
it.
right now. I'll
Oh,
come
you
back.
don't have it?
Yeah, what's the best argument though?
No. You start with the worst, and then I'll give you the best.
Well, you're admitting that's the worst argument. So why would I
Yeah,
even like?
and you can't
wanna
even make
do
it
my-
past the worst one. That's
Why would
pathetic.
I want to do my research into something that
Because you
like,
can't
isn't
beat
even
it.
good according to you?
Because you can't beat it.
Yeah. So do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm an odontologist.
Oh, so now you want to answer?
Yep.
Okay. So how do you know about God? Through what?
Through odontology.
Yeah, and what means is odontology?
Look it up. If you're having to look up the
Oh, you don't
response
know?
to my worst argument, you can look up odontology while you're
Oh,
at
you
it.
don't know?
Anything else there, Professor?
Nah, I think that's everything, man.
Sounds good. Tell your mom I said hey. All right. Let's see here. All right. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. Professor isn't very well educated. Yeah. He just wanted to run his morality script again. Oh, yeah. Well, it didn't work. That's funny. And anybody who has got a copy of Christ Before Jesus on page 3, you know exactly what religion I am. Odontology is fucking hilarious, though. All right. So, let's see. Reverend Dr. Fax says 0% chance he was a professor of anything, anywhere, at any time. Anyways, thank you very much to everybody who stuck around longer than 30 seconds. 35-second gang, rise up. I got to go ahead and hop off. I will tell you, though, before I go, by the way, thank you to whoever blocked that nonsense. Very clearly, the guy is unhinged. We don't need that kind of shit around here. Yeah, that's not going to happen. I feel like I'm pretty safe for the deconstruction community. I'm pretty sure I am. I mean, that's not necessarily something that I have to decide, I guess. I mean, if you feel like I'm unsafe for the deconstruction community, please reach out to me and let me know exactly what I can do to change. But I mean, because I blocked a problematic person who went off on me in the messages, or by the way, because a mod did the right thing. So thank you. I'm not going to name names just in case, but thank you ma'am, for blocking somebody doing the right thing, blocking somebody who went off and made the messages, showing that it was a good block. Yeah, thank you for that. So I absolutely feel like that person is the problematic one, not myself. So thank you for doing that. Okay. Let's see. Christ before Jesus. Only our moms aren't safe. Yeah, that's how that works. WCBJ, W mods, definitely W mods. Which Justin is this? No. Justin is not the one who's sent the, Justin did not send that message. Justin did not send that message. He's invoking Justin. Justin Deconstruction would have to be him. But he did not send that message. Justin did not send me anything. That is. No, do not go after Justin. I don't know why he's saying that he's going to go live with Justin. That seems odd. I don't know why he would do that, but maybe. Let's see. Damn, what if you yourself is a mom? What if you yourself is a mom? Anyways, I will see you guys later. Peace out, Girl Scout. Put me down for some Thin Mints. Here we go. And over there on YouTube, thank you very, very much for hanging out. Thank you very, very much for hanging out. Thank you for the super chats there. Oh, $2 there from Ruader something. Says, we have more evidence for Jesus than for Socrates. No, that is not the case. For Socrates, we have three different contemporaries, one of his students. We have Plato, we have Xenophon, and we have Ptolemy. Ptolemy, we have coins with his likeness on it and everything like that, that date to the time that Ptolemy was alive. So we know that Ptolemy is real because of archaeological evidence, and we know that he wrote something that has that talks about Socrates. There, for Jesus, we do not have any contemporaries of Jesus who actually write anything. So congratulations, Socrates is actually 3 times as likely as Jesus, if you will. But yeah, no, we definitely have a lot more evidence for Socrates than we do for Jesus. That's not even close. But anyways, thank you very much for hanging out there. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the gifted membership as well. Definitely appreciate you guys. But yeah, you've been Tube, and I've just been CBJ. See you guys.